So then, as the drivers head out onto the black stuff, once again, good morning and a very warm welcome back to KNA Varna here in Norway, situated around an hour's drive south of the capital of Oslo. And what a stunning circuit this is. Personally, my first time in Norway, my first time at this kart track, and it's certainly making a good impression already. From watching all the live streams from previous years, it seems to create some rather exciting racing. So I look forward to seeing that later on today. But of course, we kick off the action with the qualifying sessions in each individual class. We're starting off with the junior 60s. They're heading out first for 8 minutes plus 1 lap of qualifying. And we'll see who's able to get to the top of the timing sheets once all is said and done. Now, it looks as though we should have 8 drivers heading out on circuit for this one. We've currently got 7 of them out on the black stuff. Nikolai Pietras, the only driver that we're missing at the moment, and he was definitely one of the drivers that I would have picked to be right up at the sharp end. Of course, your champion in the Cadeti class in 2024. So we'll see then with the 7 drivers that are out on circuit who's able to get up at the sharp end. I've just been informed by Mr. Mika that Nikolai not actually entered for today. He was on the pre-entry but has not shown for the event. So sadly, one of the drivers looking to, well, I was going to say defend his crown. Of course, he's moved up into a different class, but still one of your champions from 2024. Sadly not here to battle it out. So in the junior 60s then, at the moment, Carl Sivifjol is your fastest driver, the Swedish driver on number 295 currently, fastest driver out there. First driver dropping down into the 49s at the moment. Rest of the drivers out there around 2 seconds off of him already. So quick out the blocks for Carl. Ole Alexander Sørli-Smistad currently in second place, immediately drops down to 4th then, as another couple of drivers set some faster times. Niklas Kangasalo up to 3rd place, and Noah Harlin there up into pole position. Purple Sector 2 and a Purple Sector 3. It is Ole Alexander Sørli who is currently your fastest in Sector number 1 on his last lap. No one able to beat his time in that Sector number 1 for the moment. What beautiful pictures we're able to bring you here, courtesy of X Promotions. Of course, make sure you subscribe to the X Promotions YouTube channel. Don't miss out on any of the action throughout the season across multiple different championships shown here on the X Promotions channel. And of course, hello to everyone as well that is being forced to listen to me out beside the circuit as well. Hello, welcome, or welcome back if you've joined us for the last couple of years of the IAME Nordic Cup. Of course, first created in 2016 was the IAME Nordic Cup under the name X30 Nordic Challenge. Obviously, skipped a couple of years in 2020 and 2021 due to understandable reasons. We don't want to dwell on those. Those were poor times for everyone. But luckily, those times are over. We're back out and racing here at KNA Varna. Well then, with drivers doing about 47, 48 second lap times at the moment, they should get a decent amount of times on the board throughout this qualifying session. We are nearly halfway through it already. I think we are going to fly through these qualifying sessions here today. So drivers, like I say, you've got to be quick out of the blocks. No real time to warm up. Got to get out there and get it sorted. Now, of course, all the drivers have had a practice session earlier this morning, and I do believe there was some testing here yesterday as well. So they should be relatively used to the circuit by now. Some changing conditions, though. As you see on the cameras there, what a beautiful shot of the first couple of corners that is. You can see the bright blue skies here in Norway. Sadly, though, I don't think that's going to carry on throughout the entirety of the weekend. I think we've got a little bit of rain potentially forecast for later on today, and then tomorrow is looking like an absolute washout. Now, I personally love racing in the rain. I have a bit of extra ballast on board, shall we say. So in the wet, that definitely helps me to perform anyway out on a kart track. We'll see if some of the drivers prefer it or maybe prefer the dry conditions. Either way, they're going to have to deal with it out there tomorrow, and I'm going to be pretty happy that I'm here in the nice, warm and dry commentary box. Not to rub it in any further, drivers. Sorry. Hopefully you got your wetsuits at the ready. Well, look at this then. Just over 3 minutes left to go in your Junior 60 qualifying session. And it's still Carl Silverfjall who is your fastest driver out there for the moment. Noel Hallen in second place. Ole Alexander Sørli-Smistad there in third place. Less than 0.2 of a second separating those top three drivers. And it's really not a huge gap between the entire field. Less than a second now separating the entire field out there, which is lovely to see. And there we go. Sorry, getting myself confused with the timing screen already there. What a fantastic system that we've got going on here. This is better than anything I've used in the United Kingdom. So a big shout out to Mika and the entire team behind the scenes sorting out the X Promotions live stream. And of course, the Score It live timing as well. As the drivers head on round this brilliant, beautiful circuit. Of course, 1,030 meters in length. It's certainly not a short track here at KNA Varna. So it's also a case of you've really got to get yourself into that rhythm and hit your marks out there and stay consistent, because you can't just go for a one-lap blast. You've got to be consistent out there, given it's quite a long circuit. Hooking up that entire lap is difficult enough in and of itself. And here as well, we do see the differences in some of the strategies out there. A couple of drivers deciding to go it alone. They think, hey, I'm fast enough. I'm going to go out there and get it done all by myself. Some other drivers working together, particularly some teammates that we see out there. We'll see by the end of this one which one is working out perfectly. The 295 of Carl Silverfjall, completely on his own out there. He's heading around the final corner at the moment, and he'll be looking to find even more time. We've got three drivers close in behind him who are working together well. But no, across the line, 297. That's the new fastest time of the session for Ole Alexander Sørli. Great time from the 297. Of course, son of the owner of the team, Sian Sørli Motorsport. And he's gone just over 1.5 tenths clear. Noel Harlin pips Carl Silverfjall now to the front row of the grid by less than 0.5 tenth of a second. It is so close out there in terms of times. But currently, Ole, your fastest driver out there. 40 seconds left to go on the clock. Good to see we not have any spinners or any off-track excursions so far in this one. Drivers keeping it on the straight and narrow, pressing on. And a couple of drivers working together really, really well. 295 goes across the line yet again, but can't find any more time. So that'll be Carl Silverfjall onto his last lap of the session. Then we'll see if any of the drivers can sneak in a last couple of laps here in the Junior 60s. As timer ticks down towards 0 now. Of course, your fastest time at the moment from the 297, sorry. 10-year-old Ole Alexander Sørli. Currently first place in the IAME Series Norway mini class. And I believe today, anyway, according to my notes, which are often wrong, he's racing in both the minis and the Junior 60s today. So trying his hand at both different classes. Right then, first of the drivers to see the checkered flag coming across the line and finalising their laps. I do believe that might have been Carl Silverfjall. Yes, it was. So his session is done then. Can anyone find any more time? Not for the 288, the 299 or the 282. Axel Niemann and Preischoff and Kangasalo stay exactly where they are. Couple more drivers across the line then. Those are your top two. And once again, they stay as they were. I do believe that is all of the drivers that we were expecting there to see the checkered flag coming across the line and finishing the session. I'll just wait and make sure that that is definitely the case. I do believe it is the 295, of Carl Silverfjall leading that train, and he goes straight into the pits. So for the first time today, and not going to be of many, I'm correct in my assumption. So there we go then. Grid is set for your Junior 60 class. Ole Alexander Sørli, your pole position sitter. Of course, we'll be having a chat with him in the pole position interviews and the podium presentation later on after the qualifying sessions before we get into those first round of heats. Later on this afternoon, Noel Harlin is going to be alongside him on that front row of the grid. Carl Silverfjell there in third place on that second row of the grid alongside William Axelsen-Newman. Then Hugo Preischoff, Nicolas Kangasalo, and rounding out the grid, Oscar Vitala there in 7th place. But like I say, all so close across the entire field there in the junior 60s. And if pace stays that close once we get into racing action, could get rather scrappy out there. It's going to be exciting for us to watch, whether you're trackside, whether you're joining us from wherever you're watching on the live stream. Firstly, thank you for being here and thank you for getting involved. I think you're going to be treated to a fantastic bit of racing over the course of this weekend. Right then, we get ready for another 8 minutes of action. The qualifying session for the Cadetis will be up next. I believe 3 drivers we're expecting out in the Cadeti class for this one. So that's going to make my job a bit easier when it comes to the podium anyway. I think I'm going to guess who is on the podium in this one. But Cadetis, of course, heading out for this next session. All three drivers are Norwegian in this one. We've got Kasper Nesset, Eva Engelstad, and Cinder Ondal. Of course, my sincerest apologies of my pronunciation of some of these names. I'm trying my absolute best, but with my very British tongue, as you can hear, it's not the easiest for me. So I'm giving it my best go. If I'm absolutely butchering your name, just come and hit me in the face. I'm over it. No, please don't do that. Just come and let me know what I'm pronouncing wrong. I'll do my best to make sure that it's all correct. So there we go then. You can see a couple of drivers out there waiting to head out. Well, I've got 3 on my live timing, but I'm pretty sure, if my eyes don't mistake me, there are 4 drivers there in the dummy grid getting ready to go for this session. So we'll see, once the timing updates, where we all settle out to. Now, of course, the biggest part of this event is drivers wanting to gain a ticket to the IAME World Finals later on this year down in Spain at Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero. Now, the Cadeti class, not one of those classes that bags themselves a ticket. But, of course, there's still lots to play for. Main prize being, well, of course, you want to take home a bit of silverware. Trophy's always a nice thing to have on the mantelpiece. But the other main thing is that you'll gain yourself free entry to next year's event. So saving a bit of money, if you can be fast enough, that works very nicely. And I'm sure, especially in this Cadeti class, the parents are going to be very happy about that one. If your kid can save some money towards the karting dream, that always helps a little bit. So there we go then. Let's wait for this 8-minute qualifying session to get underway. Now, to have a little run through of the weekend schedule, what it's looking like for this weekend. Now, so I know last year we were on the Saturday and Sunday for this race event. Changed to the Friday and the Saturday for this year. Drivers heading out on circuit then. 8 minutes underway for our Cadeti qualifying session. We'll give you an idea of how they're going once we see them all out onto the circuit. So yes, qualifying sessions for all classes. Like I say, we've already had the junior 60s out there. Cadetis heading out now for their session. Following this one, it'll be 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Yeah, sorry, it's 8 minutes for all of the qualifying sessions. It'll be the minis out next, followed by the X30 juniors and followed by the X30 seniors. Now, I know that there was a X30 Masters last year. However, we've only got the lovely Mika, who is behind the scenes running everything with X Promotions, also jumping out in his kart for the Masters. So he's going to be in with the seniors, which is going to be a tough one for him. But we'll see how he does. I mean, a very experienced racing driver is Mika, so I'm sure he'll be right there in the mix. And I look forward to shouting about the person who's employed me. That's never happened before, so that'll be an interesting first time for me. Anyway, right then, first flying lap has begun for Kasper Nesset. Of course, first lap that's officially counted is them coming out the pits. So, again, not the full run down to the start-finish straight. And, of course, you're heading out there. You've got cold tyres. Your engine's a bit cold as well. You've got to get everything a bit loosened up, both for yourself and for the car as well. Get up to nice, warm racing temperatures. And once that's all sorted, start hitting your marks and putting some times on the board. I'm just making sure my eyes don't deceive me. There's definitely 4 drivers out on circuit, but I've still only got 3 on the live timing. So we'll double check and see who's out there that I don't have on the timing. 69 is the one sort of leading the field out there. He heads into the final corner. That is Casper Nesset. The 82. That's the one I'm missing. Who have we got on the 82 then? Yeah, I've not got them down on my notes either. So how they do in this session. I don't have any live timing for them, so I'm going to assume they've done fantastically well. They've barely even done the session yet, but we'll assume they're flying out there. We'll see how they all get on. And then the other 2 drivers I've got on my timing anyway, Ivar Engelstad and Sindre Omdal. 72 comes across the line. That is Ivar, and then Sindre not too far behind him. And all times nice and close for now anyway. So all drivers here in the Cadetis using the IAME Norswift 60cc engine, all 8 to 10 years of age, and minimum weight 105 kilos in this class. Of course, the drivers have a lot less weight on board comparatively to someone like myself. I mean, I'm knocking on the door of the weight limit with the cart involved as well. So that's a knock on the confidence, that one for me. But anyway, the drivers carry on. And we'll see how they do. Great to see such young drivers out there, of course, 8 to 10 years of age, like I mentioned. Fantastic to see them heading out on the black stuff in anger and getting used to serious top-level karting and top-level motorsport from such a young age. It's fantastic as well to see all of the overlays and things that we get to look at on the live stream. Such effort has gone into this. Like I say, so impressive. Better than anything I've seen in the UK. This is absolutely brilliant. Makes my job a bit easier as well. Gives me lots more things to talk about and annoy you on the airwaves. So get yourself bedded down, ladies and gentlemen. You're in for a long haul. Right then, I've got 4 drivers on my live timing. 82 of Lucas Kangasalo, that is. Okay. So Lucas heading on around. Great to have another driver joining the fray here. As, yes, I've got Lucas down in the minis later on. I've got Lucas down for, but clearly making a bit of a late entrance into the Cadetis as well, which is just great for us. I mean, I said it was going to be obvious for me as to who was on the podium, considering we only had 3 drivers, but add a 4th one in the mix. That makes it a little bit more exciting yet again. Now, of course, we saw in the Junior 60s a few moments ago a couple of drivers working together and trying to push each other on around the circuit. Crucially, though, the driver that got to the top of the timing sheets by the end of the session was a driver that went all alone with it. So maybe that's the strat, and that's certainly the strategy that the drivers are employing in this one so far. All on their own piece of tarmac, all in their own little world, getting down to business, getting things sorted, and cracking on to put in some lap times. Across the line go the drivers yet again. That's a new fastest time for Ivar Engelstad. Sindre Omdal puts in a nice faster time as well, up to 2nd place, relegates Casper Nesset down into P3 for the moment. Yeah, 52.6 from Engelstad. That's an impressive time. Nearly half a second quicker than the rest of the field at the moment. There is Casper across the line yet again. He puts in a personal best. Personal best Sector 1 and Sector 2. A little bit off on Sector number 3, but still a personal best lap time. Puts him within 1/10 of a second of 2nd place. And with a field like this, it's going to be absolutely critical for that starting position into the qualifying heats later on this afternoon. You start yourself off positively for the weekend, and that positivity will hopefully follow you. The momentum will follow you through the rest of the day. As long as you keep yourself out of trouble, keep that nose clean, and press on through the sessions. Like I say, we're hammering straight through these qualifying sessions. Just over a minute and a half left to go here in the Cadetis, and it is still Ivar Engelstad who is at the top of the sheets. Continuing to put in purple sectors is Engelstad. He's just put in another purple Sector 1. I'm gonna give this a test now if I find the right tab. Right, so we're in the Cadetis. I gotta work this out in terms of live stream. This is so cool. Right, so if I go to Ingolstadt and then I click this button, he'll hopefully appear on the screen. There he is. Did I do that or did he pass the time? And I actually don't know. I actually don't know. But if I click clear, it should go away. And if it does, then I am a certified genius. It did! Yeah! A few issues earlier on with the microphone, getting it onto the live stream, but technology playing ball for now anyway. We'll see if that continues on through the day. Either way, we'll keep you updated as best as possible, both of you here at the circuit, and of course if you're joining us on the live stream as well. But timer ticking down for the moment then. We're nearly bringing this one to a close. And it was Ingolstadt who was fastest in practice earlier on, so clearly he was the favourite going into this session. Well, the 74 of Sindre Omdahl crosses the line. It's going to start their final lap of this qualifying session, and checkered flag is out on the board on the gantry. Last laps of the sessions for the drivers, and that gap between first and second still about half a second. That is very, very impressive from Ivar Ingolstadt. Crossing the line then, there goes the 69 of Kasper Neset. And Kasper Neset finishes the session, I believe, in third place after that one. A 52.9 versus a 52.8 for Sindre Omdahl. There's the 82 across the line of Lucas Kangasalo, puts in his personal best sector 3, that sadly stays there in fourth place. Ivar Ingolstadt can't find any time on the last lap, but it's not going to matter anyway. Sindre Omdahl can't find any either, and they stay as they were. That is pole position in the Cadeti class for Ivar Ingolstadt. Hold on a second, he's on the lap back to the pits and he's just put in a purple sector 1 as Ivar. Ivar, you know after the checkered flag you're supposed to slow down, mate. Crack on, why not? You've got that little bit of extra time to find a bit more lap time. That's going to help you throughout the rest of the day. As long as when you're coming into the pitch, you keep it nice and slow, nice and safe. We want everyone as safe as possible out there on the circuit. Like I mentioned then, Ivar Ingolstadt, your pole position holder in the Cadetis. Sindre Omdahl will be alongside him on that front row of the grid with Kasper Neset and Lucas Kangasalo joining him on row number 2. Great to see the 4 drivers out there on circuit, heading round in anger. But it looks as though the 74 then peeling into the pits and finalising the session in the Cadetis. Well, there we go then. We're going to, I'm sure, very swiftly head on through to our next session. So the minis out next. And if my qualifying notes were correct, like I've mentioned already, they almost certainly are not. But if they are correct, I think Kangasalo is jumping out and jumping straight into his kart here in the minis, which would be a very impressive feat in and of itself. I mean, put me out there 8 minutes in a Cadeti car, I'm going to be knackered. I need at least a couple of hours to relax and recuperate myself after such an experience. But clearly the Nordic drivers, much tougher than I am, which, to be honest, not surprising, that one, really. British people not known for being the toughest out there, comparatively to Nordic, ladies and gentlemen, of course. But great to have you all with us, and fantastic to be here. What an honour it is to join you here at KNA Varna and be able to present to you what is such a legendary event, where we're going to be crowning the top IAME warrior for Northern Europe in 2025. Now, like I mentioned earlier, we were supposed to have a driver in the junior 60s coming back to sort of defend their crown. Of course, wasn't in the same class. I know we do, as we head on through a couple of the classes, though, we do have a couple of drivers looking to defend their crowns. And like I mentioned, they've got free entry to the event. Why would you not come back and defend that crown? Right then, sorry about that short little break. Just having a chat about the lunch options here at the circuit. Already looking ahead to the break and where I can stuff my face. Again, why I'm not hitting the weight limit here. Right then, let's crack on. Getting ready for the mini qualifying session to head on out. Looks as though, on the live timing anyway, we should have 12 drivers heading out for this mini session. And once this one is said and done, we'll be over halfway through the qualifying. We'll have a short break. Now, it should have been about 50 minutes, but I know we started a little bit later, so that might end up being shortened somewhat, but I will wait and see. During that 50 minutes, there'll still be stuff to watch on the live stream, so don't go anywhere. We'll be doing the pole position presentation across all of the classes, where you'll be blessed with my beautiful face on the live stream, chatting with the pole position drivers in every single class and just having a little natter about the event in general and how they feel going into proper racing action later on today and into tomorrow. And speaking of which, after that pole sitter prize giving, we'll go into the first round of qualifying heats. Of course, in exactly the same order that we've had for the qualifying sessions this morning. Now, on all of my notes that I've got, I know I've got it down as lap length, but I know it's been changed to being minutes length instead for all of the races. So I actually don't know how long the races are going to be later on. So when I find out, will be when you find out as well. And then we'll have one round of qualifying heats for all classes. Then pretty much straight into the second round of qualifying heats, and then that'll bring our day to a close here on the Friday at least for the IAME Nordic Cup 2025, and then we'll come back tomorrow to do it all again. No qualifying sessions tomorrow. Drivers heading out for warm-ups, which won't be covered on the live stream. Then we'll be straight into those slightly longer super heats. Then we'll go for the drivers' presentation of the super heats, and then after that, the finals in every single class. And of course, all racing out there on track matters throughout the weekend, but that is when it matters most. You get yourself to the front of the final, you win yourself a lovely bit of silverware and potentially a couple of prizes as well. Well then, all the mini drivers down in the pit lane looking like they're about ready to head on out. They wait to see the green flag. And once that's out, it'll be 8 minutes counting down on the gantry for this one. Looking like who have we got in this session? This is going to test me, this one. Every single driver in this one is Norwegian. So I'll do my best with pronunciations through this one. Jenny K. Nordvang, definitely a driver to watch out here in the minis. Now, Jenny was pole position in the Cadeti final at last year's Nordic Cup. She wasn't quite able to convert that into the win overall. And at the moment, currently sitting P29 in the IAME Series Norway mini class. Now, I don't believe, if my memory serves me correctly, that the Norway Championship, the Norwegian Championship, I should say, has actually been to this circuit just yet. I think that's at the end of the season later on. So not only is this a fantastic one-off event to secure yourself some top prizes, it's also great for a bit of learning, a bit of tuition as you get ready for those rounds of the regular championship season as well. Hopefully drivers will convert that pace into some positive results. I'm just going through as well, of course, I did all of my commentary notes earlier this week and last week, so the entry's slightly different, so I'm trying to check who is actually in this one. But I'll count you through as best I can. Looks like an issue for one of the drivers there in the dummy grid, just trying to get that engine back into life. And looks like they're still struggling to do so, so hopefully not an issue already for one of our drivers. Looks as though as well, one of the drivers that's just headed out onto the track just has a transponder number on my screen, so hopefully we can get that sorted and let you know who that is heading on around the track. As you can see, they're simply represented by an open bracket on the live stream timing. Looks as though, oh no, not fixed, and a spin straight out of the pits there for the 106. Obviously cranking that steering lock on to try and get a bit of heat in the tyres, but clearly nowhere near enough heat in those tyres just yet for the 106 of Jenny K. Nordvang. Sadly, Jenny, that one was caught on the cameras. But either way, pick yourself back up. One little small mistake out of the pits never hurt anyone. Head on out. You've still got lots of time to get things sorted in this session. Sadly, it is looking like a bit of an issue for one of our drivers there down in the dummy grid. I do believe that's Daniel Storlin. So Daniel from the Team Pro Karting outfit, the 132, having some sort of engine issue down there on the dummy grid. As there we go. There he is, the 132 across the start-finish line outside my commentary box window. So we do have, I believe, all the drivers we were expecting heading out onto the circuit now. It's now 13 drivers in total to have crossed the timing beam and kicked off this session. As you can see on your screen, it's new fastest lap for transponder number 13848836. So big up to transponder. Great time sat there, 50.8, kick off the session. I can imagine this one, it's going to be rather close yet again out there. A number more drivers in this one, the most we've seen, the busiest that we've seen the circuit so far today, with 13 drivers taking to it. Like I say, over a kilometre in length, so it gives the opportunity for some pretty big grids here at KNA Varna. So still, even with 13 drivers out there, still plenty of space to be found if that's what the drivers decide that they want to do. We've mentioned a couple of times already whether the drivers decide to go it alone or work together with maybe a teammate or even a rival. If you know someone's quick, it's a good person to work with. That's what a couple of the Kart Republic drivers are doing out there. They're heading around the final corner now at the moment. Who is that we've got? The 180 of Espen Mo. And the 144 is the driver behind him. And that's your fastest driver at the moment, Jakob Berget. Jakob, very fast. He's just set another purple lap time. So clearly that working together, working a treat. Well, he's just been pipped now by Adrian Mikkelsen. And again, a driver we've already seen out so far today in the Junior 60s. Ole Alexander Sørli-Smistad gets to the top for now. First driver down into the 49 so far in this session. I can see as well, Adrian Mikkelsen has dropped down into the 49s. He's currently showing us third place on the timing tower you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. But he has gone faster than Jakob. So hopefully that should update in a few moments' time. There is a nice shot of sector number 3. I will say you can't notice it as much on the live stream as I was watching from last year, and I was surprised when I arrived at the circuit about how much elevation change there is. Now, there's not huge hills like you would see at some kart tracks back in the United Kingdom, but there are definitely some big up and down sections. The biggest one, I would say, you come under the bridge section left-hander. You have a small upwards up into heading through into sector number 3, and there's a big downhill braking zone into a sharp right-hander. So that's a difficult one to contend with. It is banked a little, which makes it a little bit easier for you to hug the right line and hold the speed through the corners. But either way, there you go. What a beautiful shot. Thank you. Someone's listening to me, it seems like. Thank you. I apologise that you have to listen to me, but anyway, there is the lovely shot of that corner. Now, I know the corners here don't have any names, which makes it, well, I was going to say more difficult for me, but actually I probably wouldn't be able to pronounce them anyway, so maybe a bit easier. But like I say, that's down into sector number 3, that is, and that beautiful open camera shot gives you a really nice view of the drivers. You can see here, that is the 2 Kart Republic drivers, I do believe, heading on down. A little flick of the back end there for the driver following. I do believe that's Jakob Berget, who's following in. No, he's moved ahead now. It's the 180 of Espen Mo, now the driver in behind. So clearly working together well. There's clearly been a bit of a team talk between these two of, right, the slipstream's going to really help us find a bit of lap time here. I'll have a couple of laps in front, then we'll switch. You have a couple of laps in front. We can use each other's tone very nicely and try and get us both further up the grid. Well, it's working at the moment. Espen on that front row. Jakob on row number 2. It's Adrian Mikkelsen who joins them on that row 2. Ole Alexander Suli Smistad on pole position for the moment. Just less than 0.4 of a second separating those drivers. And if we look back to the practice times, it was Adrian Mikkelsen who was the fastest across practice. A 49.631 fastest time. Well, we've already smashed that by about 0.3 of a second. 49.392 the time to beat, set by Ole Alexander Sürli, but he's just put in a purple sector 2. Could this be even faster for the 197? Two drivers going side by side. One of those was the 197, and there's a good time from Jenny Nordvang. Jenny jumps away up into second place. And a great time from really from nowhere, that one. Jenny was further down in the order before that lap, down in sort of 8th or 9th place. Jumped straight up into P2. And there really isn't a lot of time left. 45 seconds left to go on the clock. These drivers across the line might just... No, we're down to the 49, so no, they will be starting their final lap of this session. We've got about 6 or 7 more drivers now heading through sector number 3 as they begin their last laps of this one. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. I definitely have a little bit of... slowness in the box. Yeah, I can see the timer on my screen has stopped at 39 seconds, but I can see the timer outside my window is ticking down to 0 now. So checkered flag is out then on the gantry. See if I can get this reloaded. Aha! I think it has. No, we're still stuck at 18 seconds. Well, I'll try my best to call you through as they head across the finish line. Or I guess the Norwegian line, you'd call it. Sorry, that was awful. That's an awful first stroke of the day. I'm sorry, my British humour is going to come through, which, aka, not funny at all. We'll see how this all finishes then. Timer ticking down to 0. A couple of drivers chopping and changing in the order. It's Daniel Stollen jumps up to P7 on the last couple of times of asking. Oliver Christiansen Campelien gets a slightly better time as well, jumps his way up into the top 10. But like I say, as you can see on the live stream, the timer here has still gotten stuck at 18 seconds. So doing my best to call you through on these last couple of laps, but I'm not actually sure if any of the drivers have changed where they are on the grid. So anyway, at least to my knowledge, Ole Alexander Sürli still your fastest driver out there on circuit as the session comes to a close. And Jenny K. Nordvang, the driver who I believe will be alongside him on the front row of the grid. Jakob Ovrenberger there on row 2 with Espen Moe, then Christopher Melhus, Adrian Mikkelsen, then Daniel Stollen, Berk Branslet Bendiksvold, then Marcus Alberg, Oliver Christiansen Campelien, then our transponder number, who I still don't know who that is, but our transponder number there in 11th place with Christian Björgen and Shelley Sander. Your 13 karts that were out for that qualifying session, getting everything said and done. And that is Mini qualifying over and done with. I think we only have 2 more qualifying sessions left to come for this one. As you can see, our junior drivers all getting themselves ready in the dummy grid for their session to begin. Right then, getting ready to go for the fourth qualifying session of the weekend. Once again, we've increased the numbers of karts out on circuit here as we head into the junior classification. Currently entered onto the live timing anyway. We've got 21 drivers, and great to see a good mix of different nationalities in this one as well. Two Finnish drivers. Or is it one? Am I going crazy? Sorry, one Finnish driver. My apologies for Linus Listed. They're in 21st place. Of course, positions don't matter. It's literally just who is entered. I don't even know why I said that. One Icelandic driver out there racing for Ravnas Racing, Bernhardo Ravnas. And two Swedish drivers as well, Ludvig Granqvist and Kevin Garib. And then the rest of the drivers, all of Norwegian descent once again for this one. But great to see some drivers making the relatively short trip. I mean, it's still quite a long trip, but comparatively to a lot of the other events that you guys must travel to, a relatively short one to nip across a couple of borders and head to this race weekend. Of course, not quite so close for Mr. Ravnas out there from Iceland. I think that's an even longer flight than I had to take. So fair play to Bernhardo getting out here and enjoying themselves and getting out for 8 minutes of qualifying in only a couple of moments' time. So for X30 Junior then, all drivers in the field between 12 and 15 years of age. Of course, a couple of the lower classes, slightly new to me, the sort of slightly different engine regulations and things compared to what I would see back in the UK. But Junior X30, known across the world, all the same across Europe and across the UK. And I think it's all branched out into the US now as well. Taking the world by storm is the IAME classifications. And you can see the drivers hopping in their karts and getting themselves in the zone and ready to go for this one. Minimum weight of 150 kilos in this one, so I might do a little bit better in this one. Last year, 2024 results, it was Joachim Askeland took the win in Junior X30. Alexander Rokstad and Linnea Jensen, they're your top three. It was Fredrik Flud Engelbretsen, who was your pole sitter in 2024. And we'll see if any of those drivers, firstly, are here to look to retain those podium positions. And secondly, if they are, whether they're able to do so. Just looking down the list, I don't believe we do. Linnea Jensen, we do indeed have on the number 344. Racing for Stian Surly Motorsports is Linnea. So third place last year in the final for Linnea. Very impressive performance from her. But of course, she'll be looking to get a couple of steps higher on that podium. That's what all the drivers will be looking to do out there. And a number of new names as well heading out onto the black stuff in this one, which is lovely to see. Yes, we do have Joachim Askeland, your winner last year. So finally, we do have a class where someone has returned for 2025 to look to defend that crown. We'll see if Joachim is able to do that as we look for the session to begin. Here we go then. Drivers just about getting ready to go. Great to see the sportsmanship down in the dummy grid as well. One driver heading around and giving almost the entire field some respectful handshakes as they get ready to go. Hopping into the karts and heading out on circuit in a couple of moments' time. Like I say, new record, at least for today, of how many drivers that we're seeing out on the circuit at one time. If we do see all 21 heading out onto the black stuff. Now, as well, we were talking about a couple of drivers heading back to try and defend their impressive finishing positions in 2024. Like I said, Joachim Askeland in this one on the number 331, defending his crown here in X30 Juniors. I think one of the drivers to watch is going to be the 304 of Ludwig Granqvist. Now, Ludwig, last year, was a winner here at the IAME Nordic Cup, but was not in Junior X30. That was in Junior 60 last year. So Ludwig making the jump up from Junior 60 into proper full Junior X30 karts. A little bit more power to contend with for Ludwig, but I'm sure he'll take it all in his stride. Of course, after winning that ticket last year in the Junior 60 category, entered himself into the IAME World Finals out in Spain in the X30 Mini category and managed to finish in second place overall. So I think we can definitely assume and agree that Ludwig, a very, very fast pedaler out there in a car. And I assume as well that'll be able to be carried over into this X30 Junior classification as well.
Apologies, I'm stealing one of your...
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Green flag out on the circuit. Already a bit of contact there in the... Let's wait and see. Immediately, top two fastest time on the board. Granqvist and Askeland. The two we were chatting about already, looking to be the pace setters out there around this KNA Varna circuit. We'll let them bed in a little bit more before we start properly looking at the lap times for the moment. Let's get your fastest driver out there up on the graphics. There he is, Ludwig Granqvist at the moment, jumping up into the class for the first time this year. And like I say, Ludwig, your pace setter at the moment. We'll check back in with that graphic in a few moments' time. Thank you very much to the guys getting me sorted with the newly updated timetable for the weekend. So yeah, 8 minutes plus 8 minutes of qualifying for every single class. Then for the qualifying heats later on this afternoon, it'll be 8 minutes plus 1 lap in the Junior 60s, the Cadetis and the Minis, and then it'll be 10 minutes plus 1 lap for the X30 Juniors, and then the Seniors and the Masters as well. Those qualifying heats scheduled to start around 1:30 p.m. local time. As there we go then. Time's beginning to fall out there. New fastest lap from Bernhard Ravnas. So the Icelandic driver, I do believe the only Icelandic driver across the weekend. Apologies if that is incorrect. I do believe he is the only Icelandic driver out there on the black stuff this weekend. Already showing why he made the trip over to Norway, because he's clearly got a lot of pace under him. We'll see if that can continue through the rest of the session as well. Ludwig Granqvist puts in a purple Sector 1 on this lap around the circuit, but it's Martin Omdahl who jumps up to the top then with a purple Sector 3. Hasn't found the best time in this session so far in Sector 1 or Sector 2, but that Sector 3 was so monstrously fast that he puts himself up to pole position. Nearly halfway through the session already in this one. Now that gap at the top, just over 1/100th of a second between Omdahl and Ravnas. Linnea Jensen, your third place finisher last year here in Junior X30, also right on the pace as well. She's up in fourth at the moment, about 1/10.5 off of the pole lap time. And I will say impressively as well, whole field only separated by about 1.2, 1.3 seconds. Really, really impressive pace from all of the drivers. See a few of them coming down the start-finish straight outside of my commentary box window. A couple of them just popping the hand over the radiator, trying to enrich the fuel that's going into the system. Puts a bit of strain on the engines, but of course in qualifying you want to eke every little bit of margin, especially when you find that gap at the top of the order so ridiculously close. Looks as though my timing's almost bang on. I'm a few seconds behind, I think, on my live timing compared to the gantry. But all close enough. They reshuffle the order then. It's Omdahl still at the top. Christiansen in second place. Ravnats puts in a new personal best. Bernhard Ravnats jumps up into third place. And Linnea Jensen still there in fourth. Ludwig Granqvist, of course, making that jump up into the class for this year. They're in P5 at the moment. Still on some really good pace, but not quite able to challenge those drivers right at the top. Ravnas jumps up to P2 with that last time around the circuit. Less than 1/10 of a second in it between your fastest drivers. As we drop into less than 3 minutes yet to go. Vebjorn Glenda. Vebjorn, I'm going to butcher that name. Apologies for the 367. Well, it's a great lap time. Anyway, I'm just glad he can't hear me, to be honest, at the moment. Fourth place. Good little time from himself. Racing for Team Pro Karting. So it's a slightly improved time from Ludwig Granqvist, but he stays there in fifth place, given that Vebjorn jumps up ahead of him. Linnea Jensen still there in sixth place now. Can't quite find a time to beat him. I've just seen as well, we had that car over down just before the bridge section. We got a driver off. We've now got a driver out of the session up here in sector number 3, right close to the entrance to the pit lane. I believe that's the 345. However, I do need to go to Specsavers because there isn't a 345 in the session. So I don't even know if that joke carries on over here. I don't know if you guys have Specsavers. Probably not. Maybe the 95 it is that is out of this one. And that would be Linus Thisted. So Linus potentially out of this one with only a couple of minutes to go. Sadly, not going to be improving his time across the final part of this session.
This is working locally. So
Here we go then. Thank you very much to Mika getting up the live timing. The local live timing means I'm not going to be behind for any of this, so we can call you through these last couple of laps here in X30 Junior. 10 seconds left to go on the clock. We tick down to 0. A couple of drivers trying to eke out a couple of extra laps. I think that driver, the 344 of Linnea Jensen, might have just seen the checkered flag there. Few drivers coming across the line then. Can any upset the party at the sharp end of the field? It's still Martin Omdahl who leads the way. A 44.3 now has extended that gap to 1.5 tenths over Bernhard Ravnas. Ravnas crosses the line and doesn't find any more time. Granqvist stays in 5th place. Let's see, 332 comes across the line. Kevin Goodham stays in 13th. MLB Braten there stays in P9. Henrik Tumter Hagen stays in 18th place, and it doesn't seem like anyone is going to improve over these last couple of laps. The 3:44 last across the line. Linnea Jensen just about ekes out another lap time there, but sadly couldn't go any faster. And that'll mean it is Martin Omdahl who is your pole positions holder in Junior X30. Bernhardo Ravnas, your only Icelandic driver there, on the front row of the grid. Fantastic. Fantastic to see that. Now, biggest upset of the session. I would say your winner last year in Junior X30, Joachim Askeland, only P11 in that session. And no, I was just checking whether he was one of the drivers that we lost during that one. He wasn't. Completed all 11 laps. Same as the rest of the drivers out there, so just not quite able to find the pace this time was Joachim. Maybe an issue with the car, maybe just a bit slow out of the blocks this morning. We know he could be faster on this circuit. He won the final last year, but he's got it all to do from P11 on the grid for the 2 qualifying heats. Second row is going to be Patrick Christensen with Norbert Jr. Plazewski on the second row alongside with him. Then it's your Junior 60 reigning champion of Ludwig Granqvist there on row 3. Alongside him is Vebjorn Glenda. Then Linnea Jensen and Christian Gether Gundersen, they're on row number 4. So it was a place or two lost there right at the dying moments for Linnea Jensen. MLB Braten there with Adrian Yerder on row number 5. And then as I mentioned, Joachim Askeland there on P11. Alongside him on row number 6 will be Lucas Emil Lufschus. Then Kevin Garib and Linus Disted. Then Oliver Rogmo Hodge. Silas Sjeviad Ellefsen, then Philip Sladlam, Henrik Tumt Hagen and Johan Bones, and then Gabriel Mortensen and Magnus Braten. There, I believe, you're all of your 21 finishers. They are indeed your 21 drivers to set a time in that session. And I've got to say, between all 21 drivers out there in X30 Junior, they were all separated by less than a second. 0.991 off of the pace was Magnus. That is a ridiculously close margin and just shows the talent that is on offer here at the IAME Nordic Cup. Make sure you stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. You do not want to miss the racing action coming on later today for those qualifying heats. I think it's going to be rather exciting, to say the least. Right then, we are on to our last of the qualifying sessions for the 2025 IAME Nordic Cup here at KNA Varna. And left to go is only the X30 Seniors and the X30 Masters. Like I mentioned, we've only got one singular X30 Master, and that is the race promoter, X Promotions channel manager of Mikko Lanet. I'm going to try and get your last name right, Mikko, I promise. I know we spoke in the box and he was like, yeah, I'm known as Mikko Lane by every British commentator ever. I'll try and make it a bit better, but I'll do my best. We'll see how Mikko gets on out there. The only master driver, as I mentioned. So we should have 19 drivers in total, 1 being a master, 18 being in the senior classification. But I think I know who I'm going to be speaking to for pole position in the Masters. I don't think the bookies are taking any bets for that one. Not great odds on that one, to say the least. Let's see how this one goes then. Of course, last year in 2024, it was Philip Svensson who took the win overall in the seniors, with Alina Lee Rolfsen in second place and Sebastian Svensson in third. Pole position was held by Vilmos Farm, but clearly all went a little bit wrong in the racing conditions. See if they're able to continue that on through this one. Then I know that Alina Lee Rolfsen is in this one because she was setting the timing sheets alight in practice earlier on this morning. Now, if I can meander my way around my laptop, which it turns out I can't, I'll try and get you up those practice times earlier on. Right, there we go. Just about worked out what I'm doing. Well, I wouldn't quite go that far. Best practice times of today then. Okay, cool. So over the course of the entirety of the practice sessions, Alina Lee Rolfsen in third place. Fastest time of a 43.875. My goodness, it's so close. Oh my goodness, that's ridiculous. 6.5 hundredths of a second separated the fastest lap times of the top 4 fastest drivers across X30 Senior. Ridiculous, that gap. That is absolutely crazy. We had Oliver Heigrud Teig was the fastest driver out there, only by about 3 hundredths ahead of Kasper Henriksen. Then Alina Lee Rolfsen was a further 2 hundredths behind Kasper. And then Cornelia Constance Rohr Kjelkrem was your 4th fastest across practice, a further 1 hundredth slower. So, yeah, like I say, 6.5 hundredths separating the top 4 in practice. Well, if that's anything to go by as we head into qualifying conditions, I think this is going to be a rather exciting one, to say the least. And when we get into racing conditions, goodness, that is going to be spicy. Because if you're that close on pace, they're going to be following line astern for the entirety of the race. If anyone goes for moves, they slow down ever so slightly. They're all that close on pace. They'll just stick right together yet again. So like I say, don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're looking forward to this. Our final qualifying session of the 2025 IAME Nordic Cup. X30 Senior and X30 Master about to get underway. Good to see again in this one. Quite a different number of drivers from different nationalities in this one yet again. Of course, as expected, a lot of Norwegians in this one. We have got 5 Swedish drivers. I still can't get my counting correct, with 2 Finnish drivers as well. One of those being Mikko Lane, your singular X30 Masters driver. So here we go then. Again, a rather busy circuit out there for this one. 19 drivers in total, and we'll see whether that causes any upsets in terms of the running order. But given it is still 8 minutes plus no laps, it'll be plus 1 lap for the heats later on. 8 minutes in total for these qualifying sessions. That'll mean, with these drivers putting in faster lap times, given that they're on faster karts, they should eke out more lap times than the previous slower classes, and that will mean that they get more times around the circuit, they get more opportunities to put those times in, and thus, hopefully, should find some more lap time out there. We shall wait and see whether that does, in fact, play out, though. Let's have a look at who we got then in this one. The 401 of Johannes Nyberg. Then we've got Max Anderson on the 406. Elias Hagen on the 411. Michael Stamnes on the 414. Victor Gustafsson on the 417. Isaac Hofberg on the 433. Douglas Gulliman on the 438. Andrew Slatlam on the 445. Joachim Matheson on the 448. Kasper Henriksen on the 456. Lucas Fossa on the 458. William Lundborg on the 459. Harold Hugby Matheson on the 460. Cornelia Constance Rohr Kjelkrem on the 461. VT Vannanen on the 470. The 477 of Alina Lee Rolfsen. Then Oliver Heigrud Teig on the 485. Timian Hasted on the 492. And Mikko Lane on the 511. Those are your 19 drivers who will be heading out onto circuit in a couple of moments' time. Just waiting for those green flags to be flown around this beautiful KNA Varna circuit here in Norway. Like I've said, what a pleasure it is to be here joining you all for this fantastic racing action in the 2025 IAME Nordic Cup. I hope you're all thoroughly enjoying yourselves, where we're only just getting started out here on the black stuff. Qualifying sessions nearly over. Then, like I mentioned, don't go anywhere on the live stream, because you'll soon be able to see the qualifying pole position award presentation. And then, drivers, aren't you so lucky? You'll get to talk to me. What a prize that is. I hope you can tell that I'm being sarcastic there. That's very British of me. Sarcasm comes easily to a Brit. Just hopefully that conveys you don't think I'm a probably word I can't say on the live stream. Anyway, let's get ready to rumble then. 8 minutes on the clock, ready for this X30 Senior and Master qualifying session. Here we go then, final qualifying session of the day is underway here. The X30 Seniors and X30 Master heading out onto the circuit, ready to put some times down and ready to see who can grab that pole position. Like I said earlier, from the practice results, it's looking like Oliver Hagerud-Teig, Kasper Henriksen, Elina Lee Rolfsen and Cornelia Constance Rohr-Hjelkrem are the drivers to watch. Those were the four fastest, all separated by less than a tenth of a second in practice earlier on. But of course, practice times don't mean anything now. Every driver heads back to zero. They start again. And who can be the fastest out of the blocks? And who can be the fastest by the end of this 8-minute session? See drivers just weaving around on those opening laps, getting heat into those tyres, getting heat into the braking systems to get themselves straight on the pace as early as they possibly can. Well, first proper flying lap then. And looks like fastest time is... Oliver Hagerud-Teig is the fastest one out of the pits. Fastest first sector is William Lundborg. So William with the fastest sector number 1 at 12.5. A couple more drivers coming through sector number 2 now as Cornelia Constance Rohr-Hjelkrem finishes her first lap out of the pits. And Viti Vannanen up near the sharp end for the moment as well, the Finnish driver. Looking to do it for his country. Like I say, 2 Finnish drivers out in this one. Viti Vannanen in the seniors and Mikko Lane in the masters. So first proper flying laps then. Kasper Henriksen gets to the top of the timing immediately by what was a decent margin. Immediately that falls away. Less than half a tenth of a second back to Elias Hagen at the moment. Max Anderson right in there with a shout as well, about a tenth of a second behind. And Elina Lee Rolfsen there as well. But Elina has just put in purple sector 1 and purple sector 2. The 477 looking to hook up this lap and put herself straight to the 4. That's exactly what she does. 44.123. New time to beat. Half a tenth of a second quicker than Elias Hagen at the moment. Round the final corner come a couple of our drivers. That's the 511 starting a new lap. That is Mikko Lane, who's heading down through the first couple of corners. Your event organizer, and great to see him out and getting on with it as well. It's very rare. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a series organizer out on the track with the drivers as well, but how brilliant to see that. He said when we were chatting earlier in the commentary box before we went live that, of course, they want to create an event that they want to race in as well. Well, clearly that's worked because he's out there and he's getting stuck in and involved. So fantastic for Mikko, the only Masters driver out there on circuit for this weekend's action. Well, 2 Norwegians back to the top then. Elias Hagen slips down into 3rd place. Kasper Henriksen, one of the quick drivers from practice, now finding his way back to the 4. First driver down into the 43s though is Elina Lee Rolfsen. 43.972 for Elina, but again, that gap so ridiculously small. Less than a tenth between the top 3 at the moment. It's a purple sector 1 and a purple sector 2 for Elias Hagen. We wait to see the 411 come around the last couple of corners to end the lap. New personal best of Timian Hasted jumps up to 2nd place, but there you go. Elias Hagen across the line, and he drops down into the 43.7s. Great last lap from Elias Hagen. Stakes his claim for pole position. Over 1.5 tenths now the gap. Back to Kasper Henriksen. Elina Lee Rolfsen drops to the 2nd row of the grid, with Douglas Gerleman and Viti Vannanen there on row 3 at the moment. As there it was confirmed on your screen on the live streams then. More drivers across the line. No one finding any more time, I don't believe anyway. As now it's this one was supposed to be hard wide and I wasn't supposed to be behind it. Oh, that's why. I'm the one being an idiot, don't worry. It's counting up, not counting down. There we go. Easy mistake for me to make. Anyway, 3 minutes left to go in this session then. Drivers continuing to find a bit more time, but that gap created there by Elias Hagen is a serious confidence builder for Elias. Like we mentioned, he wasn't up in that top 4 in practice earlier on. Elias was down in 9th place in practice, only 7 laps completed compared to the 12 of a lot of the other drivers. But clearly, those lap times weren't needed in practice for Elias. Like I say, it all gets reset. We head into qualifying, and this is where Elias has pulled the cat out of the bag. New personal best for Casper Henriksen and Max Anderson. Max Anderson jumps up onto the 2nd row of the grid. Casper Henriksen, like I say, new personal best, puts himself within a 10th now of Elias Hagen's time, but still not quite able to beat it. I keep my eyes firmly locked on that timing screen with 2 minutes left to go. New personal best from Cornelia Constance Roch-Jelklem. She jumps up into 8th place. One of the drivers who saw up in the top 4 in practice earlier on. Not quite finding the time just yet. We've still got a couple more minutes left to go in this one. A few more opportunities to find a little bit more time. Casper Henriksen comes across the line yet again, doesn't find any more time, this time around the KNA Varna circuit. And again, we've sort of seen this across the rest of the categories as well so far today. Drivers finding a lot of time early on, really eking it out through the session, and then in the last couple of laps, it just dropping away a little bit, not able to eke that time. I don't think we've seen anyone steal pole in the last lap so far today. Will it happen here in the X30 Seniors? It might just do, you know, purple sector 2 for Casper Henriksen. New personal best for Cornelia as well. She jumps up into 6th place then, onto the 3rd row. Goes Roach-Jelklem. And Casper Henriksen across the line. Lost a bit of time there in sector number 3. Does not put in a personal best. Does Casper. We're into the final minute on the clock now. I think drivers, as they come round, we're going to be dropping towards their fastest lap. This is going to be close. No, it'll be 42 as the 4.58 of Lucas Foster crosses the line. So this will be last lap beginning for our drivers. So as we head into the last couple of minutes of the, or last couple of seconds, sorry, of this session, Hagen across the line. Doesn't go any faster. That's still the time to beat then, 43.752. Can anyone challenge the 4.11 of Elias Hagen? Well, he's looking to go even faster. Purple sector 1 for Elias Hagen on his final lap around the track. Timer ticking down towards 0. It's hit 0. Checkered flag out on the gantry. Can anyone steal away this pole position? New personal best from Cornelia Constance Roch-Jelklem sees her jump up onto row 2 now, alongside Alina Lee Rolson for the moment. More drivers across the line. Timmy Hash says if Alina Lee Rolson stays in 3rd place. No drivers finding more time out there, sadly. And not even Elias Hagen. Did he just match his time? No, he did go even faster than Elias Hagen. That purple sector 1 coming in clutch and extends the gap to over a 10th of a second as the last couple of drivers head across the checkered flag, head across the start-finish line. The session comes to a close and it's Elias Hagen, 9th place in practice. Like we say, practice times don't matter at all. In qualifying, he puts the pedal to the metal, and Elias Hagen takes pole position in the X30 senior class. It'll be Casper Henriksen, who's alongside him on that front row, with Alina Lee Rolson and Cornelia Constance Roch-Jelklem, an all-female row number 2. Timmy Hastad and Oliver Halgrove tied there on row 3, followed by Max Anderson, William Lundbo, then Douglas Gerleman, Vitsi Vananen. Then behind them, outside of the top 10, Harold Hugby Matheson, then Johan Nyberg. Alongside him will be Joachim Matteson, then Isaac Hofberg, Lucas Foster, Victor Gustafsson, Michael Stanwell. That made it rather exciting, didn't it, out there on the black stuff? Those qualifying sessions, super, super close. Well done to all the drivers who were out there batting it out in qualifying. But of course, a special congratulations to all the drivers able to bag themselves a pole position. the IAME Nordic Cup 2025. And not only have you bagged yourself the best place on the grid, the best place to carry that momentum into the racing action later on today and into tomorrow, you've also bagged yourself a chat with me. What is better than that? Well, I'll be joining you down on the podium in a few moments' time to have a chat with our pole sitters in each of the classes. And if you're watching on the live stream, don't go anywhere. That should be with you in a few moments' time. You should see all of us down on the podium in a few moments. Let me head back to my updated timetable, which was very kindly opened for me. There we go. On to Friday's action. Right then, qualifying all done and dusted. It looks like we're actually pretty much bang on time, to be fair. Despite that slightly later start with the microphone issues, we're pretty much bang on time. I was just about to say that. Thank you. Let's put the graphic on the screen. Pole sitter prize giving, 12:15 local time. So that's going to be in about 20 to 25 minutes time down at the podium. So stick around if you're on the live stream. If you're listening beside the circuit, head down to the podium in around 20 minutes time for that pole sitter prize giving, where we'll give out the prizes to our pole sitters, and we'll have a little chat with them, see how they're feeling going into the rest of the racing action later today. Like I say, once that's all done, it will be at 1:30 local time where the qualifying heats will kick off, starting with the junior 60s. Make sure you're around for that. Like we've seen with how close the timings are out there on circuit, it's sure to make for some unbelievable racing. We'll see you all very, very soon for that pole sitter prize giving. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Test, test. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Oh. There's a little bit of crackle there. I think we're good. See if this microphone makes it all the way to the podium. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. I think if it's a clear line, it seems okay. Testing, testing. Just make sure it's fine over here. Testing, testing. Oh, maybe I'll have to stand a bit further away from the podium. Test, test. Yeah, okay, cool. Around here should be absolutely fine. Cool. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. If I stand a little bit further away from the podium, that works a little bit better. Welcome. Thank you for the IAME Nordic Cup 2025. The way to kick it off. The qualifying was very exciting. A number of the classes separated by only a couple of tenths of a second, and now you finally get to see the face of the man who's been annoying you over the airwaves so far today. Now, before we get on with the awards, I might just have to stand off camera for this one. We're going to kick it off with the IAME Norway top 3 in the ladies class from the last round, as I don't believe the trophies were given out. So we're going to start it off in the ladies class. Third place was Cornelia Hjelkrem. Then second place on the podium, it was Lee Rolson. And then your winner, it was Jenny Nordvang. Lovely. Well done to the 3 ladies. They're your top 3 in the last round of the IAME Norway series. Right then, let's crack on with the pole position then from the IAME Nordic Cup. We'll start off with the Cadeti class. And your pole position holder was Eva Engelstadt. Lovely. Well done, Eva. I'm going to try my best to bring this microphone down to you. Hopefully it'll work. Right then. You're a lot taller than me up there. Well done. Pole position. That must feel pretty good. Perfect start to the weekend.
Yes.
A man of few words on the podium then. Well, you're letting your talking be done out on the circuit. It was nearly a half a second gap around this track. I think I can assume it's a track you quite enjoy.
Yes.
Cool, perfect. Thank you, mate. Well then, like I say, perfect start to the weekend. And I can imagine looking to take that momentum onto the racing later.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you for that, mate. Well done, Eva. There we go then. Your pole sitter in the Cadeti class. We will move straight on to your... I think it does. I think you're right. I'm just going to stay over here. Sorry, you have to see me on the camera even more. Right then. We'll move to... See if it works over here. See if it works over here. Right, there we go. Up next, a double pole in 2 different classes, both the junior 60 and the mini class. It was Ole Alexander Sørli Smistad. Right then, Ole. I mean, you would have hoped to have one of those in your hands. You've got 2. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Fantastic. If anyone wants to give me more than a one-word answer, you're more than welcome to. I understand. You're super happy, but this is only the beginning point of the weekend. You've got lots of racing still.
Yeah. It's fun.
Good. At least you're having fun out there. Now it was only a tenth or two gap in both of the classes that you got pole, so still nice and close. Are there any drivers that you're looking at out there that you're thinking, oh, they could be a bit challenging when we get into racing?
Adrian.
Wow, the specific call out there from Ole. Well, we'll watch out for those two. Well done, IAME Nordic Cup 2025 double pole sitter. Well done, Ole. If I can get the microphone to work again, there we go. We'll move on to your X30 Junior pole sitter. It was the number 302 of Martin Ondal. Lovely. Well done, Martin. Now, Martin, in the Junior X30s, it was the closest qualifying gap of any class. I think it was 0.039 back to second and 0.066 back to third. You were the one ahead of them, so pole position for you. Well done.
Thank you.
Impressive stuff. Now, like I say, it's super close out there in terms of qualifying. I assume it's going to be the same when it gets to racing. Now, it's nice blue skies here at the moment, but it's not looking like that's going to continue. Would you prefer it to stay dry, or you like the wet conditions?
I prefer that it stays dry.
Okay, well, I don't think the gods are going to agree with you, sadly. It's looking a bit moist. But you're starting at the front, so really, if you can just keep them all behind you, it doesn't really matter if it's wet or dry.
No.
Perfect. Well done. Pole position in X30 Juniors, Martin Ondal. And the X30 Seniors, then, your pole sitter was the number 411 of Elias Hagen. Hello. You appeared out of nowhere. Lovely. Well, Elias, you're more than welcome to give me more than a one-word answer, and thank you back down to my level, otherwise I would have been really having to reach up there to chat to you. Now, another really close gap, only about a tenth of a second. Is there a particular point on the track where you think, yeah, that's where I'm gaining a time, or is it more consistent over the entire lap?
I think it's more consistent over the entire lap, but of course there are some corners other people are faster and stuff, but you know, if you manage to put together a good lap, then of course you're going to be the fastest, you know.
Of course, and I've sat on this circuit just yet. It looks like a lot of fun. Now, you shouldn't be doing any overtaking because you're in the front. But if you do fall back, is there any particular corner where you're thinking, yeah, that's where I'm going to go for my moves?
I don't know if I want to reveal that, but of course I got some corners that I like to overtake, and you know, not every corner is good to overtake, but there's a few that I'm been looking at. So.
Okay, cool. Keeping cards close to the chest. Still lots of racing to come. But pole position, starting from the perfect place. Well done, X30 Senior pole position from Elias Hagen. Lovely. Now if I can get the microphone to work. I am going to call you out. I know that you're the only X30 Master driver, but we want to have a chat with him. Pole position in X30 Master went to Mikko Lane. You're going to back to my level. Thank you, Mikko. Like I said, a lot of drivers that you had to beat out there for pole position. That was a tough one for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, one of the hardest in my career. So, but anyway, at this age, you are happy that
if you can drive, you survive the qualifying, so target achieved.
You kept all limbs on throughout 8 minutes, so it's a positive session.
Yeah, for sure. And if you ask, I'm waiting for the rain.
Exactly, that's where the balance will come into play, so perfect. But of course, an event promoter here for the IAME Nordic Cup. Can you tell us a little bit more about it and go into a bit more detail?
Well, I would say that, of course, we come from Finland all the way to Norway. I'm really happy that even if we have a small grid, I think that all the people will have a great event. We are focusing to create a memorable experience for everybody. And as I always say, we try to create events where we want to race ourselves. So now I kind of had to prove it myself. So.
You certainly proved it, mate. I look forward to seeing how you do in racing. But X30 master pole position then, Mikko Laine. Cheers, Mikko. Lovely. Well, hopefully you can continue to hear me. That's it for the pole position awards. Well done to all the pole position holders, and of course, all who are out there on circuit setting some rather quick lap times. Now, it'll only be about 15 or 20 minutes time until we see them back out on circuit for the first round of qualifying heats. We'll see you then.
Anna, vi er ikke mysa. Oliver. Oliver. Jeg er mysa. Oliver. Olivenolje. Der. Da vet dere at jeg er myse. Det er så mysa i det på. Ja. Det her er veldig.
Amstermeitä ja Sandstörm. Sand.
Der kommer du. Ut på grense. Boom! Slår hjul. Klipp det. Så hva skal vi gjøre i 45 minutter? Så må vi ha han var nummer 1, skulle du bare huske basseng. Han bytta mobilbilde og korsbasseng. Jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor ingen trodde på det. Kanskje det var fordi det var så få. Stille og rolig. Støvsuger? Jeg? Hvorfor? Ja, det er sluttet sånn millioner. Ja, bortsett, jeg har ikke dratt meg millioner. Jo, ja, men du drar alt det der som ikke det. Nei, det er noe annet. Ja, det er på tide å svare på. Nei. Han på fellesnavn i gruppa. Nei. Det er fellesnavn til det. Helvete. Husker du når jeg hadde sånn andre damer snapskott? Jeg liker på, jeg har passet en halv million. Har du? Ja. Jeg visste ikke for nå. Coach Wall, Coach Eng... Ja, men Coach Wall var du, var ikke? Jo. Coach Wall, det var han fra... Nei, det er jo ikke sånn. Hva da? Hvordan er det? Ja, han er jo i Dubai. Hva? Se, han lagde en video for 2 dager siden. Ja, ja det var det. første tid. Hun la oss for 2 timer siden. Coach Emil. Disco Pro. Hæ? Disco Pro. Oi. 200 kroner i måneden. Så Disco Pro. I premium, liksom. Ja, pluss koster 85 i måneden. Men de der coachene og Mayan, det er jo skamma folk også. Ble de liksom folk, Mayan i hvert fall gjorde det. Når de hadde liksom ventet på det greiene de skal, altså for å forbedre folk, og så når de da skal slutte å betale, så ble de fortsatt trekt. Det var klipp nummer 2. Det er rundt her. Haha. Yo. What is this? A little backwards? Har du stålrasker, Emil? Har du stålrasker, da? Vi har lukta på skiten. Nei. Det var Emil selv. Det var på tiden at noen vasket her. Ja, det var det. Ja. Sånn. Ja, alle har en tid. Da har vi fått stol. Takke være mora di. Ja, pappa min. Ja, han sa ifra. Nei, jeg lager det på kreften. Det er hjertelig på. En blandings. Når jeg tatt på meg en buksa, da blir det varmt. Så skal jeg bare ta meg en buksa. Det blir godt at du ser at det mangler ting du ikke har noe å gjøre på. Ja, nå har jeg liksom ikke langt å støre nå. Nei. Jeg tenker bare på din weekend, det er viktig å ta. Så tar vi det. Ja. Det er liksom viktig først, den kroken og håndkle. Ja, sklimassen og kjøleskapet. Det er liksom akkurat passe heavy i arbeidet. Ja. Ta med deg skrutrekker på ferie. Så jeg er ganske gira på batteriet. Men det har så jævla veldig mye, så er det ikke klare å... Det er riktig noe, det er merker ut av den hele armen. I stedet for å si da, men... Det er riktig alt det der gjør det dritlig. Nei, vi kommer til bilen. Nei, det er Rusten som går skal skrive. Ja, det er faktisk bra. legger jeg til. Nei, han nevner det dritbra. Det er deilig å ferdig med det der. Ja, det er det. Ja. Jeg er jo ikke helt ferdig da, men jeg kan ta til hvert. Ja. Jeg så det på... Den bobla liksom. Ja. Så er det en selv igjen da, hvis det blir bra, men jeg lurer på om den skal få ut hva som blir som instituret, så det er det. Ja, det synes jeg. Men det må liksom bare... Jeg må bare gjøre sånn. Men strømmen er jo greit. Eller så må jeg gjøre litt sånn, hvis du ikke føler for å gjøre alt ferdig, så går det å jekke den fast med jettestopp så lenge. Og bare sånn håndtere det sånn i sommer, og så begynner jeg ut av... Ja, men er det ikke noe? Jeg skulle lage noe... Nei, det er ikke det. Men du skjønner hva jeg mener, hvis du ikke gjør liksom allting helt sånn, så har du jo ikke det. Jeg bare lurer på om jeg skal starte litt, og hvor jeg skal sette av til noen måneder, og bakke det med. Bakke det? Om jeg skal sende ut noe som klassikker i Norge. Det er jo et par legger imellom der, men det er bare noen måneder. Sånn at du gjennom en bok til buler, så er det enklere. Lager en treplater eller sånn som tester byttplater på gjennomgående i. Ja, det er ikke vesentlig noe veien på måte. Og det er sånn at for siden av oss, så er det både er forstår hans. Sikrer dem med at de er viktige. Ja, men den kan jo gjøre det her. Jeg vet ikke mye kompresjoner de tåler den veien. Jeg tror de ligger jo egentlig... Det er greit nok at brøsten skårer... Det er jo bedre nå. Nå var jo... Nei, men så gjør man en mann som skal vinne selv. Hvis jeg kan da, du setter respekt for det. Så fikk jeg prøvd fast litt så. Ja, sånn. Du legger jo begge bak. Han gjør jo drita og sånn eksamen. Eller Monaco. Jeg tenker vi kan jo legge 18 plass. Vi kan jo legge i yrkesstoppen også. Denne veien. Nei, men det er jo sjetteplass på meg hjemme, liksom. Jeg synes også det er litt. Nei, jeg står med Nelle. Ja, du har fisket på samme basse. Da står du med Nelle. Eller kan du åpne? Nei, det går ikke da. Ja, da har du det mye. Hei, hei. Må du ha en for mobilen, eller? Ja, det er. Det var lett natten. Ja, den er for tom. Ja. Jeg må egentlig ha lett lassebil med hengere. Stemmer det? Ja. Det er ikke lov. Det er ikke sånn at det er kanskje mer noen fakser og sånn, men du får ikke kjøpt den lenger. Nei? Altså, det er ikke noe oppsett, liksom. I don't think I am comfortable handling Nei, han vil si det.
Jeg vil komme midt i skolen her.
Det er sånn de sier det. Nei, jeg tror i morgen så er det ferdig. Hva sa vi? Det var 14 siste uker. Nei, 16. Så vi er vel ikke hjemme før 5. Ja, jeg tenker på det. Men jeg drar jo når det er ferdig. Ja, men jeg må ja, ferdig. Hei, hei. Ja, i dag var det enda lenger. 17 på. 16 på. Jeg skjønner så mange timer, så det er vel fint. Ja, men jeg skjønner ikke hvor det skal bruke det. Nei, det er som det med pause, skjønner du ikke. Nei, det er veteranene, og så regner på mye tid. Det er bra trykk i, eller i kortvaktmiljøet hvor det flere. Ja. Så nede der. Vi skal ha med russen om den lille kula. Kanskje ikke bort her på Varna. Kanskje ikke det blir litt for liten synsak. Ja. Til mange. Ja. Han vil den ikke så forstått. Jeg får liksom ikke den her til å sitte helt øde. Den skal liksom ha på to. Det er det som er standard. Man har begge ører i der. Alle bra. Er dere klare? Alla snudd det var inte det på botten kan jag emellan. Ser alla går upp. Alle den som havner i ruten. Det er ikke så mange på starten. Så jeg tror ikke det skjer så mye i dag. Det er få plasser. Det er liksom mer spesielt når det er 30 som starter. Da var det 18. Her? Ja, ikke sant. Det var en mann som kjører starten. Det var 21 ekstra bil.
Hello everyone, good afternoon and welcome back to the IAME Nordic Cup in 2025. We are still here at KNA Varna and the qualifying sessions for the 2025 Nordic Cup are all done and dusted. All that's left to come then is a bit of racing out there on the black stuff. I hope you're as excited as I am. We're going to be kicking it off with the first qualifying heat for the Junior 60s. It was an exciting qualifying session earlier on. Of course, a double pole position for Ole Alexander Syrli-Smistad in both the Junior 60s and the Mini classification. There is your full grid on screen. Alongside Ole is going to be Noel Harlin. Then it's Carl Silvifjall and William Axelson Nyman on the second row of the grid. Hugo Preischoff and Niklas Kangasalo on row number 3, with Oscar Vitala rounding out the 7-kart grid here in your Junior 60 classification. It was lovely to chat with all the drivers on the podium earlier on, all of your pole sitters in all of the different classes. Some drivers lacking in words, but excelling in pace out there on circuit, and realistically that's where you need to do the talking, is out on the circuit. And drivers finding some really good pace out there. Now let's have a look then. Of course, like I mentioned, Ole Alexander Surly Schmistad on pole position. If I can get my notes out, that would be really helpful, John. Well done. Right then, junior 60 pole position. So it's a 0.155 gap at the sharp end of the order for Ole. So not a huge gap, but one of the bigger ones out there, which I think, again, just highlights the talent on show here at the IAME Nordic Cup. So close amongst the entire field. And like I predicted earlier, I think that's going to transition into some very, very exciting racing when the lights do go green. And we're nearly ready to go then. Drivers have headed out of the dummy grid, and they'll be using this warm-up lap as best they can to get some heat in the tyres, get some heat in those brakes, get the engine nice and warm and ready to go. And not only are you thinking about the kart, you've got to think about yourself as well. They've got themselves stretched and ready to go. And now it's just getting all those butterflies in your tummy flying in the right direction. Keeping those nerves low. Of course, you want to start off as you mean to go on here at the IAME Nordic Cup with a positive result from the first race. But it's not all said and done after these. Of course, after these first round of qualifying heats, we'll have another round of qualifying heats almost straight after. And then tomorrow, the super heats and the finals. But here we go then, drivers lined up 2 by 2. They come round the final corner and we are going to go racing here at the 2025 IAME Nordic Cup. Straight off the line there goes the 297. Brilliant start from your pole sitter. Through the first couple of corners they go, and Ole Alexander Surly Schmistad leads us up and over the crest. Over the bridge they go. Looking for the move for second place there. Thinking about it down the outside with Silverfowl. So he's gained a place off of the start already. Has Silverfowl. Hugo Preischoff moving through as well. That's Axelsson Nyman just dropping down 1 or 2 places. Side by side. Out of the bridge section they go. And already the top 3 looking to make a bit of a breakaway. This will bear... It'll be interesting. Do we see those top 3 work together? Well, there's your answer. Straight down the inside goes the 213. There's Noah Hullet straight into the lead of the race on lap number 1. He wasn't waiting around for anything to happen there. Straight through into the lead. Across the line they go then. Surly Schmistad managed to hold on to second place as they head down through the first couple of corners yet again. Of course, it was Harlan with that first flying lap. Fastest time of the race already set by him as he steals the lead away in the early motions of this one. Carl Silverfjell sticking in the toe. These are a bit wide there for the 4th place man. That's wide for Preischoff. He done well to move on through past Axelsson Nyman, or was it Nyman that went wide? I mean, it's fantastic that these timings update so frequently, but it makes it more challenging for me here, seeing who's doing what from the box. Move down the inside, late move there into the penultimate corner. That was a beautiful move down the inside. Who's that now? Up into 4th place. It was the 298, I believe. Yes, it is. So that was Oscar Vitala gaining 3 positions there. Fantastic last lap from Vitala. He's looking confident out there. Happy to send those moves, and he's moved himself up to the lead of the charging pack. But these top 3, we saw 1 move on the first lap. They look to have stabilised again, but no, I think that maybe Surly Schmistad has got back through. As they come down into the final sector yet again, then has that re-switched around? Yes, it has. So sorry, I missed that one there out on the cameras. But your pole sitter has sneaked back through into the lead of this race. And despite those 3 chopping and changing ever so slightly, they continue to make a nice gap over the rest of the pack. So yes, it was Preischoff who went wide off of the underneath the bridge last time around. And given that those drivers were so close in behind him, it wasn't 1 place lost, it wasn't 2, it was 3 for Preischoff on that time around. It looks like he's stolen the place back, I think, just before they get under the bridge yet again. We're side by side for second place. Just about enough room given there. They bang wheels as they come down the hill. One of the fastest places on the circuit. And just about both keeping it on the black stuff. This is the invitation that Surly Schmistad needed, though. Purple lap time on the last one. He's now got a nice little breakaway over the rest of the pack. He checks over the shoulder and he can see how far behind the drivers are. He was over a second quicker on that last lap alone, given that Harlin and Silverfjall were battling over second place. And Surly Smithstad making a beautiful breakaway here in their first race of the day. Let's see if he can hold that gap then. It's up to 1.2 seconds. Only a couple of tenths still back to Silverfjall. And I will say, that gap back to the chasing pack, now they've all managed to settle down a bit, has closed up ever so slightly. But really, they're going to be hoping that those two ahead start to squabble yet again if they want any chance at bagging a top 3 finish in their first racing action here from the IAME Nordic Cup 2025. Yet again though on that last lap, Surly Smithstad faster than Hallin, but Silverfjall faster than all 3 of them on that last time around the circuit, down in the 48s, the only driver in the 48s, but only just. So I don't think that'll mean him catching your leader anytime soon, but he is chasing down the rear bumper of Harlin ahead of him. Noel's going to become under a bit of pressure if he's not too careful. And this is where those 3 in behind really need to work together, because if they start batting, they're going to be losing a lot of time and might just bring them back into the fight for the top 3. But Tyler still doing well there in 4th place. Ever since he stole that a couple of laps ago, he's very much remained there as the one leading the pack. The 2 teammates go side by side then. Axelsen, Nyman and Pryshov side by side. So Pryshov's got back through on Kangasala over the last couple of laps. And now he's pressuring his fellow countryman over 5th place. As new fastest lap for 3rd place. Silverfjall, purple lap time as he tries the move under the bridge. And I think he might have just got that done. Close and close enough. No, possibly they are still in the same order. My apologies. It was a little bit wide for Noah Harlin. But he managed to just about hold on to that one. But Silverfjall really putting that pressure on now. He's broken away, has Mitala in 4th place, the 298 creating a nice little gap over the rest of the challenging drivers, with side by side over 6th place. Kangasala and Pryshoff go side by side down into the first couple of corners. Now who had that inside line? They head up and over the bridge. It looks like it was Kangasalo who might have just stolen away 6th place in all of that. And it looks as though he has. Less than 2 minutes left to go then in the first bit of racing action here from KNA Varna. And Ollie Alexander Surly Smithstad has been doing a lovely job there, managing the pace at the sharp end of the order. Continues to check over the shoulder, just double check where his rivals are, and he's activating that human DRS down the front straight, dropping his head down below the steering wheel, becoming as aerodynamic as physically possible for Ole Alexander Surly there. Silverfjall right on the tail of Harlin. Harlin dealing with this pressure very well. He's driving beyond his years here is Noah. But Silverfjall all over the back of him. I thought he might think about that move to the inside there, down into the late braking right-hander. Couldn't quite get enough of an overspeed though, up from under the bridge section. And again, as they head into sector number 3, he's just made a little mistake there. Harlin's pulled about a car or 2 length gap once again. Time to go on the gantry is about 50 seconds. I think the crop on the line to move ever so slightly fast, so I think they might just eke 2 more laps out of this one. We'll wait and see. The leaders head down into sector number 2 yet again. And look at that. Just as I said, Harlin was dealing with the pressure well, but he doesn't need to feel under pressure anymore. That 1 or 2 kart length gap has become 4 or 5 kart lengths now. It's a bit too late to challenge for the win in this one, I feel. 1.8 second gap still between first and second. But I think Noah's job now is to hold on to this P2 and carry that positive momentum into their second qualifying heat later on this afternoon. Across the line we go with 4 seconds left in this race. So of course we're doing, hopefully this is going to be my working it out race. I'm 99% sure. Time has hit 0, so we'll do this one and one more. But we'll wait and see. I'll double check that during this one. Anyway, either way, Ollie Alexander Surly Smithstad doing a great job out there at the front of the order, continuing to extend that gap. As I will say, Harlin's fallen ever so slightly back into the clutches of Silverfjall, but opportunities dwindling for the Swedish driver. Carl needs to do something pretty swiftly here if he wants to find a way into second place. Around the final corner comes your leader then, and there you go. Yep, 1 lap to go on the board. So I, for once, was actually correct. 8 minutes plus 1 lap for this race. Ended up being about 11 laps in total. And through they go on this final lap of proceedings then. Leader still absolutely clear of the rest of the field, and I think that Noel Harlin has just about done enough here to keep Carl Silverfjall at bay. Oscar Vitala still with that nice gap there in 4th place. William Axelsen Nyman has been battling with Nicolas Kangasalo and Hugo Preischoff for the last couple of laps. Kangasalo right on his rear bumper, but not quite close enough. Really close there for second place as they head into sector number 3. But around the final corner comes Ole Alexander Surly Smithstad. He wins the first race of the day here at the IAME Nordic Cup 2025. He converts pole to victory here in the first qualifying heat of the day in your Junior 60 classification. Of course, you're not going to have to wait too long to see Ole back out on circuit again. He's pole in the minis in a couple of races' time. But like we said on the podium, a man of few words leaves his talking to the track, and he's proven that just yet. Ole Alexander Surly Smithstad, then your winner in the first heat of the day in Junior 60s. Noel Harlin and Carl Silverfjall join him in that top 3. And just behind them, Oscar Vitala, great race, starting from the back of the grid up to P4. Impressive stuff from the Finnish driver. He was followed by William Axelsen Nyman, then Nicolas Kangasalo, and Hugo Preischoff rounds out the order. Bit of a race to forget there, sadly, for Hugo, just slipping down the order ever so slightly, but right there within the pace, so there's definitely more to come from Hugo Preischoff later on today in their second qualifying heat. And like I say, that is when you will see them back out later on today. If I can get my updated sheet out, I can tell you that should be at around 4 local time that you'll see that set of 7 drivers out on the circuit yet again. Well, what a start to racing action here then from the IAME Nordic Cup 2025. That was a real treat out there, but over 2 seconds ended up being the gap for the win. They were battling really closely in the opening couple of laps in that race, and the key moment was when Noel Harlin and Carl Silverfjall started to battle. Of course, Noel stole the lead early on. Ole was just about to get it back. He just grabbed it back. Then they started battling over second. That was Ole's chance to break free. He said, I want to break free, and he pressed on ahead. He did just that, and he takes the win in race number 1. Well, there we go then. Race done and dusted then for your first heat of the day, courtesy of our Junior 60 classification. Up next, it will be our Cadetis. Now, Eva Engelstad, your Cadeti pole sitter. And again, it was lovely to have a little chat with him on the podium earlier on. And I was going to say he'll be hoping to speak to me more often. Probably not, but that's just what the case may be when if he wants to win later on in this event. Of course, after all of the finals, we'll also be having a chat with drivers on the podium, which will be absolutely lovely. That's all to come tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. If you're watching from around the world, make sure you subscribe to the X Promotions YouTube channel. Not miss that tomorrow. Set yourself a little timer, ready for racing action tomorrow. So as the drivers peel back in to the pit lane, then they all hop up and out of the carts, go through scrutineering checks and whatnot, and make sure everyone's running totally legal carts. Make sure everything's nice and fair for everyone in the classes. And they'll head on back to the garage, back to the tent, more fittingly, to get the cart sorted and ready and raring to go for their second qualifying heat later on this afternoon. Then, like I say, Cadeti pole position. Ivar Engelstadt will be lining up at the front of the grid for this one. It was quite a big margin in the qualifying for the Cadetis, over 0.4 of a second. So I think most people would probably agree that he's likely the favourite in this one, given that extra pace he was able to find in qualifying, but you just never know. You just don't know. Maybe someone had an issue in the qualifying session and they drive back to the 4 as racing unfolds with the Cadetis in only a few moments' time. But a lovely little shot there, down through sort of the bottom end of Sector 2, entering Sector number 3 there, that is, after the long back straight. And it gives you a beautiful look at the scenery here in Norway and the beautiful beautiful buildings and beautiful circuit that is KNA Varna. It's absolutely stunning, this place. So honoured to be here. I do need to go over and make myself known at the restaurant as well. Get properly stuck in. I will say it was a lovely sandwich. So thank you very much. Absolutely lovely catering and facilities here at KNA Varna. And that's why the drivers and the championships all want to come back to this fantastic circuit. And I hope I will at some point as well. There you go. There is the dummy grid on your screens if you're watching at home. 4 drivers getting ready to go in this one, and shortly we will have a look at that full grid of 4 karts getting ready for this one. 3 Norwegian drivers and 1 Finnish driver in this one. Of course, the Cadetis all between 8 and 10 years of age. So our youngest racers out there on circuit, and there are those 4 drivers getting ready to go. Ivar Engelstad, your pole sitter, with Sindre Omdal alongside him on that front row, and then behind him on row number 2, Kasper Nesse and Lucas Kangasalo. Those are your 4 drivers getting ready to go this one, and they've got their numbers just above their heads as well, which lets you follow the action a little bit better. And that's what I'm using for the moment as well. It's first time seeing, commentating, meeting all of these drivers, but everyone's been absolutely lovely. Absolutely lovely. So, absolute honour to be here, as I mentioned. I think, like I said, Ivar Engelstad, your favourite in this first heat of the day, not only due to how fast he was out there setting lap times in qualifying earlier on, but Ivar also currently the P1 driver in the IAME Series Norway Cadeti class as well. So clearly a very accomplished racer, clearly a very experienced racer, even at such a young age. And he'll be hoping to convert that pole position into a victory once the checkered flag shows at the end of, once again, 8 minutes plus 1 lap. To remind you, these first 3 races will all be 8 minutes plus 1 lap, so that's the Junior 60s, the Cadetis, and the Minis. And then for the X30 Juniors and the X30 Seniors, it'll be 10 minutes plus 1 lap for those races. Ever so slightly longer, just given that karts go a lot faster. You're older, you should be able to do a bit of a longer race. And of course, given that the karts are faster, you're doing faster lap times, you're thus going to put more laps in as well. So just making sure everyone gets some enjoyable racing out there and ultimately has a good time. Like Mika was saying on the podium earlier on, wanting to create racing events that we would also want to race in as well. That's exactly the mantra here at the IAME Nordic Cup. And it seems as though everyone enjoying themselves for now anyway. No one's gone racing yet, so there's been no real reason to be frustrated with things have unfolded, but we'll see if that changes later on. I do hope not. We want to see everyone going home with a big smile on their face. But of course, they won't be going home this evening. 2 sets of qualifying heats for all the different classes out there today, and then into tomorrow. Again, races getting slightly longer yet again for the super heats, and then following on into those all-important finals. And I will say, those finals do get pretty long. So it's 13 minutes plus 1 lap for the 3 younger classes, and then 15 minutes plus 1 lap, which at least from my knowledge of top British karting racing. That's a really, really long race. I want to say the finals only ever really get to 12 minutes plus one lap, even for the oldest classes. So adding those couple of extra minutes on, it's really going to take it out of you. Luckily, that's the last one you have to do at the weekend, and then you can have a nice big sleep and some yummy food on the way home to get yourself a bit calmed down. You just got to hope you're not the one driving home. Well, that is really less than ideal. Right then, out of the pits come our Cadeti class then, the 4 drivers taking to the black stuff. And like we say, Ivar Engelstad looking to convert what was quite a dominant pole position in the Cadetis into a first win of the weekend. But of course, Sindre Omdahl, Kasper Nesse, Lucas Kangasalo all looking to stop him from doing just that. Drivers getting into 2x2 formation. Impressive how calm and collected and smart all these drivers race out there, despite the young age. It's often in the UK you'll see us do about 4 or 5 attempts at the start, and it's like, what is going on? Well, this looks really neat and tidy already between these 4 Cadetis. Well, they come around the final corner, they look at those lights, and the lights go out. We're racing in the Cadetis, 2x2 down to the first couple of corners. It's Engelstad with the inside line. It's going to be forced to the outside for Omdahl. He cuts back, he's going to try the up and under. He gets alongside, but goes over the back of your leader. Over the back goes Omdahl. He's kept on all 4 wheels. He's going to carry on, but he's dropped all the way to the back of the pack. That was an aggressive attempt at manoeuvre. I thought it was perfect there from Sindre Omdahl. But the door was closed in his face by Ivar Engelstad. That sent him up and over the back bumper of Engelstad. He was lucky that didn't collect Ivar's engine. And Engelstad continues to lead this race then. And Omdahl's got a lot of catching up to do, sadly. He's about a corner or so behind of the rest of the drivers. After only 1 lap of this one, that's not how Sindre wanted the weekend to start. But you've got to go for it. It was a great attempt to the move, just not quite working out this time. He's got to get himself back in the zone, back hitting his markers, and press on to try and chase down the rest of the order. Well, Kasper Nesse in second place was right on the rear bumper of Engelstad for the first lap or so, but already that ultimate pace of Ivar Engelstad already beginning to show in this one as he starts to build a nice little gap at the front of the field. Down through into the right-hander. You saw how crossed up Ivar Engelstad got there. Late on the brakes as he could possibly go. You heard, even on the live stream, you heard those tyres squeal as the back end just kicked itself out under braking. Beautifully held though by Engelstad. And he presses on and continues to extend that gap at the front of the field. Pretty much 2 minutes into this one already then. And that gap now 1.3 seconds between Engelstad and Nesse as Engelstad sets another fastest lap of the race. 53 dead for Engelstad versus a 53.7 for Nesse. 55.6 for Kangasalo and 53.2 from Omdahl. Omdahl all over the back of Kangasalo now as they head through down into the heavy braking right-hander. You'll see them appear into your shot now. Will they go late on the brakes? No, Omdahl thinks better of that one. Sits in behind as they head through into sector number 3. There might be the move on the exit though, trying the up and under, and he's got the move. Down the inside goes Omdahl. He moves into 3rd place, but no. Back round the outside goes Kangasalo. Great racing between these two. And Lucas wants to keep Omdahl behind, but nope, out of the final corner. The up and under from Sindre Omdahl. He gets the pace out of the corner, and he gets the place. Up to 3rd place goes Sindre. Like we say, it's sort of trying to pick up the pieces, this one for the 74. All went wrong at the first possible opportunity. Well, I say first possible opportunity. The first possible opportunity for it to go wrong is in the dummy grid. But first possible opportunity after the red lights have gone out. But like I say, I would rather see him try and make a committed move like that than simply sitting behind the race leader all race and just follow him home. So good to see the aggression already showing between these young Cadeti drivers. And it does look as though, just with the pace between the drivers out there, that Sindre Omdahl is going to start driving away now from Lucas Kangasalo. He was about 1.3 seconds quicker on that last lap. So I imagine that gap will continue to extend throughout this one. Now, what is the gap between our two leaders? It's now up to almost 3 seconds now. 2.7 seconds, the gap between our top two. And we said that Engelstad was likely the favourite going into this one. And he's proving just that on his Lando Norris kart. The Kart Republic of Nesset following him closely in behind. Then the Tony kart of Omdahl there in 3rd place. And then the Paralin of Lucas Kangasalo. 4 drivers all on 4 different karts out there. But that gap now after 5 laps of racing, already above 3 seconds now for Engelstad, hitting his markers and putting in some really, really nice pace out there. So I just wanted to double check what was that pole position lap time. It was a 52.467. So he's got about 1.5 hundredths quicker than his pole position lap time has Engelstad. Couldn't quite beat it on that time around the circuit. But that's what it is for Engelstad now, a bit of a hot lap session. Of course, providing nothing goes wrong. That's always the case with motorsport. It's not like in football where when you're 7-0 up, you know it's pretty much done. When you're out in the lead of the race, there could be 15 minutes left, there could be 1 minute left. Something could always happen. The car could have an issue. You make one little mistake and suddenly that huge gap that you've built up goes to absolutely nothing. But at the moment, Engelstad sitting pretty there in 1st place. You see him there heading through the penultimate corner. Down into the final corner he goes yet again. And some lovely bank corners around this circuit, particularly that final corner. Well, less banking. What's the word? Pitching? I don't even know in English. So I don't know why. I don't know why I'm asking. But either way, it creates a really nice corner. I would only say maybe that makes it a little bit more difficult to overtake because there's clearly a rubbered in line there through the final corner. I mean, it's obvious even on the cameras how rubbered in that final the line through the final corner is. But no real needs for overtake so far in this one. Nearly 4.5 seconds now is that gap at the front. 4.5 back to Nesset, then a further 5 back to Omdahl, and then a further 8 seconds or so back to Kangasalo. They go under the gantry yet again then. Now with the lap times, I think Engelstad was pretty close there as to whether it will be on to the last lap next time or whether they will get 2 more laps in. We shall indeed see. Under the bridge he goes. Even the cameras can't keep up with Engelstad. He's just that quick. Heading down into that heavy braking downhill right-hander. It's always a really tricky one when a braking zone is downhill, particularly when we get some rather moist conditions. And it is supposed to be rather moist either later today and certainly tomorrow. That'll make that corner extremely tricky to judge. 1 second to go as Engelstad crosses the line. He's just eked out 2 more laps in this one. And continues to lap about half a second quicker than the rest of the field. Lovely to see Sindre Omdahl continuing to put in some pace. He hasn't It hasn't knocked his confidence one bit, that little off-track excursion on the first lap of the race. Cinder, new personal best on that last lap, a 52.912. Second fastest lap of the race, mere hundredths quicker than Kasper Nesset. But no one can touch the 52.446 from Ivar Engelstad. He's just put in a purple sector 1 and a purple sector 2 as well. This one might be even quicker. Right then, last lap board is out for Ivar Engelstad. And on to the last 1,030 meters of this track we go. Of course, in the Cadetis, nicely supported by IAME Norway as well, with extra IAME vouchers going to the winner in this one. So that'll be what Ivar Engelstad is wanting to grab hold of once the weekend comes to a close at the final. But he's heading on through then. He's going to be the first driver to see the checkered flag. Now, I don't want to commentator's curse him, but he has only got one corner left to go. The 72 rounds that final corner and takes the first win of the weekend in the Cadeti class. Across the line he goes, and Ivar Engelstad wins. Second place will go to Kasper Nesset. Ended up being about 7.5 seconds behind your leader. And then a good race back through to third place there for Sindre Åndal. He'll be gutted about the contact on the first corner of the first lap. But lots of positives still to take through to the second qualifying heat of the day later on. And there is Lucas Kangasalo, goes through your shot and finalises our 4 drivers in the first qualifying heat of the day for the Cadeti class. Ivar Engelstad takes the win on the road ahead of Kasper Nesset, Sindre Åndal and Lucas Kangasalo. So there you go then, there is your confirmed finishing order in that one. And look at that, I even got all the kart names correct. Look at me go. There we are. It's almost as if it's my job. Right, on to another race of the day. Then we're going to quickly fly through all of these, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, 3 more first round of qualifying heats left to go, and then we'll just... I fancy doing it all again. Let's do it all again. Then through into qualifying heat number 2 for every single class, and again they'll be all exactly the same length as the first round of heats. So up next then is our last of the heats, which is only 8 minutes plus 1 lap long. Then after that will be on to the juniors and seniors, where they'll all be 10 minutes plus 1 lap long. And we've seen some brilliant racing so far in this in these first couple of heats, but I think the track is about to get a little bit more busy out there. We head on through to the first qualifying heat of the day for our mini class, and once again, like I mentioned earlier, a familiar face on pole position for this one. So then, the minis getting ready to go in the dummy grid, like I mentioned. Once again, Ole Alexander Sully Smistad on that pole position in this one, when he was able to convert pole to flag victory in the junior 60s only about a few minutes ago. And now he's got to jump back over into a different car, totally reset himself, and get ready to go for action in the minis. But he's leading from the front yet again. He's in the perfect possible position to do the double here. He's already done the double in qualifying. Let's see if he can do it in the first round of heats. But he is going to be one tired boy by the end of this weekend's action. really getting put through his paces and learning lots by being involved in multiple different classifications of racing here at KNA Varna. But let's see if this one's a little bit more scrappy than the ones we've seen before. Some brilliant racing out in the junior 60s to kick us off. An unfortunate first lap incident there in the Cadetis that just saw the rest of the field spread out a little bit. And then it was a tad processional to bring them all home, but understandably so with the pace that we saw out there on circuit. Let's see, with 13 karts now taking to the circuit in anger here for our minis, whether it gets a bit more tasty, shall we say, out there on circuit. Of course, you want racing room to be given. We want everything to be fair and enjoyable for everyone out there. But from a neutral perspective, some cheeky moves, please, boys and girls. Let's see then. Shall we have a look at the grid for your first qualifying heat of the day in the mini category? Like I mentioned, pole position yet again for the 197 of Ole Alexander Sørli-Smestad. Alongside him is going to be Jenny K. Nordvang on the 106. Second row of the grid will see the number 180 of Espen Moe alongside the 144 of Jacob Ovran Bergen. Row 3 has the number 110 of Christopher Melgus, then the 187 of Adrian Mikkelsen. Behind them on row 4, the 132 of Daniel Stålen, and the 123 of Berk Brandstedt Bendiksvold. Row number 5, rounding out the top 10, are the 118 of Oliver Christiansen Kampelium, and the 162 of Marcus Alberg. Row 6, we'll see the 176 of Philip Bakkegaard, the 159 of Christian Bjørgen, and then rounding out the grid on 13th place with the 157 of Shelly Sandy. Like I say then, 13 karts out on the grid for this one. Should be a little bit busier around this 1,030 metre KNA Varna circuit. And let's see if Ole Alexander Sørli can make it 2 from 2 in terms of converting a pole position into a win. Now, Jenny K. Nordvang, of course, we saw her on the podium earlier on. That was doing a podium presentation for a previous round in the IAME Series Finland, or sorry, the IAME Series Norway, my apologies. I'm talking to so many different people from so many Nordic countries, I'm getting myself all confused now. From the IAME Series Norway, on the top step of the podium in the Ladies' Cup for the last round. So I'm sure, for one, there is obviously a Ladies' Cup here this weekend at the IAME Nordic Cup for the highest placed finisher. I believe that's in the finals. Don't quote me on that one though. Across all of the classes, just for all the girls out there racing. And well, Jenny was on the top step of that one for the last round of the regular season, so she'll be hoping for that again in the Ladies' Cup across this weekend. She's starting on the front row of the grid for this one, so not only looking for that Ladies' Cup podium or top step of the podium, I'm sure she'll be looking for it here, outright here in the minis, and she'll try to bring the heat to your pole sitter, the 197 of Ole Alexander Sørli-Smestad. Right then, let's see how this one plays out. As I mentioned, Jenny K. Nordvang there on second place. She was on pole position in the Cadeti final last year at the IAME Nordic Cup in 2024. Wasn't able to convert that pole into a win, sadly. But second place at least after qualifying here, so a good positive start to the weekend for Jenny. Philip Bakkegaard as well, another one to watch out there. A little bit further down the order than maybe I would have expected there in P11, given that Philip finished in second place in the Cadeti final last year again at the Nordic Cup. But for this year, Philip has switched from the LN kart chassis to the CL kart chassis when he's moved over from Cadetis to Minis. Now, whether that's a preference of the car, or maybe you just decided you don't like Lando Norris anymore and you like Charles Leclerc more. Either way, I don't care what your explanation is. Hopefully, that movement over to the new chassis will work out well for Philip, or maybe I'll see Philip exit the dummy grid and he'll be on a Lando Norris and my notes are complete rubbish. But we'll wait and see anyway. Either way, the 176, we will be keeping an eye on Philip there from the 6th row of the grid. And another driver in this class, definitely to highlight, was your winner in the mini-final last year at the IAME Nordic Cup 2024, Adrian Mikkelsen. Now, Adrian, P6 start, not awful, but not what Adrian, I think, would have wanted from that qualifying, given that he is the defending champion in this class. But then again, it's just quali. All you're doing is starting a few meters behind the rest of your competitors. All still very much to play for Adrian, and not only Adrian, for the rest of the drivers heading out onto the circuit in anger, and that's exactly what they've just done. Out of the dummy grid go our mini drivers for their first qualifying heat of the day. Just to remind you of the grid as they head round this lap then. Ole Alexander Sørli Smistad on pole with Jenny K. Nordvall alongside him. Then it's Espen Moe and Jakob Ovrenberget on row number 2. Christopher Melhus and Adrian Mikkelsen on row 3. Followed by Daniel Stollen, my apologies. Berk Brandset, Bendiksvold, and Oliver Christiansen Campilian, Marcus Alberg, Philip Bakkegaard, Christian Bjørgen, Shelly Stander, and that is it. 13 carts on the grid for this one then, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if, well, firstly, all 13 make it to the checkered flag, and secondly, who gets to the checkered flag first? Right then, here we go. Round the final corner come our mini drivers. Their first time to prove themselves in racing action, but it's not going to be this time. It's not going to be this time. False start on the gantry. We'll go round again. Well, the drivers get an extra lap then to get themselves, well, firstly sorted out, and a bit of extra time as well to put some heat in those tyres. They're definitely going round a little bit more swiftly on this lap back round to the grid. And that'll definitely be helping with all-round temperatures, both in the car and in themselves as well. But clearly, the race control seeing an issue with that start, not liking how the drivers were getting ready to go, and they're going to give them a second opportunity to be a little bit more cautious on this one. So they get themselves back into formation then. Putting up alongside on that front row of the grid, there is Jenny K. Nordvang taking to the start. Will be led off by Ole Alexander Sørli Smistad though, looking to the lights, and this time they do go out. We head down to the first couple of corners, and will it be Ole who leads us through it? He does. He cuts across and holds on to the lead. They're all scrapping in the mid-pack though, 2 by 2, trying to hang it round the outside there. One of the drivers in the mid-pack, they've all given each other enough racing room. Brilliant to see as we head down into sector number 2. Heavy braking into the left-hander. Will anyone go for any cheeky moves? There were definitely a couple of dives to the inside there. And a couple of drivers making up positions on this first lap of the race. Down into the heavy braking right-hander they go. And will there be any moves here? Not this time around. A couple of drivers going side by side. Big send from one driver there in the background. That was huge. Down near the back of the pack. They went in a bit too deep on the brakes there. Had to give that one up. So as we come out of the final corner then, your order looks like this. Ole Nizale Sørli Smistad in the lead of this race, followed by Espen Moe, Jenny K. Nordvang, Christopher Melhus, Adrian Mikkelsen, Jakob Ovrenberget, and Berk Brandset Bengesvold, Philip Bakkegaard, Shelly Sander, and Daniel Stollen. What a start from Shelly Sander, up 4 places on the first lap of this race, but the battle for third commences. Jenny K. Nordvang trying to hold on for it, up and under goes Mikkelsen. Great move down the inside there from Adrian Mikkelsen. Your reigning champion here in the minis fires his way through. And I believe he has grabbed that position into 4th place. They're side by side for 4th yet again though. And finally, they get back line astern then as they head through into the last couple of corners. I think Mikkelsen ended up being re-overtaken there then. They're going to go side by side down the front straight though. No, Mikkelsen did get it, sorry. Across the line they go then, up into 4th place went Adrian Mikkelsen. And continuing that battle for third, then pressure being applied there. Trying the up and under is Mikkelsen. I think he's got it. Down into the bridge section they go. Great move down the inside from Adrian Mikkelsen. He's showing why he's the reigning champion here in the minis, pressing on through the field already. And he's only got a couple of meters ahead to the two leaders. So it's not been as great of a start as Jenny Nordvang would have been hoping for. Dropping down to fourth place. All still rounds to play for though, as they follow line astern. Third, fourth, fifth and sixth coming across the line now. And only a marginal gap back to seventh and eighth as well. Who do we have in that battle? That's Philip Bakkegaard and Berk Brandstad-Benkersvold. Gap now nearly a second though out in the lead for Shirley Smithstad as he sets another purple lap time around this KNA Varna circuit. Like I say, new fastest lap, gap by nearly a second now, ahead of Espen Moe. He did well to grab a position early on in this one, and he's held firm there in second place. But he's got to keep an eye on those virtual rear view mirrors as Mikkelsen is looking to chase him down, and he's bringing the rest of the drivers with him as well. Nordvang under a lot of pressure once again. Through sector 3 they go. Nordvang will defend through the final corner. And that's Jakob Ovlenberger trying to find a way through. Can't quite do it this time. We'll have to sit back into single file as they head down into the first couple of corners. But look at that, new fastest lap from Agil Mikkelsen. Agil Mikkelsen in third place is going on a charge here towards the leaders. Trying the up and under here on Nordvang, can't quite get it done. Converge it, he's looking to steal it there at the apex, but no, defends really smartly there. But up and under he goes, they're going to be side by side on the exit. That was so close between those two drivers. But again, Nordvang just about holds on to it. And that has brought Christopher Melkus into this battle as well. Late move down the inside, no, door closed yet again by Nordvang. She's doing a great job to keep these two drivers behind. They do look a little bit faster across one lap, but Nordvang defending really nicely. Well, we're over half race distance now in this one. Mikkelsen is closing the gap to Moe, and once again sets another fastest lap of this race. He's only 2/100ths quicker than the leader, but crucially, he was a good 4/10ths quicker than Moe ahead. They head under the bridge once more. He's not quite in striking distance yet, but it's looking like an inevitability here in the battle for second place. Into the right-hander, heavy braking downhill. Oh, a bit close there on the exit between Nordvang and Birgit. But again, Nordvang just holds on to it. There's the move though, late down the inside into the final corner. Lovely. That was beautifully done by Jacob. Oh, sorry, Jakob, I should say. I know I don't pronounce it the British way, you idiot, John. And through followed Christopher Melkus as well. So Jenny Nordvang had to go so wide there in avoidance of the dive bomb that she's lost 2 places. There's the move for second place though, into the left-hander. Calm and considered move down the inside there. Perfectly weighted on the brakes by Adrian Mikkelsen. And that now puts him 4 spaces higher than his qualifying position. Well then, the first calm point of the race, my goodness. It's been a proper exciting one, this one. I knew my voice box wasn't ready for solo comms again, but my goodness, what an absolute treat this has been so far here at KNA Varna. And battles up and down the field as well, which is lovely to see. We've got Bakkegaard and Brandstad-Benkersvold battling over 7th place as well. Bakkegaard again, he's up 4 positions from the start of this race. But we keep our eyes fixed on the 3-car battle for 4th place. Like we said, now headed up by Jakob Ovlenberger, followed by Christopher Melhus and Jenny K. Nordvang. I will say, given that the pace we saw from Adrian Mikkelsen earlier, I thought once he got 2nd place, he would pretty comfortably start to drive away from Espen Moe, but he certainly hasn't. Espen Moe's found some brilliant pace, sat in the wheel tracks of the driver ahead of him. They're looking to try and chase down Surly Smithstad, but it's not looking likely. New fastest lap of the race, courtesy of your race leader. He's out there all on his own at the front end of the order, and that seems to be his happy place for Ole. Calm and serene as the Norwegian countryside it is right now in the brain of Ole Alexander Surly Smithstad. He's hitting his marks, he's doing what he needs to do out there on the black stuff to convert yet another pole position into a victory. Battling commencing though, I think this is the 7th place. Side by side across the line between Bakkegaard and Brandstedt Blenkerswold. They were side by side down into the first couple of corners. They seem to have gone back to single file. And I think despite being on the outside, I do think Bakkegaard has held on to that one. Three-way battle in behind as well. Great move down the inside into the left-hander there at the top end of the circuit. It's all squabbles going on in behind them, my goodness. That's Alberg, Sandy and Christiansen Kampelian who were squabbling at it. I have no idea who's managed to get to the front of that train, but some great moves between all three of them. Right then, last lap board is out. Surly Smithstad sees it first and heads on to the last 1,030 metres of this race. Over the bridge he goes. A comfortable end to this one, I think, for Ole. Down into the left-hander, goes second and third. I will say, Espen Moe still right on the rear bumper, and Mikkelsen here. He's definitely within striking distance on this final lap. Will he go for it here? A last-ditch effort as they head down into an overtaking opportunity, and yeah, Mikkelsen knew how close he was there. Held the inside line, holds second place for now. He doesn't hold it though to the left-hander. They get so close, and contact between second and third. Around the final corner will come Ole Alexander Surly Smithstad to get 2 from 2 here at KNA Varna. Second place goes to Adrian Mikkelsen. He pumps his fist in the air, and he should be really happy with that one. What a first result for him, up from second on the grid. Sorry, up from 6th on the grid to second place. What a brilliant, brilliant race from him there. Your defending champion clearly not going to plan there in qualifying, but he made up for it once racing action commenced. And Espen Moe doing a really nice job there after getting overtaken for the lead of the race. Held on to the back of Adrian. And Adrian knew the pressure was on there over the final lap. He was cutting in, trying to defend as best he could. And you saw that cheeky go for the move on the penultimate corner. Espen popped it down the inside, and I don't think Adrian was quite ready for that one. He'd been checking behind him on the entrance to the corner and sort of moved to the centre of the circuit, and had that was a warning of, nope, I'm keeping this second place, I want you to go away, please. And Espen just went, no, I think I'll go up the inside. Thank you very much. Door was closed though late on, right at the apex. They made a bit of contact, but luckily nothing too serious. Both carried on and stayed as they were then. So your finishing order there in the first qualifying heat of the day in the mini class. Ole Alexander Surly Smithstad wins yet again around here at KNA Varna. And he might just be one of your first ever drivers. I want to say first ever, but I'll have to check with the powers above if I'm correct on that information, to win 2 finals at the IAME Nordic Cup. He's got a lot to do, though, before we get to those all-important finals. Second place, Adrian Mikkelsen, up 4 positions in that final. Well done to the 187. Just as I said that, I've lost my results on the screen now, so thank you. Thanks for bringing them back on. Oh, they've gone. They've gone again. Can I have them back, please, on the live stream? Thank you. Espen Moe in 3rd place, with Jakob Ovlenberger in 4th. Jenny K. Nordvang, a difficult one there for Jenny. She's done so well in qualifying. Just slipped back there in the racing action, down into 5th place. And then 6th place was Christopher Melhus, Philip Bakkegaard in 7th, Berg Brandstedt, Bendiksvold, Shelly Sander and Marcus Alberg. Good race from Shelly there, up into P9 from the back of the grid, followed by Oliver Christiansen, Kampelian, Christian Borgen and Daniel Stålen there, your 13 drivers. Again, all making it to the checkered flag, which is lovely to see. That's, of course, what we want to see. Everyone going home with a smile on their face, and everyone getting involved with as much racing action as possible. You've paid for it. You want to get it all done, and you just hope that the car agrees with you and wants to carry on as well. Well, there we go then. another qualifying heat of the first round done and dusted. 2 more left to go. And of course, like I mentioned, these two ever so slightly longer in length. 10 minutes plus 1 lap for both the juniors and the seniors. And up first, it's going to be the juniors. Well, my prediction before the mini race was there's some more drivers on track and thus it might be a little bit more feisty. Well, that was certainly proven true out there. And X30 Junior, we once again increased the amount of drivers out there on circuit. 21 drivers in total. There is your grid on your screens on the live stream. Then let's have a run through of this one. Martin Omdahl on pole position with this one. The 302. Just about grabbing it. It was our closest qualifying session of the morning, was the X30 Junior classifications. 0.039 was the gap back to second place on the grid. Our only Icelandic driver, Vernhard Ravnas, and then only a further 0.027 back to third place on the grid of Patrick Christiansen. And that means the difference between being on the front row of the grid and being on the second row of the grid was just over 0.06 of a second. That is ridiculously close, and that close as a pace should make this one pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. We'll keep it nice and PC for now, anyway. Right then, on to row number 2. Norbert Junior Plazewski joins Patrick Christensen on that second row. Ludwig Granqvist, of course, second place in the minis, if I remember correctly, at the IAME World Finals in 2024. He's jumped up to X30 Junior, pops it onto the third row of the grid on the first time of asking. Vebjorn Glenda joins him on that third row with Linnea Jensen, Christian Gether Gundersen there on row number 4. Rounding out the top 10, MLB Bratton and Adrian Jurda there on row number 5. Row 6 has Joachim Askeland and Lucas Emil Lucius. Then row number 7, Kevin Goodib and Linus Thisted. Row number 8, Oliver Rongmo Hodge and Silas Slyverd Ellefsen. Philip Slaplam is there on row number 8 alongside Henrik Tumterhagen. Row number 9 as Johan Bons and Gabriel Mortensen, followed by Magnus Bratton there, finalising the 21 karts on the grid. So we've got one Danish driver on the grid in this one, starting in 14th place, Linus Thisted. We've got 2 Swedish drivers out there, 5th position for Ludwig Grandquist and 13th place for Kevin Garib on this start. And like I mentioned earlier, your one singular Icelandic driver across the weekend, Vernhard Ravnas, on that front row. He'll be looking to come into everyone else's backyard and just smoke everyone. That's what he'll be hoping anyway. We'll see if that does actually play out when we get into the racing. Right then, as we get ready to go for racing action here in the X30 Juniors, I've been given a secondary mic with quite the interesting setup, so we're just seeing if it's working well for the wind interference. Cool, seems to be good. Cool, great. Well, I look like a complete idiot, but I will use the the new contraption that has been handed to me. Here we go then. There is your grid still on your screen here for the X30 Junior first qualifying heat of the day. And like we say, with more drivers out there on the circuit, it's going to get rather feisty as they head out for the first bit of racing action. Because, of course, they've only been out for practice and qualifying sessions so far. Of course, qualifying an official session, but you are still putting in lap times. There's no need to race. There's no need to battle each other. But now into the first qualifying heat, there very much is the need to battle. So let's see who will be the most aggressive, who can plan those moves perfectly over, yet again, 10 minutes plus 1 lap of racing action. Sounds like the engines are on. Drivers heading out of the dummy grid now. Let's get this one racing here in Junior X30. I have to get around the right way because I don't know why, I've never understood this, but in the UK it's called Junior X30 and in Europe it's called X30 Junior. Means nothing, I know, I'm incredibly dull, but it's what I always think of when I commentate over in Europe. Right then, as they head on round, I'm going to quickly try and run you through the grid again. Martin Ondal in pole position with Varna Ramnas alongside him, Patrick Christensen and Norbert Junior Plzeski, then Ludwig Granqvist and Vebjorn Blender. Lydia Jensen and Christian Gether Gundersen, followed by Emil B. Baratten, then Adriel Yoda, Joachim Maskan, Lucas Emil Lucius, then Kevin Garib, Linus Thisted, Oliver Rongmo Hodge, Silas Serenden, Ellison. Okay, thank goodness, I got 2 laps. This is perfect. That helps me a lot. Then Philip Statlam, Henrik Tumter Hagen, Jorn Bons, Gabriel Mortensen, and Magnus Bratsen. They're your 21 karts on the grid for this one. That makes a lot of sense, to be fair. 2 warming up laps for our juniors. I can only imagine it's going to be the same for our seniors after this one as well. As finally the drivers stop going at absolute full pace around the circuit and they get in to 2x2 formation. Martin Omdahl, what a qualifying session from him, but like we said, it was so close at the sharp end of the order. Less than 700ths in it between those top 3 on outright pace. So you can't put it down to a pace advantage in this one. It's going to be down to the racecraft. Drivers using their last possible opportunities to get some more heat in those tyres, but we're about to go racing for 10 minutes plus 1 lap here in X30 Junior. 2x2 to the lights. And we're racing in X30 Junior. Down to the first couple of corners we go. Who's going to grab that lead? Early on it will be your pole sitter Omdahl, who holds onto it. A little bit of contact in the mid-pack there. One driver straight over the curb and one driver nearly into the barriers. There is contact in the background. 3 drivers come together near the back of the pack. It was wide for one. He spun back in front of another 2. And they both clattered into him. It looks as though they've all got it going again. Oh no, one of them is out of the race, sadly. Oh, is that the driver? Is that... Oh no, I think that's potentially Lucas Emil Lucius there. He's dropped to the bottom of my timing screens. I'll double check that when they come to the end of this lap. But either way, your pole sitter, Martin Omdahl, has held on to this one as we go on to lap number 2. Oh, I love the sound of those Junior X30 karts flying onto lap number 2 of this race as the kart gets yeeted over the top of the barrier and out of the way just in time for the drivers to side their way through on this second lap of the race. Christensen under pressure from Granqvist, so it's been a poor first lap for Bernhard Ravnas. He's down 2 on that first lap. Opposite could be said though for Ravnas. He is up 2 into 3rd place and looking to put the pressure on. But still, we've got, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 karts all in a train. Around the final corner they come yet again then. Omdahl looking to put his pedal to the metal and try and eke out a bit of a gap here at the front end of the order. Granqvist has made the move though on the last lap around the circuit. Christensen down into 3rd place, but it's Kevin Garib. Granqvist is fellow compatriot is up into 8th place, and he's just got the fastest lap of this race, says Kevin. He's up 5 positions in this one so far, is the 332. Let's see if that transfers into more places for him as he's right on the back of this leading pack. And really, any movements, any mistakes here, and more drivers will join the fray. The pace difference so close among the pack. It's less than 4 seconds still separating the top 13. Granqvist is closing the gap here to Omdahl. He was a 10th or so quicker on the last lap. New fastest lap of the race from Ludwig Granqvist. Trying to set up a maneuver there through the last couple of corners, or sorry, the couple of corners before the bridge. Doesn't work out, I don't think, this time. They head on through. Down into this downhill section. So late on the brakes from Granqvist. That was amazing. Ludwig just so confident down the brakes. He's gone for it, has he? Down the inside goes the 304 there at the penultimate to last corner, and he gets up into the lead. Fantastic move by Ludwig Granqvist, and he is leading the first qualifying heat in X30 Junior. Spotted, we got another driver out of this race. They pulled to the side, sadly, down into sector number 3. And sadly, head in hands. Who is that? It's Johan Barnes who's out of this one on the 360. So it was Lucas Emil Loscius who he lost on that first lap incident. And sadly, on lap number 4, we've lost Johan Bones as well. I did say head in hands. That is quite literal now, sadly, for Johan, as he thinks about what could have been in this first qualifying heat of the day. Top 5 now with a nice little breakaway. Across the line they go then. We've got Granqvist, Omdahl, Christensen, Ravnas and Jensen. And in behind it's super close as well. Headed up by Joachim Askelen, followed by Bratten, Gerdia and Przewski. And Glenda Thysten not far behind either. That secondary pack is monstrous. How many drivers involved? Oh, contact! Wide goes one driver. They've lost 2 places in all of that. We'll see who trickles down the order after that one. It was a brief bit of side pod to side pod contact there as they headed down towards the bridge. But someone losing out from that one as the times all update. I think potentially Norbert Junior Plezeski it might have been. Under the gantry they go yet again after taking that lead. Granqvist has looked as comfortable as you can be with drivers only mere hundredths of a second behind you. As he's again another driver driving far beyond his age here. Like we say, he's only just jumped up to X30 Juniors for this season in 2025, and look at what a job he's doing. He's proven himself on the world stage. He returns back to the Nordic Cup and looks to stake his claim for the victory in Junior X30, but he's a bit wide there out the penultimate corner. Bit of time lost, able to scoop that one back up though, and doesn't give the opportunity for Omdahl to go for an overtake. But it is Martin Omdahl who sets the fastest lap now, 44.701. He was about a 10th quicker on that last lap around the circuit, but unable at the moment anyway to convert that slight extra pace into a move to re-establish himself in the lead of this race. Over halfway through this one, of course, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Looking for the move there for the lead, not quite able to do it. Granqvist defends there into the penultimate corner. He knows just how close Martin Omdahl is now. And Omdahl is all over him. All over him like a rash is Martin Omdahl. Trying to find any sort of way through. He looks to the left, he looks to the right. He's doing the Macarena out there as Martin Omdahl, but he can't find a way past. New fastest lap for Linnea Jensen. Wow, what a lap. She's right on the back of the 3 and behind now. They're in 5th place. So we've still got Christensen, Ravnas and Jensen looking to chase down these 2. We've seen Omdahl looking to pitch his car towards a move. He's not been able to do it, but as soon as that happens, if these 2 start dicing, we're going to see those 3 and behind, Christensen, Ravnas and Jensen, get right back involved with this one. Round the final corner they come yet again then. And it's still Granqvist holding on to that lead. He was a good couple of tenths quicker on that last one. But both Christensen and Jensen were faster than Omdahl on that last lap around the circuit. Is there enough time left, though, for Jensen to do anything with this great pace in the second half of this race? It was Christensen, though, with the purple Sector 1 on this lap. They're in third place. So, again, looking to chase down these two leaders. I think Christensen, Ravnas and Jensen will be heads up enough, smart enough drivers to work out they need to work together in this one if they want any shot of the race win when all is said and done. On to yet another lap then. 2.5 minutes still to go in this one. And this time it's Omdahl who's fastest out of all 5 of them. He's right on to the rear bumper of Granqvist yet again. New fastest lap of the race on the Lando Norris kart for Martin Omdahl. Now he looks very strong into the left-hander before they cut back and then go under the bridge section. He looks really strong under brakes there. I think that might be where he's thinking about setting up a mood. There's still a huge battle in behind all of this. Who's that headed up by? Potentially the 3... No, who is that? It's the... I think it's from 7th place backwards, you know. We've got a number of drivers lying astern. Bratton in 7th, Gjerd in 8th, Garib in 9th, Glenda in 10th, Pazeski in 11th, Thyssen in 12th, Gunderson in 13th, Mortensen in 14th, and Hagen in 15th. They're all line astern. They've all just reshuffled ever so slightly on the last out. I think Pazeski has gone for a move. He sent himself up into the top 10 with only 1.5 minutes left to go. But look at that. It's the pendulum swings back and forth between these two. It's the fastest lap for Ludwig Granqvist. It's crazy. One finds a little bit of time here, then the other finds a little bit of time there, and it goes back and forward and back and forward. That's all. Hand up for second place. Hand up for second place. Is he out of the race? Hold on a second. Have I missed something? Why was he slow? No, he is slow. The drivers are all getting very confused. Oh, no, we are slow. We are red flag. Okay, cool. My sincerest apologies. We are indeed red flag out there on circuit. I'm glad the drivers spotted that a lot faster than I did. But red flag out on circuit then, as we only had about 50 seconds or so left to go in that one. Drivers have all parked it up. I can't spot... I can spot white. There is an incident down there at the left-hander I was just speaking about. Just before they go towards the bridge section. Looks as though we've got 2 drivers up and out of their karts there down at the left-hander. So hopefully we're all okay. It's a speedy part of the circuit. A big overtaking opportunity, that left-hander. But there's clearly been quite the sizable whack between those two. Both off into the undergrowth. So hopefully all okay. I can see one driver walking off from the incident, but it looks like one driver still being tended to. So we do hope that they are all okay, whoever's been involved in that one. Now, I don't want to comment or speculate over who that might be. I can see the medical car heading on round to the corner. So again, our thoughts are with the driver that's down there. Hopefully all okay and able to carry on racing for the rest of the weekend. But we'll take a short break here in the commentary box before we wait for everything to continue once again. Well, there we go then. Not how we ever want to see a race come to an end. Never nice to see a driver exiting the circuit or even exiting their kart during racing action. Hopefully all okay out there, and hopefully we'll carry on into the races later today and obviously into tomorrow as well. But I think given that it was only about 45-50 seconds left to go in that one, I don't think we're going to be going to a restart in this one. I think it will be back one lap, and that will be the final result called. I think that will mean that it will go to Ludwig Granqvist, the first win of the day in the X30 junior class. Great race from him though, up four positions to get that first win. Really staking his claim as he moves up into the X30 junior category for this year. Brilliant battling though, not only throughout the sharp end but throughout the entirety of throughout the entirety of this field. It was brilliant to see. It's honestly a shame that we can only show you one real view on the cameras, because there were so many different battles to be watching out there throughout the order. But like I say, never how we want to see anything end. But hopefully driver all okay, being tended to there down in the medical car and having the cart lifted up onto the cart stand to be pushed on back. So driver's still waiting then on the start finish straight, and now it'll just be into usual proceedings of getting them back off the circuit. Race result will be called and finalised. Hopefully we can go through that with you on the live stream in a few moments time, and then we'll be getting ready for the last heat of the first round of qualifying heats. That'll be the X30 Seniors and the singular X30 Master out next, and then I think it will be a very short 5 or so minute break, and then we'll do it all again for another set of qualifying heats, and that will then bring day number 1 of the IAME Nordic Cup in 2025 to a close. I can't believe how quickly we're already getting through all of this racing action, but my goodness, hasn't it been exciting? Thank you all once again for joining us down here at KNA Varna. Or if you're watching at home, thank you for joining us on the live stream as well. But like I say, I think we'll have a few moments break now, and then we'll be back for racing action with the seniors. Right then, we have now cleared the circuit of our junior drivers. Looks like just a couple of extra bits being done down at the corner where we had the incident, just getting everything sorted and ready to go for the next qualifying heat. As we say, it's going to be the X30 seniors and the singular X30 master heading out on circuit in only a few moments' time. I believe the race result I've got on my screen is about correct. I think that might have been as we went to red flag, so there might be some couple of positions changes that potentially happened on that last green flag lap around the circuit, but it was, of course, Ludwig Granqvist who took the win there in the first qualifying heat in X30 Junior. Impressive stuff from Ludwig there. Ahead of Martin Omdahl, Patrick Christensen, Vernhardt Ravnas, then Linnea Jensen, your top five, followed by Joachim Askeland, Adrian Jörder, then Norbert Junior Pelezeski, Vebjorn Glenda in 9th place, and finalising the top 10, Linus Thisted there. Up 4 positions, impressive race from Linus. And then just behind him in P11, was Christian Gether Gundersen, then up 8 positions to P12 from Gabriel Mortensen. Great race from him. Similarly to the 2 drivers behind as well. 5 places gained for Henrik Tomter Harden and 7 places gained for Magnus Blatten as well. So impressive from those 3 drivers, gaining quite a number of positions. Ah, lovely. Thank you. I've just been given the final results there, so I can actually tell you what is correct. Just double check. Cool. Okay, understood. Right then, I have got the final result. So yeah, it was 11 laps that the final result was called, and a couple of penalties to be given as well. So where do we find any differences then? Christian Van Harder, Jensen there in 5th place, Joachim Askeland in 6th, and then that's where it changes. It was MLB Bratten in P7, Kevin Gurib in P8, Norbert Junior Pelezeski in P9, with Vebjorn Glenda in P10, Linus Thisted in P11, with Christian Geher Gundersen in P12, Adrian Jörder in P13, then Gabriel Mortensen in P14, Magnus Bratten in P15, then Sanders Sayavad Ellison in 16th, Henrik Tunter Hagen there in 17th, and Oliver Rogme Hodge, Philip Slatlam, Johan Bons, and Lucas Emil Lucius as well. Your 21 drivers in that one. Sadly, not able to say what I said in the last couple of heats of how great it was to see everyone making it to the checkered flag. Sadly, when you stick a few more drivers out there on circuit, like I mentioned, it can get a little bit feisty, and it certainly did in that one. Hopefully we see the drivers involved in that late incident out on circuit once again for their second qualifying heat later on this afternoon. But yeah, a couple of penalties applied, as was mentioned. Now I'm getting attacked by a mosquito in the commentary box. Leave me alone. A couple of penalties applied. So it was a front fairing penalty for 3 different drivers. Adrian Jörder, I can't find the name on the list now. I'm getting myself very confused. The number 380 it was with the other one. Yes, sorry, Henrik Tumter Hagen had a 5-second penalty for the front fairing, and again, same again for Oliver Rongmo Hodge there. So all losing 5 seconds, and given how close the entire pack was in that one, that was a really big penalty for those drivers when all was said and done. So they would have lost at least a good 4, 5, 6, maybe even more spaces because of that. But of course, that's racing at the end of the day. That's why we have those front fairing penalties implemented in the last sort of 10 years or so, those front fairings, and just making it that little bit fairer. Otherwise, it was so easy to just give a little love tap to the rear bumper of another driver, send them a little bit wide, up and under you go, easy place made. But it's not really fair racing, is it? You've got to get that move done without any contact. Motorsport is a non-contact sport, and any way to enforce that is an improvement, in my opinion. Forces you to be the better racer and get past nice and cleanly and fairly. And that's certainly what Ludwig Granqvist did in that one. 4 places gained from 5th on the grid to the win in the first heat of the day in X30 Junior. Right then, like we mentioned, up next is going to be our X30 seniors for their first race of today's action. Again, their qualifying session was a rather exciting one. Elias Hagen taking pole position on the number 411. Just over a tenth of a second was the gap once all was said and done in qualifying for pole position. However, it only extended over a tenth of a second on the final lap of the session. It was within a tenth for almost the entirety of the X30 senior qualifying session. But Elias was consistently at the head of the train in that one in terms of lap time overall, and was able to get that little bit of extension on the final lap. I think the only time in any of the qualifying sessions that we saw someone put in a purple lap time of the session on the last lap. All the rest of them sort of tailed off a little bit nearer the end of the session, not quite able to find that little bit of extra time in the dying moments, but Elias Hagen was able to do it. Great to chat with him on the podium after the qualifying sessions and handing out those pole position awards. And Elias, nice and chatty, but yeah, keeping his cards close to his chest. I wanted to know, simply from a neutral perspective of not driving around here, where are those good overtaking spots? He didn't want to tell me, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him. I'd be saying exactly the same thing. I'm not telling my rivals where I'm going to overtake them. Not a chance. But like I said to Elias on that podium, hopefully he doesn't need to think about any overtakes. He's starting from the pole, and he'll be hoping it's a relatively simple one. Lights to flag victory. Well, drivers around him very much looking to stop him from doing just that. So as you see there, the stricken carts getting taken back to the safety of the pit lane and back into the paddock. I think a few of them for a decent amount of repairs, sadly, as the trusty van with trailer will escort them back to the safety of the paddock, and they will need to be quickly tended to if they want to get them back out on circuit for the second round of qualifying heats later on this afternoon. It's just gone past 3 p.m. local time here in Norway. To remind you, here at KNA Varna, just over an hour south of the capital of Oslo. What a beautiful drive it is from Oslo down here to the circuit. Much nicer scenery than the M25, I must say. If you've ever been to the UK, you'll know what I'm on about there. But yeah, it's going to be a great bit of racing action for the rest of this afternoon. We've still got one heat left of the first round, though, still to come. Those X30 seniors. So as those carts are safely and securely airlifted back into the paddock, let's see if we can have a little look at the grid ready for this X30 senior race, because I have a sneaking suspicion that as soon as we get those carts off of track and we get the van back into place, those X30 seniors are going to be straight out onto the black stuff and battling hard for yet again 10 minutes plus 1 lap for our seniors. So like I said, Elias Hagen on the 411 will be lining up on pole position. The 456 of Kasper Henriksen alongside him on that front row. Alina Lille-Rossen is there on third place on the grid on the 477. Then it's the 461 of Cornelia Constance Roa Hjelkrem. So an all-female second row of the grid, which is fantastic to see. Row 3 has the 492 of Timian Hasted. Alongside him, the 485 of Oliver Haugrud Teig. And row 4 sees the 406 of Max Anderson, with William Lundborg there alongside him on 8th place. On the 459, there's the 438 of Douglas Gerleman, and the 470 of Viti Vannanen there, rounding up the top 10 on row number 5. Row 6, of Harold Hugby Matheson, and Jons Nyberg there on row number 6, the 460 and the 401 respectively for those two drivers. The 448 alongside the 433 on row 7, that's Joachim Matheson and Isaac Hofberg there on 13th and 14th position respectively. They're followed by Lucas Fosser on the 458 and Victor Gustafsson on the 417. They're on row number 8, followed by row 9 of Michael Stamnes and Andrian Slatlam. And then finalising the 19 grid will be our only Masters driver out there this weekend, your event promoter, the 511 of Mikko Lana. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I can hear the engine notes rising then. We're out for the warm-up lap here in our X30 senior class. After a little bit of a break there, of course, that incident in X30 juniors, understandably so. Just making sure. Track ready to go, everyone's ready to go. Let's get this one started then. We'll run you through a grid once again, just to remind you. Elias Hagen on pole position with Kasper Henriksen alongside him. And then Alina Lee Rolfsen and Cornelia Constance Rohr-Hjelke on row 2. Timmy Halstead, Oliver Hauger Teig, then Max Anderson and William Lundbo. Then Douglas Gelman, Vita Varnanen. They're definitely going around for a second lap, so I'm not going to rush through this. Harold Hogby Matteson, then Johan Nyberg, Joachim Matteson, Isaac Hofberg, Lucas Wasser, Victor Gustafsson, Michael Stamnes, Andrian Slatlam and Mikko Lane, your 19 drivers on the grid for this first heat of the day for X30 seniors. Now I think the drivers will have been thinking that they would be out on circuit a heck of a lot earlier than this. They've had to wait quite a while to get back out onto the circuit. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of pent-up energy across this senior field. And let's see if we can get it first time of asking started, because I can see already the leaders of the group getting ready for the start are already coming up into sector number 3. And there is still one driver heading down towards the bridge section. So if they don't back it off a little bit, we might end up having to go round again. As drivers going into the back of each other there as they're in single file formation. Got to be careful of the nose. Yeah, there we go. They're getting told they're going round again. So we will do another warm-up lap then. Let's see, hopefully all the rest of the drivers have seen it as they come up towards the lights. We are going to go for another go around this circuit. Or maybe they'll change their mind. Let's wait and see then as they come up to the line. Are we going to go again, or are we going to go to racing action? No, we are going round again. Yeah, we are going round again. We were teased with the race start. But it had already been told we were going round again. Should have trusted him. Right then, one more rolling up lap before we get the X30 senior first heat of the day underway. Like I say, 19 drivers on the grid, so a couple fewer than what we saw in Junior X30, but 21 was plenty of drivers out there to make some quality battles. I'm sure 19 is going to be just the same. But like I said, it was close in and amongst the gaps at the sharp end of the field to set the grid for this race. I can only imagine that that's going to continue when we do get into racing action here then. Let's see how we go. Drivers getting into formation. Interesting. We haven't seen this in any other classes. They like to stay in single file formation. I guess it is a tight part of the circuit. Only until we get down into the final corner. They'll split off into 2x2. So numbers to watch then. The 411 of Elias Hagen, the 456 of Kasper Henriksen, the 477 of Alina Lee Rolfsen, and the 461 of Cornelia Constance Rohr-Hjelke. They're your top 4. Let's see who can win this race though. 2x2 to the lights. They're on. And they're not out. I was so ready that I could the off was right there on my tongue, but no, sadly I'm not able to say it this time. We do go around again. So spent quite a while waiting for this race to start, and the seniors with a little bit too much pent-up energy, sadly, getting sent round yet again to try another go at the race start. And we're all waiting with bated breath beside the circuit as we want to see how this one plays out. We've seen a couple of drivers so far in the different classes leading lights to flag victories. We've seen other ones be a lot more aggressive. Drivers coming through the field who maybe we didn't expect to get to the 4, getting to the 4. Which one will it be in this one? Well, again, drivers using the opportunity, keeping heat in those tyres, and making sure the car ready and raring to go for this third attempt at the race start. I don't know if this is a phrase in Norwegian, but in British, Third time's the charm, third time lucky. Let's see if we can do it. Third time of asking. Round the final corner, come our X30 senior grid. 19 drivers, look to those red lights. Do they go out? Yes, they do. We're racing in X30 seniors. Down into the first sector we go, and already getting super close. Archie Bargy for the lead of the race. I think Hagen's just about held on to it, but might have been shuffled down there, Henriksen. We'll see as they head up and over the crest and towards the end of this first lap. Big send for the lead. Just about closes the door there. Does Hagen. And they stay as they were. Yeah, it was a change at the front. Kasper Henriksen is down 2 places. Timmy and Hustad is up 2 to third. Alina Lee Rolson up into second place then. It was Alina who had a little sniff at the inside line there on your race leader of Elias Hagen. Wasn't able to get the move done down the inside though. Big wallop into the back of the cart there for the 438. He won't be happy at that one. They're still scrapping into the final corner. That was so aggressive from the 470 of Vita Varna. I could only see that being a bump and pass penalty. That was a big wallop into the back of the other driver. Either way, they carry on to lap number 2 we go then. And it's still your leader, Elias Hagen, out there at the sharp end. Rest of the drivers in behind looking to just stay within touching distance of him. He had that pace in qualifying. He has fresh air out there on the circuit at the moment. He'll be looking to put the plan into action around this KNA Varna circuit, and he's doing just that for the moment. No one making a move there down that downhill braking right-hander this time. And again, they say single file, not in the background though. Move down the inside for the 460. That was Harold Hogby Matteson there making a move up to P12. He goes, regaining one of the positions he lost on the first lap around the circuit. But at the front, still Hagen leading Lee Rolson and Hastad, your top 3. Oh, a nice little close-up there of the crowd. Eyes locked onto the circuit. Don't want to watch away. You're going to miss something if you do that. New fastest lap of the race, courtesy of VT Rannanen in 9th place. The VT looking to mount a charge towards the leaders. But can he get through the pack fast enough to get anywhere close? Move down the inside, so late, way too wide for the 406, makes 1 place but loses 2 in the process. Who was that on the 406? That's Max Anderson. Tried for a move but lost out in all of that. It was an aggressive attempt, but it doesn't work out this time. Varnanen's made another place, up into P8 he goes, takes it away from Roy Kjelkrem. Still at we're at the front, top 4 making a breakaway now after that shuffling from 5th place and behind. There is a move for 5th place. Down the inside goes Lundborg and takes away 5th place from Teig. Under the bridge they go and move is done. Absolutely nose to tail between those 4 as they head down the hill. We keep our eyes fixed on the front 4, but we want to be focused on the 4 in behind as well. It's all scrappy in for 5th place, but keep your eye on the 477 of Alina Lee Rolson. See, it's right back on the rear bumper of your leader. On to lap 5 we go then. Still as they were for now anyway. As have we lost a driver from this race? Oh no, I don't think Mikko Lane actually made it to the start in this one potentially. So we still got 18 drivers then out there batting off, big off on the back straight. That was a very wide moment there. There must have been a bit of side pod to side pod contact to send them that wide off of the circuit. And one driver dropping down the order. I couldn't quite tell who that was. We'll see when the live timing updates as to who shuffles down the order, as it's Oliver Hagerud Teig, there it is, that went super wide there out on the back end of the circuit. And Oliver's going to drop down to 14th place. This has not been the ideal start to racing action for Oliver, sadly. He's still got 6 minutes to try and gain a few more places back though, so don't count him out just yet. Still Hagen, leading Rolson, leading Hastad, leading Henriksen in these top 4. It's still Lundberg after making that move there in 5th place, leading the secondary train. Williams up 3 places from the start of this one. Max Anderson behind up 1, and VT Varnanen there in 7th place now. He's got through. Cornelia Constance Royal Kjelkrem has dropped down from the start of this race, sadly for her. Of course, started on that second row of the grid. She's now down into 8th place. She has got Douglas Gerleman right on her tail there in 9th. Max Anderson, though, with the new fastest lap of the race, he is right behind William Lundborg in all of this. It was that sector 1, though, really quick sector 1 from Max Anderson. That saw him take the fastest lap of the race for the last time around. Can he convert that pace into an overtaking opportunity? Move for third place attempt there. That was Kasper Henriksen looking to find a way through. Couldn't quite get the overspeed there on Timian Hasted. Has to stick him behind for now anyway, but he looks like he's got the pace on that 2025 Tony Kart chassis. Elias Hagen yet again popping in the fastest lap of this race. 44.3 extends the gap over Alina Lee Rolson to just over 0.4 of a second now. As there's a move round the outside, trying it. It's Kasper Henriksen. Under the bridge they go. He'll try and hang it through. No, he goes to the up and under. Great move from Kasper Henriksen. He's through. Back into third place. Relegates Timian Hasted back into fourth. But they both lost a bit of time in that. The top two continue to scamper away. And the 492 of Timian Hasted's got to be a bit careful now. He's really not got much fresh air between himself. And then 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. And really 9th as well, to be honest. It's a huge train of drivers. Look at that, though. Pendulum swings back the way of Alina Lee Rolson. New fastest lap for Alina. Issue for her is it was a new personal best for Elias Hagen on the last lap as well. So despite doing the fastest lap, it was only 100th quicker than Hagen ahead. That is not going to be enough of an outright pace to chase him down. And those few kart lengths they've got between them will be just enough breathing room for Hagen to not have to deviate from the racing line, to take those primary lines, take the right braking zones, and continue putting in some brilliant laps around KNA Varna. Just over 3 minutes still left to go on the clock as they start lap number 10 of this race. You can see how much the gaps have opened out. And look at this now. Timian Hasted has fallen into the clutches of 5th place, and he's got him. Down the inside goes Max Anderson. Max Anderson up into 4th place. Committed move there from Max Anderson. Although, has he been re-overtaken on the exit? I think he might have been, you know. They continue to squabble it out over 4th. And that battle from 5th backwards now becomes the battle from 4th backwards. Yeah, it is. Timian Hasted got him back, so it's a committed move down the inside at the left-hander. Didn't quite get the good enough exit there, did Max Anderson. Has to relinquish 4th place yet again. He's going to go for it, though. Side by side into the first couple of corners. That's so aggressive. Do they make it out of the corner for one? Yes, they do. Who's in front? It is still Hasted. What a great job Timian Hasted's doing of defending the position here. Max Anderson's trying every which way to find a way through, but it just seems that Timian has the answer. Anything brought to him, he finds a way to get back ahead. And thing is, they're thinking about moves, they're chopping and changing off the racing line, like I was saying earlier. That's losing them time. That's keeping the 4 in behind him with a shot of it. William Lundborg, V.T. Vannanen, Cornelia Constance, Joel Kielkum, and Douglas Gerleman then. 4th to 9th place, still all in a train. Gaps have really been able to eke out now between Hagen and Lee Rolson. After that charge in the mid part of the race, we saw her steal the fastest lap. But Hagen's just had the measure of her as we head through the second part of this one. He's put a nice bit of breathing room between himself and Alina. Nearly a second now, about 8.5 tenths between the top two. As you want to keep an eye on this battle for 4th. Hasted somehow is still holding on to this one. Despite the attacks from the drivers in behind, he's kept a level head and he's kept 4th place for now. Around the final corner they go yet again. We're going to go into the final minute of racing here. Check over the shoulder from Hasted, seeing where his competitors are waiting in the wings in behind him. And Anderson still yet to be able to find a way past. But like I say, it's that train all the way down to 9th position. But no real chopping and changing in that group. They've all remained on great pace, and they're all just trying to follow each other in. But as we head through into the last couple of laps of this race, will that change? Well, let's wait and see. Wait and see if they can do so. Here we go then, 15 seconds left to go. This will be on to the penultimate lap of this race. Will we see any moves? As I say, the gap between the top two sort of stabilised now. It's gone down ever so slightly, but nowhere near enough for Alina Lia-Olsen to think about a charge here in the dying few moments. And Henriksson remaining firm there in third place, just has a decent gap ahead, but also a decent gap behind. She needs to keep hitting his marks and hold on to a top three in the first race of the day. Right then, there's a small gap now between the 406 of Anderson and the 459 of Lundborg. So will this last lap be the opportunity that Anderson needs to steal this one away? On to the final lap we go then. And Kasper Henriksson, well, like I said, Hastad could go for it. While Henriksson replies like that, it's not going to be so easy. No, sorry, it's Hastad and Anderson behind, isn't it? Of course. Well, Henriksson, he heard me say, well, he's just there on his own. He just needs to keep hitting his marks. What he is doing, fastest lap of the race, 44 dead for Henriksson. Will this be the move for fourth place? Not quite close enough for Anderson. And Hastad stays ahead for now anyway. Checkered flag being readied at the line. What a race it's been with Elias Hagen. He will win the first senior X30 race of the day. Pole to flag victory for Elias Hagen. But if you're watching the live timing, you would have thought that was a relatively easy one. But we know it wasn't, watching on the sidelines or watching on the live stream at home. He really had to be aggressive with that one. Did Elias Hagen. So I've just seen the live stream. I think some of the photos are slightly mixed up. Anyway, Elias Hagen, what a race win there. The Swedish driver converts that pole into a victory there in heat number one. Impressive stuff, dealing with the pressure really well, particularly in the early stages of that race. And then even as Alina looked to get close enough to launch an attack, he was able to put the pace in, get his head down and press on to win the race. There's your final results then from the last of the first round of the qualifying heats. Elias Hagen takes the win on the road ahead of Alina Lia-Olsen and Kasper Henriksson, your top three. Timian Hastad and Max Anderson round out the top five, followed by William Lundberg, then Viti Varnanen in 7th place. Followed by Douglas Gurleman in 8th. Cornelia Constance Rohjelkem in 9th. Sadly, not the ideal race for her, down 5 positions from her starting place. Followed by Johan Nyberg there in 10th place. Then just outside of the top 10, Harold Hogby Matheson and Isaac Hofberg. Then Joachim Matheson, Oliver Haugerud Teig, then Lucas Rosser, Michael Stamnes, Victor Gustafsson, Edwin Slatlam. And, of course, we didn't see Mikko Lane take to the start in that one, sadly. So no Masters in that one. Just our 18 seniors. But, again, I can say they all made it to the checkered flag. I couldn't even say that in the qualifying. We had a few drivers having to pull over the side with mechanical issues. But all 18 making it through that 10-minute plus 1 lap race there for the first heat in our X30 seniors. Well, what an exciting afternoon of action it's been so far. Absolutely brilliant stuff from all of the drivers out there, treating us to some fantastic action here at the 2025 IAME Nordic Cup. I hope you've all been thoroughly enjoying it. Like I say, whether you're watching at the side of the circuit or you're watching at home, I hope you have thoroughly enjoyed yourself so far. But don't go anywhere. It's not going to be too long until we now get into the second round of heats. Now, at least on my schedule, I think it is really only scheduled in to be a few minutes different between the end of the last qualifying heat and the start of the next one. Or am I chatting absolute rubbish? I think I might just be chatting absolute rubbish, which is pretty usual for me, to be fair. We were scheduled to start that last qualifying heat at 2:55. Well, it's now 3:33, so I think we are a little bit behind schedule on that one, sadly. Yeah, I do believe we are. So what is that then? I'm awful at maths. I think we're about 40 minutes behind, maybe 30, 35 minutes behind. Now, it was scheduled to be around an hour's break between the two, so I imagine that hour's break will likely be shortened by a little bit. So nothing in the break for this one for you. Sadly, of course, we had the pole position awards earlier on, but it'll be just a short break of probably, I imagine, around 30 or 40 minutes or so, but we'll try and update you as soon as I know more information. And then, like I say, we'll be back to do it all again. We'll see the same drivers back out again in their respective classes, and we'll see whether the results in the second round of heats mirror the first round, or whether we see some new challengers sliding through to the fore, joining the fray at the front of the order and taking their first win of the weekend. What a weekend it's been so far here down at KNA Varna. Join us very soon where we'll crack on with the second round of qualifying heats. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the KNA Varna circuit. We carry on with the IAME Nordic Cup in 2025. A little bit of a break there for the drivers to have a bit of a relax, get some liquids back on board and get themselves ready and energized for the second round of qualifying heats. We're going to kick it off with the junior 60s, just like we did in the first round of heats. And yet again, it's a familiar face on pole position. Ole Alexander Smithstad is on pole position. Alongside him is Noah Hallen. Of course, Noel had that issue at the start of the first race, so we'll be hoping for a bit of a better chance at it on the first lap in this one. Carl Silverfjell and William Axelsson Nyman there on row 2 with Hugo Preischoff, Niklas Kangasalo and Oscar Vitala there, your top 7. Let's see how this one goes then. Can anyone challenge Ole Alexander Sørli in this race? Of course, he's polled it in 2 different classes. He's converted those to 2 victories in both of those classes. Well, second time I'm asking here in the junior 60s. Will it be 3 from 3 for Ole, or will someone else take it? Lights are on. And they're out! We're racing here once again in KNA Varna for the IAME Nordic Cup 2025. 8 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock. And again, we got a spinner down at the first section. It looked like they were assisted into that one, and sadly, they've come to a total halt. We'll see if they can get the engine restarted and carry on in this one, but either way, they've dropped all the way to the back of the pack. As, oh dear, another driver's ground to a halt as well. We might have 2 drivers out here on the first lap of the race. That one just looks like a mechanical issue for the driver hopping out of the car. He kicks the grass in frustration, and that's going to be race over early on then for that driver. I'll let you know exactly who it is when we get to the end of this first lap of racing. Either way, perfect start once again from Ole Alexander Sørli. He leads us through onto lap number 2. Does the 2.97. It's Sørli from Silverfjell, from Hallen, Preischoff and Kangasalo. I can tell you it was Axelsson Nyman who was spun around down at the first couple of corners, and he's out of this race. And there's the other stricken car on your screen. That is Oscar Vitala out as well. Late move to the inside, move for second place. Great overtaking action there. Down at the left-hander. It's all shuffled at the sharp end. Has the leader changed? I think it has. I think Carl Silverfjell's up to the lead. He is. Fantastic battling. Now is Sorley Smithstad down to 3rd place. I think Noah Harlan might have jumped ahead as well. He has. Oh, a big shuffle at the front of the order. Move for the lead. Big move down the inside. There goes the 2.13. Oh, Noah Harlan there getting the overtake done. And in the space of 1 lap, we've had 3 different leaders here, ladies and gentlemen. The 2.13 will lead us on to lap number 3. Noah Harlan takes to the front of the order. For now, anyway, the top 3 chopping and changing like it's going out of fashion. And this time they stay line astern. Defence there from Noah Hallen into the left-hander, sticking the nose up the inside. Bit of contact between the top 3. Up and under goes Sørli Smithstad. He almost gets past both of them, but has to slot in behind in 2nd place. A good re-overtake there, aggressive from Ole to get back into P2. Reshuffles Silverfjell back down to 3rd place. My goodness. First race of the second round of qualifying heats. My voice isn't going to extend all the way to the end of the races if we do this, drivers. Round the final corner they come yet again then. This time with Sørli Smithstad in 2nd place. Hallen still there in the lead. And it all reshuffled yet again. Hold on, has the 2.97 got back to the front? Have I missed that? How has he got back to the lead of this race? They continue up over the crest of the hill then, and down towards the bottom of the brick section yet again. There you go then, with the top 3 battling so closely. It's Hugo Preischoff who has taken the fastest lap, in this one so far. And Hugo doesn't have too far back to Niklas Kangasalo there on the 2.82 as well. Down into that heavy braking right-hander they go once more. Top 3 still line astern for now anyway. When will the attack be relaunched here for the lead of the race? It was indeed Sørli Smithstad who got that lead a lap or so ago. And now it's Kevin Silverfjell, the driver, in hot pursuit. He really is all over the rear bumper of your race leader as they head down into the first couple of corners. The long, extensive right-hander there as they flick through the left and up and over the bridge once again. Super close to 2nd place when you think about the move. Not quite close enough this time, as we're almost already halfway through this 2nd qualifying heat. under the bridge, starting to break away a little bit now. They've set back in to single file formation. Noah Harlan just trying to stay on the back of this train for the positions in the top three. Looks to that inside line there. Does Kevin Silverfowl. He's got some brilliant pace in this race so far. But in the last couple of laps anyway, not able to get the move done. On to lap number 6 we go. It was a new fastest, or new personal best lap, I should say, on the last lap from everyone except the 2:95 of Silverfjall. And he still holds the fastest lap, I believe, in this race. Yes, he does. A 48.820 for Kevin. Beautiful shots there of the circuit as they absolutely wrestle the kart through under the bridge section, right on the limit of tyre grip there. And they head on through to this left-hander down into sector number 3 once again. Close, but not quite close enough for the 295. So it's been the 2 Swedish drivers still in this race. It was swapped round. Sorry, of course, there's Hugo Preischoff as well there in 4th place. So far, only driver who's still in this race who hasn't lost out a position is, who hasn't stopped the race, who's lost the position, is Noah Harlan. Could this be the move? Yes, it is! Late down the inside, move for the lead from Kevin Silverfowl, but beautifully done! Up and under there from Ole Alexander Sorley-Smithstad. He's got the inside line, he retakes the lead. Fantastic battling between these junior 60 drivers. Do they go down the hill once more? Will the opportunity arise? No! Sent to the outside line is Silverfowl. He'll look for the up and under, but again, that's chopped off and closed off by Ole. Again holds that inside line into the left-hander. The defence has come out already. We've still got over 2 minutes to go in this one. They surely can't keep battling like this, and seize an opportunity for second there. On the exit, they're side by side as Noah Harlan tries to find a way back through. Down into the first couple of corners they go. How have they reshuffled themselves? I think Silverfowl might have just got back ahead in all of that. No, he hasn't. He has slipped behind. So that's a change to second place then. Noah Harlan is indeed through. But this might be exactly what Ole Alexander Sorley-Smithstad needed in all of this. He's gained a couple of kart lengths. I think he knows if he can go untouched in the rest of this, he can press on and look to take a second win of the day here in junior 60s. And immediately on this lap, he's put in a purple sector number 1. Through they go, through sector 3 once again. The two countrymen, the 2 Swedish gentlemen of Noah Harlan and Carl Silverfowl, need to call a truce here. If they keep battling like they did a few moments ago, Ole is just going to drive off into the distance. They need to keep him in reaching distance here if they want a chance to, 1, steal away the win in this race, but also try to reshuffle the grid order as we head into the super heats and the finals tomorrow. Less than a minute left to go on the timer here then in your junior 60 qualifying heat number 2. And again, your leader, Ole Alexander Sorley-Smithstad, just doing all he needs to keep in the lead. But I will say the drivers behind looking a little faster on this last lap. That gap has closed ever so slightly. We'll be heading on to the penultimate lap of this race then. And what is the gap between our 3 leaders as they head on through? 3 tenths back to Hallen, further 3 back to Silverfjall. But again, Sorley-Smithstad just keeping them at arm's length, just making sure there's not the opportunity to find a way through. And Sorley-Smithstad looking to continue his perfect day here at KNA Varna. Time is going to tick to 0, ladies and gentlemen, in only a couple of moments. There it is. Time is done. We've got 1 more lap left to go. And it doesn't look like the 213's closed in yet enough. That gap looks pretty much the same as it was on the last 1,030 metres of this circuit. Last lap board is seen by our leaders. And Sorley-Smithstad will know now, right? Only a few more corners to hold on to this one. Let's just try and stay ahead. He checks over the shoulder, over the bridge. You can see he's got enough distance here. He doesn't need to defend, and that is crucial. He can keep hitting his lines, stay on the perfect trajectory around the circuit, and thus mean that the 2 in behind can't close up at all, and it's going to stay as it is, down in towards the last few corners of this race. Could it be the perfect day continued for Ole Alexander Surly-Smithstad? Through into the left-hander, he is closer. It's Noel Hallin, but I'm not sure he's quite close enough. It will have to be a send at the final corner, and it's not going to be. Round the final corner comes Ole Alexander Surly-Smithstad to win yet again here at the IAME Nordic Cup. The 297 makes it 3 from 3 here at KNA Varna. What a great race that was. Fantastic in the junior 60s. Those three at the sharp end absolutely nip and tuck through all of that. Well, Ole had to really fight for that one, but he did manage to come out ahead in all of that once all was said and done. So the 297 takes another race victory then, followed by Noel Harlin and Carl Silverfjell. Then just off of the podium, then about 5 seconds behind that leading battle was Hugo Preischoff. He did have the fastest lap at one stage in that one. Only ended up being a couple of tenths slower in terms of fastest lap, so well done to him. You can see the rest of the drivers heading back into safety and into Parc Fermé. And then last of the finishers was Nicolas Kangasalo in that one in 5th. And sadly, a real shame that we lost 2 drivers on the first lap of that race. William Axelsen Nyman there getting spun around down at the first section of corners. Now, we only saw the aftermath of it. It very much could have been a spin. It also very much could have been someone giving him a little love tap in the side pod there, sent him round, and sadly, kart died. He couldn't get it started again. And then, of course, only a couple of corners later, we lost Oscar Vitala as well. Kart grounding to a halt. And even more frustratingly for him, he has got it going again, but he's going very slowly. So I think definitely that issue not fixed, sadly, for Oscar. It hasn't just been able to fix itself. He is going to have to slowly try and drive that one back into pit lane. But there we go then. Junior 60s are done and dusted for the day. Very, very good racing there in their second qualifying heat. I mean, as it all spices up with even longer races tomorrow, that's surely going to be one of the classes to watch out there. But as I say, we won't see them until the sun rises tomorrow. I can see that's a bent axle for the 298. Sorry, that is Oscar Vitala. So he's bouncing all around the shop as he gets that back to the pit. So was there maybe a bit of contact there for him that caused that mechanical issue? Not one that I saw, sadly, on the cameras. But either way, that cart has a bit of kangaroo juice in it at the moment, jumping its way back into Parc Fermé. Well, there we go then. We'll move swiftly on to our next qualifying heat of the second round of qualifying heats. It's the Cadetis who will be heading out onto the circuit in a few moments' time. Once again, 4 drivers on the grid for this one, and it was a commanding victory in heat number 1 for Ivar Engelstad. Impressive stuff for the number 72. Looked in control of it the whole race, realistically, did Ivar, and took home the win. Cinder Omdahl, of course, they're in second place on the front row of the grid with him, if I can get my words out. Casper Nesset and Lucas Kangasalo, your 4 karts will be heading out on circuit here for the Cadetis. We saw in the first round of heats some slight differences in general pace out there between the 4 drivers, which is understandable. They're all the youngest drivers that can be here, 8 to 10 years of age. They're all still learning the ropes and learning their ways around racing and racecraft, etc. So you're going to have to assume some of them will be at different levels in their stages of learning in terms of motorsport and racecraft in general. So we'll see whether Ivar Engelstad can once again put in a stellar performance and secure 2 wins from 2 so far, or will another driver try to shuffle up the order and ruin Ivar's party? Well, we'll wait and see. Only a couple of moments until the Cadetis will be heading out onto the circuit, and Engelstad looking to continue and press on, carry through that positive momentum here into qualifying heat number 2. Out of the pit lane come our Cadeti drivers then, their second and final heat of the first day of racing here at the IAME Nordic Cup 2025. Let's have a look at your grid then once again. Ivar Engelstad on pole position. Let's see if he can make it 2 from 2 in these qualifying heats. Sindre Omdahl alongside him on that front row of the grid. And then row number 2 is Kasper Nesset and Lucas Kangasalo. So 4 drivers taking to the track in anger in this one once again then. As we do have a bit of a straggler out of the pits. Who is that? It's the number 82, who's a little bit slow out of the blocks. That's Lucas Kangasalo. Maybe a bit of an issue there, trying to get the kart started in the dummy grid area. I will say as well, just looking out of the box, it looks like the clouds are a little bit darker and a little bit angrier over to one side of the circuit. I know there was potentially supposed to be some rain late on today. Hopefully that stays off and we're just treated to a bit of moisture tomorrow, but we'll wait and see. Well, the 3 drivers come round to the end of the lap, but of course the 4th driver is not quite on the back of the pack just yet. He is a little bit of a way off. And the drivers will carry on round and do another warm-up lap for this one. So it might be a case, I was going to say it might be a case of the 82 of Kangasalo slowing down and letting the rest of the drivers catch him, but they're sort of continuing to be on complete opposite sides of the circuit at the moment. When Kangasalo was going over the bridge, they were on the start-finish straight. Now they've just gone over the bridge and he's on the start-finish straight. So this is less than ideal. Hopefully they are told to slow down through sectors 2 and sector 3, and Kangasalo will be able to close back up nice and quickly. There we go. It does look like he's chasing him down now as he heads through towards the underneath of the bridge section. So our 4 Cadeti drivers, of course, our youngest throughout this weekend's action, getting ready to go racing yet again. So yeah, looking back at heat number 1, Engelstad taking the win by almost 8 seconds ahead of Kasper Nesset, Sindre Omdahl and Lucas Kangasalo. If my brain remembers things correctly, which it often doesn't, I think Sindre Omdahl had a bit of an issue on the first lap or two of the first heat. Let's see if this one can start a little bit more positively for him. Right then, 4 drivers are all together. We look to the lights, they go out, and we're racing here once again in the Cadetis. Good start from your pole sitter of Ivar Engelstad. They head down into the first couple of corners, and he will stay in the lead of this race. I do think that Sindre Omdahl has held on to second place then as they head through into the second part of this first lap. Once again for these drivers, 8 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock to be completed before we say goodbye to them for the Friday's action, and we'll see them back on circuit yet again for tomorrow. Down through that heavy braking right-hander as they head through to the end of lap number 1 then, still as they were off of the starting grid. Engelstad, Omdahl, Nesset and Kangasalo. As they started, they continue on through on to lap number 2. Let's see, 1, if, and 2, how quickly Engelstad can start to pull away with this one. Engelstad down in the 54s after lap 1. Omdahl and Nesset in the 55 and Kangasalo in the 56s. So obviously it was a bit of a run through, back through the order attempt from Omdahl in heat number 1. And it's looking like maybe Engelstad might run away from this one yet again. It looks potentially like Omdahl and Nesset are very close on pace on the 74 and 69 respectively. So maybe we can see a cheeky battle between these two. There was a look for the inside line there for the 69 of Kasper Nesset. Bit wide through the penultimate corner for Sindre Omdahl. And Nesset stays right on his tail. Both of them have fallen about 1.1 seconds off of the back of Engelstad for the moment. A 53 dead now for Engelstad versus a 53.6 for Omdahl, a 53.5 for Nesset. as they were then continuing on through this third lap, I should say. I can't even remember how many laps have been of this race. And again, Nesset's still right in the wheel tracks there of Omdahl. But I feel like Omdahl's just produced a bit of a gap so far on this third lap. Seems to have hooked it up a little bit more. All of them, great to see, activating that human DRS down the main straight, dropping the head down behind the steering wheel, trying to find any sort of aerodynamic advantage that they can, especially with these slightly lower powered karts comparatively to the rest of the karts that we're seeing heading around this circuit this weekend. You've got to use every opportunity you can to find a little bit more speed, and that's exactly what the drivers out on circuit are doing. Of course, only 8 to 10 years of age. It's great to see them all out on track and learning their stuff and progressing on through. That's what we want to see in classes like these. Of course, you want to get the best position that you can finish on, but at the end of the day, if you go home a little bit faster than when you started and you've learned something new, that's all that matters at this age. You want to continue that progression through the karting pathway, and that progression through your own understanding and enjoyment of racing as well. Well, new fastest lap on the last lap, courtesy of who else? Ivar Engelstad, 52.695 now the time to beat. And I will say, Omdahl and Nesset setting personal bests out there as well. A 53 dead for Omdahl and a 53.2 for Nesset. So now that Omdahl has sort of found his feet, got into a bit of a rhythm of things, he seems to be a little bit faster than Sindre Omdahl. Oh, sorry, than Kasper Nesset, I should say. Apologies. And that just means he's eking out that gap every single lap. The gap between Engelstad and Omdahl now just over 2.1 seconds. And gap back to Nesset now almost 0.9 of a second. Through we go on to lap number 6. Not a personal best that time from Ivar Engelstad. Personal best though once again from Omdahl and Nesset, but this time Sindre Omdahl has really found a bit of pace out there. He's got within about 1/10 of Engelstad's best lap of the race. However, even if Omdahl can find purple sectors out there, it might be a little bit too little too late, sadly, for him, as that gap continuing to extend out at the sharp end. Of course, as again, these are one of the younger classes, 8 minutes plus 1 lap once again for these qualifying heats. Of course, after this, we'll move on to the mini class, which again will be 8 minutes plus 1 lap. And then on to the juniors and seniors. Well, I'll get a little bit longer once more. 10 minutes plus 1 lap yet again. There's Lucas Kangasalo across the line. New personal best, sector number 3 for Lucas. So he's continuing to improve out there as well, which is great to see. But that gap now absolutely monstrous. It was about 2.2 seconds on the last gap, but as well, Omdahl has now gapped Nesset by almost 2 seconds as well. So they've fallen back to pretty much identical gaps between those top 3 now. So less than 2 minutes of this one left to go then. Across the line comes Engelstad once again. And I don't think he's quite going to get the same winning margin that he had in heat number 1 earlier on. Like I mentioned, it was nearly 8 seconds. 7 3/4 seconds it was between Engelstad and Nesset. This time only sitting around 2.5 seconds, but it does continue to extend every single lap. Through they continue on to the end then of lap number 7. Oh, lap number 8, sorry, it was the fastest lap of the race yet again on the last lap from Engelstad. That's why the gap extended once more. Let's see if he can get anywhere close on this one. Yep, still faster than anything set by any of the other drivers, but a new personal best from Sindre Omdahl. Fair play, 52.7 fastest time now, getting really close to Engelstad. I think the main thing for him going into tomorrow will be trying to get to that pace a little bit earlier on. As if he was within that, he's within a tenth or two every single lap of the leader. If he can be close enough, he can think about moves, he can hold Engelstad up and really make a battle out of things for the lead. But sadly, I think he got a little bit too focused on Nesset at the start of this one. Just lost that bit of time getting into the rhythm of things in the race. By the time he did, he started to pull away from Nesset, but it was too late. He'd already dropped way too far back from behind Engelstad. It's not quite going to be the last lap in this one, I don't think. Round the final corner comes Engelstad. He crosses the line. Oh no, it is. It is going to be the last lap. I think we still had a second or two on the clock, but it was shown as 1 lap to go on the gantry. So only 1,030 meters. So there you go. New fastest lap of the race from Sindre Omdahl. 52.462. So what we thought might be a little bit of a whitewash here for Eva Engelstad, that he might storm the field in all of these races in the Cadetis. That just shows Sindre Omdahl does have the pace out there to challenge for race wins. Just like I say, couldn't quite get to that pace early enough, and just allowed for Eva Engelstad to press on forward with it, get enough of a gap, and he's looking to take home his second win of the day. Round the final corner comes the number 72, and it will be Eva Engelstad who wins the second heat of the day in the Cadeti class. Sindre Omdahl follows him home on an almost identical lap time there. Impressive stuff. And with that fastest lap of the race, Sindre can take a lot of positives going through into the super heats and the final tomorrow. I think he's got a good game plan worked out for those ones. There you go, as you can see on your screen, the official results of that qualifying heat 2 for our Cadetis. 2.8 seconds behind in the end there. In second place was Sindre Omdahl. Then 6.3 behind there was Kasper Nesset in third place, and then finalising the order was Lucas Kangasalo there in fourth position. There we go then, 2 of our 5 heats in the second round of qualifying heats are done and dusted. It's all flown by way too quickly here at KNA Varna today. It's been so exciting to be joining you for this racing action, and I can't wait for it all to hot up tomorrow as well, as that's really when points become prizes, as the drivers funnel their way back into Park Ferme. And you can see already that the drivers are getting ready to go for our next second heat of the day, which, as I mentioned earlier, will be our mini class. Let's have a look back at what the starting grid is going to be for this next one and what happened earlier on in their first heat of the day. Of course, we've seen 3 from 3 so far today for Ole Alexander Sørli-Smistad. Has won every race he's competed in so far today. Well, this is his final opportunity, at least for Friday, to continue on that perfect run and try and make it 4 from 4, which would just be ridiculous. But we'll see if that does come to fruition, or if someone else will come to upset the party. Of course, Adrian Mikkelsen, what a race it was from him in heat number 1. Had to battle through from his 6th place starting position, which I think he would have been frustrated with, as he's clearly got the pace to battle up right at the sharp end. And he had it all to do in that one, battled super well, and gave a very happy fist pump in the air as he went across the line. And of course he did. It was such an impressive race from Adrian, and we'll see if he can do a similar thing here as they go for it yet again. Right then, grid is on your screen. Let's take a look at it here ahead of qualifying heat number 2 in the mini category at the IAME Nordic Cup 2025. As I mentioned, your pole sitter yet again is Ole Alexander Sørli-Smistad, with Jenny K. Nordvang alongside him. Jenny slipped back a little bit at the opening part of the heat number 1, ended up dropping down to, where was she? 5th place once the checkered flag flew. Had some good pace and was battling really well. Some really impressive defence from Jenny Nordvang. We should be hoping for a bit faster out the blocks in this one. See if she can battle it in for the win and keep some more drivers behind her. It's Espen Moe and Jakob Oldenberger there on row number 2, with Christopher Melhus and Adrian Mikkelsen on row number 3. Daniel Storlen and Burke Blanslet Bendiksvold on row number 4, with Oliver Christiansen Kampelian and Marcus Alberg rounding out the top 10 on row number 5. Philip Bakkegaard, Christian Bjørgen and Shelley Sander are your 13 drivers taking to the grid here for the second qualifying heat of the day in the minis. Well, what was that finishing gap then in the first race? Surly Smithstad was over 3 seconds, nearly 3.2 seconds ahead of Adrian Mikkelsen in second place. Like I mentioned though, Adrian had to battle through the order to find his way up there, and that just gave the opportunity to your eventual winner to just press on ahead, make the most of the free air that he had, create a nice little gap, and then bring it home nice and relaxed. Well, he'll be looking for the same order here. Looking for the race to play out in a very similar way, and with his realistically seemingly closest challenger of Adrian Mikkelsen once again getting sent back to 6th place for the start, that should make it a little bit easier for Surly Smithstad. But we'll wait and see. Drivers getting ready then in the dummy grid. They'll soon be heading out. And once again, we'll have 8 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock. The final time, we'll see the minis out today on Friday. We'll see them, of course, back again tomorrow. Here we are then, I can hear a few minis heading out onto the circuit, about ready to go for their second qualifying heat of the day. As it looks as though we've had an issue there for one of the drivers on the right-hand side of the dummy grid. Drivers heading on round him to try and get out of the pit lane. I'll try and let you know as soon as I can find out who that is. Actually, it looks like we've got two drivers unable to get those engines started. One of them has managed to get out there. Hopefully can bring that car engine to a good temperature. The 197 that was struggling to get it started. And that was your pole sitter. That was your pole sitter. Right, okay. Ole Alexander Sørli-Smistad. Engine not really wanting to fire on the first time of asking there. Does get it underway in the end. But again, I think we can assume they're not going to be going first time of asking here. It's going to be round again for our mini drivers. I'm just trying to come out of the commentary box and spot if that other driver did get away, but I can't quite see far enough into the pit lane as to whether they have done or not. But yeah, I've already seen the gesticulations from the fantastic staff here at KNA Varna. They are indeed sending them round again, so light shows the yellow lights. False start, and we go round again. Well, your pole sitter certainly gets some heat in that engine now as he floors it down the start-finish straight to catch the pack back up. They really aren't slowing down too much. They need to take the foot off the gas a little bit and try and let the pole sitter catch up. I know you don't want to. Neither would I if I was in that position, but you've got to let him catch back up. He's got back on the black stuff. He's going to join this race. So again, I've got all 13 showing on the timing, so I'm not 100% sure who it is that hasn't been able to get out of the pit lane. Yeah, we definitely only have 12 out there at the moment. So sadly, we've already lost one driver before we've even gone to green flag racing conditions. Like I say, as soon as I can work that one out, I will let you know who hasn't made it to the start. Right then. Can we get it underway? First time of asking mini drivers. They go to the tram lines. It's 2x2. They watch those lights and they're out. We're racing here in the minis for the last time here on Friday. Down to the first couple of corners we go. And all the argy-bargy there. It's 2x2x2. Bit of a hip check there for the driver in fourth. That's going to lose them a position as they slip down back behind another driver. One driver very much not happy about something that happened there in the first couple of corners. I couldn't quite see it on the cameras, but they're at the back of the pack and they're not happy with something. Looks like it's Philip Bakkegaard potentially who hasn't made it out, maybe. Again, we'll check after the first lap of racing then. Oh, big move over the inside curb there for one of the drivers. That really unsettled the kart there as he managed to hold the slide and get it all back under control. I think he might have lost a position or two because of that one. Espen Moe has had a brilliant start here. What's happened to Ole Alexander Sørli-Smistad? He's been absolutely mugged on the first lap. He's dropped down to 6th or 7th place, I think it is. Yes, 7th position for Ole Alexander Sørli-Smistad. He was looking to make it a perfect run. 4 from pole position, but it's not going to happen here. Well, maybe, you never know. Move down the inside for the lead. There goes Melhuus through. Christopher Melhuus has overtaken Espen Moe there down at the left-hand. And will continue to hold the lead there under the bridge section. Great opportunistic move there from the number 110. Will we see the favour repaid though? Not quite close enough this time. Is Espen Moe. It was that purple sector 1 that gave Christopher the opportunity there to make that move. And now look at this, Espen Moe already hounding the rear of his kart. And who's that brought back into the fray? It's the 187 of Adrian Mikkelsen. Your defending champion in the minis from last year. And look at that, Adrian with the new fastest lap of the race. A two-way fight has become a three-way fight. Here's the repaying of the favour. Espen Moe back down the inside at the same corner. He lost the lead, but up and under goes Christopher Melhuus. Trying to follow him through. Yes, fantastic with Adrian Mikkelsen. He'll chop back across. Just about enough room given. And slipping down to the back of the train then. Actually, was that Espen Moe that slipped to the back? I think it might have been. Back through has gone Melhuus, and back through has gone Mikkelsen. Yes, so Espen Moe loses out 2 places. Again, like we saw in previous races, you try to make a move for 1 position and you end up losing 2. That's exactly what's happened there to Espen Moe. And all of this battling is bringing more drivers back into the fray. One of those is Jenny Nordvang. The other one, guess who? It's Ole Alexander Surly-Smithstad. They're chasing them back down. Move for the lead, down the inside, late on the brakes. Goes Adrian Mikkelsen. Up and under, through follows Espen Moe. God, these drivers are fantastic at racing. This is brilliant stuff. Through they continue on, through sector number 2 then. Down into the heavy braking zone, just about covering that one off. There's the move from behind though. Ole Alexander Surly-Smithstad gets through on Jenny Nordvang at the bottom of the hill. Reshuffling at the sharp end again, I think. Adrian Mikkelsen has just about held on to that one as they head through the last couple of corners. But a 2-way kart became a 3-way kart. Now it's nearly a 7-kart battle here at the sharp end. The drivers have come alive this afternoon. Unbelievable stuff. We've still got over half race distance in this one, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness. Will this be the move again? Yes, of course it will. Espen Moe trying the inside line, but I don't think he's quite got it. All shuffling in behind, though. Down to 4th place, that is. Christopher Melhuis loses a place to 4th, and I do think it's your pole sitter who snuck on by. Yes, it is. So after a difficult first lap for the 197, Ole Alexander Surly-Smithstad is back through into P3. I need a second to breathe here, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness, what an awesome race this is turning out to be. Who's going to win this one? I genuinely have no idea. Side by side across the line for the lead. Tried the up and under there to Espen Moe. It didn't quite work. He couldn't get the exit. Has to swap back in behind yet again. Again, Adrian Mikkelsen is up 5 places in this final. What a brilliant young racer Adrian is. But now the pressure is mounting as Espen Moe still hounds that rear axle of his kart. It looks as though, sadly, a couple of laps ago, we've lost Daniel Stollen in this one. And it was Christian Bjorgen who didn't make it to the start, so apologies I called it Philip Backegard. It was not Philip, he's in this race. It was Christian Bjorgen who didn't make it out of pit lane, and sadly we've lost Daniel Stollen as well on the number 132. Or is it the one? No, it's the 159 I can see out my window, so I'm absolutely chatting rubbish. Apologies. We lost both of those drivers during the race. I still don't know who it was in the pits. I have no idea. I'm so sorry. I'm supposed to be giving you information. I don't know myself. Let's keep an eye on this leading battle, though, because I don't want to keep my eyes off, because it's all chopping and changing as quickly as you can say overtake. There's one, though, down the inside into the left-hander. Aggressive from your pole sitter of Ole Alexander Surly-Smithstad. He's into P2, and there are only one mini kart separates him from a perfect day. I said on the first lap, oh, that's it, he's not going to do it. And then I had to stop myself and go, hold on, John. This is karting. This is IAME racing. Anything can happen. And he's already back to 2nd place. Just over 2 minutes left to go then as we head on to lap number 8. All of them dropping the head down, activating her human DRS as they try and find as much speed as they can down the front straight outside of my commentary box window. Check over the shoulder for Mikkelsen. He knows that Surly-Smithstad is right there. And he can't give him an inch because Ole will take a mile. Do they continue? Top 3 starting to break away a little bit. Your leader earlier on, Christopher Melhuis, sadly just dropping away. He's still got Jenny Nordvang hot on his tail. And then waiting in the wings behind, we've still got Jakob Ovronberger and Marcus Alberg as well. There's the move! There's the move! Lay down the inside and back to the front there. It goes Ole Alexander Surly-Smithstad. He gets back to the sharp end of the order. Let's see what they all try and do now. Through onto yet another lap of this race, and yet again we've got a new race leader. 1 minute and 10 seconds left to go on the clock. Big defensive move. Okay, that's the strat. That's the strat from Ole Alexander. He's just thinking, I'm going to defend, back them all up. Hopefully they start battling, and then I can get a bit of clear air. Whoa, that was a bit of a send. Was that Jenny Nordvang? Yes, it was. Nordvang down the inside. They're side by side through the S's section. That was very close. That's back through. Great move by Mikkelsen. Espen Moe's trying around the outside as well. We're 6 karts line astern here into the final sector. Retakes 2nd place then as Ole Alexander Surly-Smithstad. And side by side for third place as well. That's going to be hung out to dry there for Christopher Melhus. He might lose the place. He's going to lose 2. He's going to lose 2 because of that. Hung out to dry was Christopher there. Sadly for him, keeps Marcus Albo behind, but he's down to P6. This is going to be the penultimate lap of this race then, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, Espen Mo this time is back into the lead. So apologies, I might have misread that. It was potentially Espen Mo that made that cheeky move to retake the lead. But either way, Adrian Mikkelsen, your race leader for quite a few laps earlier, is still very much there within a shout. Defence again from your race leader of Espen Mo. Do they come into the left-hander? Will there be the cheeky attempt? Not this time. And the 180 is going to lead us onto the final lap of this race. 1,030 metres left to go, and we're side by side. Onto the final lap we go here in the minis. Who's going to take it down to the first couple of corners? They're all 3 abreast, my goodness. One driver shuffle wide, but it's Alexander Sunni-Smith who's taking the lead. He's got it. Defending hard though into the left-hander, really holding that inside line. I think that's Mikkelsen now who's the one attacking. Down they go into the bridge section once more. All of them right together. Up and under. 3 wide. Oh my goodness, that was so close. What an unbelievable move. I think that was Mo finding his way back through, and they're all chopping and changing down the right-hander. Oh my goodness. Well, how is this going to finish? Can Ole remain calm and hold on to this lead? To the left they go, up and under from Espen Mo. They're going to be side by side into the final corner. It's up and under again. They're going to be side by side to the line. Oh my goodness, what an end to the race. Who's it going to be? I have no idea. I have no idea. It's Espen Mo. It's Espen Mo. What a race. Unbelievable scenes here in the minis. Oh my goodness. I'm going to need a lay down in a dark room after that one. Unbelievable racing in the minis. That was fantastic. And we had about 7 drivers there. All could have taken the win on the last lap. But it's Espen Mo with a fantastic double switchback there. And just about got a good enough exit to steal it at the line. And I can tell you, the gap across the line was 1,000th of a second. 1,000th of a second. That's less than a blink of the eye. And Espen Mo takes it and stops Ole Alexander Sunni-Smith from getting that perfect day. He's going to have to settle for a second place. Wow, wow, wow. That was fantastic. Like I say, I think I need a bottle of water and a lay down after that one. Unbelievable racing. Fantastic. I think we had, what was that, 4 or 5 different leaders across that 8-minute plus 1 lap race. And even into the last couple of corners, you still had no idea who was going to win. But there is your final race results on the screen. Espen Mo taking the win by 1,000th of a second ahead of Ole Alexander Sunni-Smith and Adrian Mikkelsen, your top 3. Christopher Melhus and Jakob Orlund get there, your top 5, followed by Jenny K. Nordvang, Marcus Alberg, Shelly Sande, Berg Brandstedt Benkersvold, then Oliver Christiansen Campellium, Daniel Stollen, Philip Bakkegaard and Christian Bjorgen there. Sadly, a couple of the drivers not making it to the finish in that one. But either way, what a brilliant race at the front of the order. That race absolutely coming alive in the minis, and we hope that that will continue there on to their super heats and the finals tomorrow. My goodness. Right, I'm going to take a second because I think I'm about to pass out. We'll be back in a few moments' time for the second heat of the day in the juniors. Oh, well then. My goodness. I've actually got to shout some more after that. I think my voice is about done with for today. What an unbelievable race that was in the mini class. Fantastic stuff. Super close to out. And I thank you to the live streaming guys for coming down and let me know. I hadn't spotted the Ole Alexander Sully-Smithstad hadn't actually got back to his grid position at all. So when I said he'd lost loads of positions on the first lap, actually he gained loads because he only got to the back of the pack when they sent them to green flag. So frustrating for him that he had to end up starting from the back and flighting his way all the way through the field, but what a race through, and what an ending to that one. Sadly, I think that the transponder had called it wrong. I think they might have the transponder in the wrong place on one of the carts, so I do think potentially Ole Alexander Sully-Smithstad did win that race in the end, but I haven't got the confirmed results just yet, so I'll leave that one for you guys to find out on your own. Right then, we're about ready to head through into yet another second heat of the day. We've got 2 more left to come so far today, ladies and gentlemen. Up next is the X30 Juniors, and after that, it'll be the X30 Seniors, and we'll bring day 1 of the 2025 Nordic Cup to a close here at KNA Varna. As you can see on your screen, there is the grid for the X30 Junior Heat number 2. Let's run you through it then. It will be Martin Omdahl on pole position with Bernhard Ravnas alongside him. Again, same grids as we saw for the first round of heats. Patrick Christiansen and Norbert Junior Plazeski there in on the second row of the grid. Ludwig Granqvist and Vebjorn Glenda on row number 3. Then Linnea Jensen and Christian Gether Gundersen on row 4. MLB Bratten and Adrian Yerda on row 5. They round out the top 10. Joachim Askeland and Lucas Emil Losius on row number 6, with Kevin Garib and Linus Sisted on row 7, followed by Oliver Rogmo Hodge and Silas Severid Ellison on row 8. Then it's Philip Statnam and Henrik Domter Hagen on row 9. Finalising the top 20 will be Johan Bons and Gabriel Mortensen. And then finalising the grid of 21, it's Magnus Bratten there. 21 drivers on the grid in total. Again, should produce some rather spicy racing here in the juniors. It was a very exciting one in their first race of the day earlier on. Of course, sadly, we had to cut it a little bit short, given there was quite a sizable accident down in the back section of the circuit. Now, I couldn't work out at the time the 2 drivers that were involved in that one. I didn't want to speculate over the airwaves who it was. Hopefully, we do still see all 21 drivers heading out on circuit for their second heat, and hopefully the drivers that are involved in that all okay to carry on with the race weekend. You put so much time and effort into coming to the event. You don't want it all coming to an end at the first race of the weekend, but we'll wait and see how many drivers do end up leaving the pits, and that's going to be about now. Then they head out of the dummy grid and off to racing action here in X30 Juniors. Of course, Ludwig Granqvist, what a fantastic performance it was from him in the first race of the day, ended up taking the win. And Ludwig, a very accomplished driver, of course, sort of defending his title. He's in a different class than what he was in last year. Won the Junior 60 final last year at the IAME Nordic Cup. And just a very experienced driver in general. Like I mentioned earlier, P2 at X30 Minis at the Army World Finals last year. Currently second place in Army Series Sweden, the Junior 125 class. And then doing pretty well in a couple of other championships as well. So, again, another one to watch. But with his maybe what he would consider slightly off-colour qualifying session, he's got it all to do again from the third row of the grid. So it's certainly not going to be made easy for him by the rest of the drivers out there on the black stuff. But we'll see. He's done it once. There's definitely no counting him out to do it yet again. So Martin Omdahl led well earlier on in that first heat before getting passed by Ludwig. And I think that Bernhard Ravnas won't be 100% happy with his performance in that first heat of the day, just slipping back ever so slightly, still getting a good finishing result. But I know from the front row of the grid, he will be wanting more from this second heat of the day. Looks as though the driver's getting in to the correct order then. Oh, am I clicking on the wrong one? No, I'm not. Okay, I need to tell someone that they've put the wrong thing on the information board. X30 Junior qualifying Heat 1 result is actually the Junior 60 result. Anyway, let's ignore that. We might go racing here. Lights are on. They're off, we're racing in the juniors and again and immediately diving across to the middle, super close. There might be a crash there down in the first sector. That was so close between a number of drivers as they were looking to chop and change in the mid-pack. We do have one driver slowing in the middle. They all dive around to avoid him, including one driver straight across the grass there. It looks as though they've just about managed to continue that. My goodness, what a scrappy start to this one. And that has been the perfect start for the driver out front. Martin Ondal already scything ahead in this race. I think he's already got at least 3/4 of a second the gap over the rest of the field. Ravnas still there in second place then. No, he's not. He's lost out. It's the 3-4-4 of Jensen. Good start then from Linnea Jensen. She's up 5 places is Linnea Jensen on the first lap. Up 7 places is Joachim Askeland. What an unbelievable start. So it's Patrick Christensen, the one that's lost out big time on that first lap. He's down 17 positions. And sadly, it looks as though MLB Bratton, who was out in that crash in heat number 1, has not made it out for heat number 2, sadly. As the drivers following line of stern then down through into the second half of this second lap of the race. Now, Linnea Jensen's done the hard part. She's beaten her way through the traffic. She's got up to P2. And now can she put in some good pace to try and chase down your race leader? They're nearly identical on their Sector 1 and Sector 2 times throughout this one. And we'll keep an eye on that leading gap. Top 3 already breaking away then. It's Ondan, Jensel and Koseski. Askelen leading up that secondary pack then. And it's really Adjanyerda who is under pressure in 5th place. Again though, Bernhard Ravnas with a less than ideal start to the race. Sadly, it looks as though he's had similar luck to what he had in heat number 1 and he has slipped down the order. Luckily, it seems as though he's resettled himself there in 6th position. And now he'll look to press back on ahead and try and challenge for the positions that maybe he feels he should be in. Do they go into that heavy braking right-hander yet again? And we watch for that gap. Sadly for the 3-4-4 of Jensen, I think the gap has closed, but the gap back to the driver behind of Plazeski rather than the gap ahead to Ondal. On to lap number 4 we go then, still as they were. No changes up at that sharp end. Here we go then. Just as I was mentioning, Ravnas needs to get his way back to where he feels he should be. He pops in a fastest lap of the race. Maybe he can hear me in the helmet. I'm definitely putting him off. He shouldn't have me on in his helmet. Through they continue on then through this 4th lap of the race. Now what's the gap remaining at? About 8.5 tenths between Ondal and Jensen. It's for Jensen, is she really having to focus in behind her, the driver chasing her down. And yeah, again, stays about the same then. New fastest lap it seems though for Martin Ondal. No, it's immediately stolen by Ludwig Granqvist. So he's had a real issue in the first part of this race. I missed that one when we kicked things off, clearly having issues on the opening lap or so when we saw that scuffle down at the first few couple of corners. Ludwig Granqvist, your winner in heat number 1, dropped way down the order. Now he's chasing back down the pack. Now he's getting fastest laps down into the 44.8 goes Ludwig. And he's trying to make moves as well. Big move down the inside into that late braking right-hander. Big senders. There's contact on the exit. Driver's going to lose a couple of places because of that one. It was a 304 who made the move and the 342 who lost out. Of course, it was Ludwig Granqvist who made the move. Lucas Emil Locius loses 2 places from that. It's going to slip down to 11th as Edwin Yoda follows through on Ludwig. Martin Ondal then out at the front of the field. Now with the fastest lap of the race yet again. Pendulum swings back the way of the 302 and he's looking to make that gap up to over a second. It's so nearly there. He is knocking on the door here as we head through to half race distance. Now Linnea Jensen is still there in second place, but again she's continuing to be hounded by Norbert Junior Plazeski. And I will say the 3-3-1 of Joachim Askeland seems to be closing in on them as well. Actually, all 3 of them are on really similar pace. The gap sort of staying as it is. The 3-2-1's broken away a bit. That's Bernhard Ravnas. We saw him with the fastest lap a little bit earlier on. He puts in another personal best. All drivers so close on pace, but again, Martin Ondal just finds that little bit more down into the 44.6s. Goes your race leader. Bit wide under the bridge there for second place. Ilya Jensen nearly opened up the opportunity to Norbert Brzeski. Brzeski not close enough though to think about it down the hill. He is almost pushing Linear around the circuit. They are literally that close. That's all. Contact there. Front to rear contact. I think Brzeski was just a little bit more confident on the brakes there than Linear was. And Jensen just gets a little love tap on the rear of the kart there. Is reminded that Norbert is right there in her wheel tracks. 4.5 minutes left to go in this race. Once again, fastest lap goes back to Ludwig Granqvist. He's chasing down that pack ahead. He's chased down that pack ahead. He's gapped Edgen Yerda, who he overtook only a lap or two ago, by over 2 seconds. Fantastic pace from the 304, and now he's right on the back of that following pack. Well, I will keep an eye on these top 4, but we've got to watch these 4 in behind. That group of 4 is looking very exciting. Ravnas has just got clear of them, but it's Glenda, Garib, Thisted and Granqvist, the 4 drivers battling over 6th place. The top 3 and 4 go through the shotgun as they head down to the first couple of corners. Granqvist all over the back of Thisted as they head down into the first couple of corners. Wasn't able to get alongside, I don't think this time, no, sits in behind, you can tell just by the height difference. Of course, Granqvist has only just jumped up to the juniors, so a little bit shorter than quite a few of the drivers around him. Obviously, there's a minimum weight, so that shouldn't give any advantage to him. But a younger driver, less experienced, yet has a ridiculous pace out there in an X30 Junior. Still Linear Jensen under pressure, but still not being overtaken here by Brzeski. Askeland is closing in little by little now, as Ravnas remains in no man's land. He's got 1.5 seconds ahead and 1.5 seconds behind as well. So he's just putting down the pace and trying to scamper on through the order. Move has been made though by Granqvist. I've missed that one. He's up to 8th position. He's got past the only Dane in the field of Linus Thisted. And now, right on the back already, there's the move down the inside. Brilliant overtake from Ludwig Granqvist. Could he get 2? Down under the bridge he goes. What a move! Fantastic overtaking from Ludwig Granqvist. He pumps his head forward. He was excited about that one under the helmet. As all nearly spins in behind. Big wobble there. And that would have been Garib, the Swedishman that he just overtaken. Went a little bit wide, Garib loses 1 place. Linus gets him back up to P7, but Vebjorn Glenda couldn't quite follow through. 2.5 minutes left to go in this one. As was that a change? Who was going slow there off the corner? Or has Brzeski just lost a bit of time? I think he might have done. Has Brzeski lost the place to Askeland? I'm very confused by all of that one. I just looked back at the screen and they were all going a little bit slowly and changing. Yeah, there is Brzeski. And he is behind, is he not? Yeah, I think he is. Okay, I'll double check. I don't want to speculate. They're going to come back into my view outside the window now. Still the 3-4-4 in second. Then we've got the 3-3-1 and the 3-4-1. So yeah, Askeland is through on Brzeski. I think Brzeski was just slow through sector 1. I'm not sure why. He's back up to full racing speed now, but he's lost 3rd place to Joachim Askeland. And Bernhard Ravnas, after putting in all that effort to close down the gap, has managed to do just that. Fair play to the Icelandic driver. He was working hard lap after lap after lap to close that gap, and he has closed it. He's looking to steal a few more positions and try and get himself into a good grid position for the Super Heats tomorrow. Just over 1 minute left to go on the clock then. And now it is Ludwig Granqvist who leads that secondary pack. Well, I said the secondary pack. He's 2 seconds clear. Unbelievable pace from Ludwig Granqvist as they head on to lap number 13 of this race. But I often say in racing, if I don't mention your name, you've either had not such a great race or an absolutely brilliant race. And it is indeed the latter for Martin Ondal. He couldn't quite convert the pole to a win in heat number 1, but he is looking to do just that here in heat 2. He's over 3 seconds clear of Linear Jensen now, and he'll be looking to calmly and considerably bring this one home. Linear Jensen, though, still under a bit of pressure. She might be helped here, though, with the charging Brzeski. He's immediately right onto the rear bumper of Askeland after Askeland made that overtake a lap or 2 ago. He's right over the back of him. Down into the first couple of corners they go. Will there be the move opportunity? Not this time. And if these two hold each up at all, you just know that Bernhard Ravnas is going to be right there. Look at that though, he's shown his hand as Askelund defends into the left-hander. And that's where Plazeski and Ravnas know, right, okay, you don't think you're going to be able to catch Jensen and get past. You're trying to hold on to third. Well, we need to go full attack then to get past you as soon as possible. Timer has hit 0 in this second Junior X30 heat of the day. We're line astern between second, third, fourth and fifth. Through they go under the gantry then, 1,030 metres left to go in this race. Martin Omdahl leading now by well over 3 seconds. Such an impressive race from the 302. But we keep our eyes absolutely focused here on this battle for second place. It looks as though Askelund has actually chased down Jensen a bit across the last lap, and Plazeski has fallen off ever so slightly, dropping back into the line of Ravnas. But will any of them be close enough to think about an overtake? I'm not so sure. Through the final sector though, what a perfect race from Martin Omdahl. He couldn't convert pole in race number 1, but he does it in race number 2. Martin Omdahl wins in Junior X30, and they do stay as they were there across the line for the top 5. Brilliant racing there, and a fantastic battle back through for Ludwig Granqvist. Gets the fastest lap of 43.359 after dropping out well below the top 10. Manages to fight back through to P6. Very impressive stuff from the young racer. And like I say, he got the fastest lap. That was on the last lap of the race. Still getting faster and faster in that clear air. Fair play to Ludwig. He's definitely one to watch. But that might just reshuffle up the grid for the Super Heat tomorrow. With everyone a little bit out of position, that is going to be one of the most exciting races tomorrow. I can bet you that one. Well, let's have a look then at the final finishing order in that race. Martin Omdahl takes the spoils and takes a win in heat number 2. Linnea Jensen and Joachim Askeland then your top 3, followed by Norbert Jr., Plazeski and Bernhard Ravnas there, your top 5. That was followed by Ludwig Granqvist, Linus Tested, then Kevin Garib, Webhorn, Glenda, then Adrian Jerd, Philip Stratlem. It's top 11, so I was trying to do top 10 there, but just so excited. Included Adrian in that one. Then Philip Stratlem, Lucas Emil Locius, Magnus Blathen. Great race from Magnus, up 8 places there to 13th, followed by Gabriel Mortensen, Henrik Tomterhagen, then Christian Gether Gundersen. I'm trying to see if we lost anyone in this race. We did lose a couple, of course we did. Oliver Rongmo Hodge, Silas Verid Ellefson, and Johan Bons. I think that was the last of our finishers. Yes, it was. So 19th place there for Johan, the last of the finishers. Sadly, we lost from that one. Patrick Christiansen and MLB Bratton, of course, never started the race, sadly, in that one. So there we go then. Wow, done and dusted for another one, yet another very exciting one. Gave my voice a little bit of a break, that one, but still, unbelievably close racing, and I'm really excited to see how the juniors go into the Super Heats in the finals tomorrow. I'm going to have a lot of water on hand for those races, I do think. It does look as though we did lose, as I mentioned, one driver at least from that race. I can see the van with the trusty trailer on the back heading around the circuit, so they'll be going to pick up one of the driver's carts and take it back to safety and back through to Park Ferme. But we're nearly already done and dusted for the first day of action here at the IAME Nordic Cup in 2025. What a day of racing we have been treated to so far here at KNA Varna. But like I say, we still have one race to go, ladies and gentlemen. The X30 seniors will be heading out of the dummy grid in a few minutes' time. Do not go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss this last race of the day. So then, we're nearly ready to finalise the first day of action here from the 2025 IAME Nordic Cup here at KNA Varna. I can see the van with the trusty trailer, the saviour of stricken carts, is making their way back to the edge of the circuit, and that should mean that it's only a few moments' time until we go forward with the last race of today. Of course, it is the exciting X30 Seniors. Now, as they all get themselves ready on the dummy grid, let's have a little look at the finishing order from heat number 1. Yeah, it was a great race from Elias Hagen. Just about managed to fend off Alina Lee Olsen at the end. That gap less than a second between them, and was just able to build that little bit of a gap, and then was just able to manage that through to the end of the race. Timin Hastad was the driver that finished in 3rd place, so gaining 2 spots in that race. Alina gained 1. Of course, Elias pole to flag victory, where he'll be looking to replicate that yet again in this one. Viti Varna was a big move, up 5 from 10th to 5th place in that first race. I think a driver who'll be looking for a bit more of a positive second race in this one is going to be the 461 of Cornelia Constance Roa-Kjelkrem. She didn't quite go her way in that first race, but we know she's got great pace. We've seen her on plenty of podiums across loads of different championships. So let's see if she can turn that around here in race number 2 and look to put herself in a good standing for the grids tomorrow and the super heats as we kick those off in the morning tomorrow. Well then, as you can see on your screen, but I've yet to mention over the airwaves, let's have a look at the grids for your last race of the day. Qualifying Heat 2 in X30 Senior. Elias Hagen, as I mentioned once again, lines up on pole position. Kasper Henriksson will be alongside him on that front row, with Alina Lee Rolsson and Cornelia Constance Roa-Kjelkrem on row number 2. Timin Hastad and Oliver Helgud Teig, they're on row number 3, with Max Anderson and William Lindbo there on row 4. Douglas Gullerman and Viti Varnanen round out the top 10 on row number 5. Then it's Harold Högby Matheson and Johan Nyberg there on row number 6. Joachim Matteson there on row 7, along with Isaac Hofberg. They're followed by Lucas Fossa and Victor Gustafsson on row 8, with Michael Stamnes, Agil Slatlam and Mikko Lane rounding up the grid. Now, I know that Mikko is not going to be out once again in this race. It will just be the 18 senior drivers heading out the dummy grid in anger in only a few moments' time. Well, one reason is that you can literally see him there on that camera shot, and he's not wearing his race overalls. So that gives you one clear option, a clear reason as to why he's not racing. And second one is that he is just waiting for the rain. He thinks he'll probably start at the back anyway, so why not just wait? The rain comes, maybe he can get involved and get stuck in. But we'll see tomorrow. I know there is forecasted a bit of dampness out here in Norway. We'll see if that does actually come to fruition. Well, yeah, fair enough. The weather app that I've got up, at least anyway, says that heavy rain will start at 6 a.m. and will go through all the way to 1 p.m. and then we'll have light rain all the way through to 4 p.m. So I think that might just guarantee we're going to have some slightly wet races, at least in the super heats. Just depends how late we do eventually start the finals as to whether those will also be wet or not. Well, we'll have to wait till tomorrow and see. Of course, you can never trust a weather app anyway. It could be totally wrong. It could be bright blue skies out there. You just never know. Well, it does look as though the finals will be starting at 2:30. I think we'll just about finish in the last race of the day. So, yeah, we'll see whether that does come to fruition or whether things will change, whether the racing gods have a different plan for the IAME Nordic Cup 2025. Well, I think a few drivers have some plans out for this one. Let's see if they can put them into action. Out of the pits they go then. We're about to start the final race of the first day here at the IAME Nordic Cup 2025. X30 Seniors head straight out of the dummy grid and on circuit to do battle. So Elias Hagen then looking for another perfect result. He's already driven away from the rest of the pack out there on these warm-up laps. He's just decided, I'm off. I'm going to win the warm-up laps. That'll put him in good stead for winning the race when it does properly get underway. So then drivers heading round on those second laps. I think they'll be coming, well, they'll be slowing, I should say, through to the end of this one. Well then, I think it's anyone's guess who's going to take this one. Let's see if Elias Hagen can once again convert that pole position into a race win. I mean, there were plenty of drivers close to him on pace. A lot of this, it's how it all works itself out in the first couple of laps, especially in these short, sharp 10 minute, oh, I got it wrong, 10 minute plus 1 lap heats. They're short and sharp. How you work yourselves out in the first couple of laps can put you in either a good or a bad stead for the rest of the race. Right then, are we ready to go, ladies and gentlemen? Last race of the day here. The final qualifying heat, and it will be Elias Hagen who leads us to the lights. The lights don't go out. They don't go out. I think they actually went yellow quite late there. I'm not sure if they'll know that they're not racing. They're definitely still batting through the first couple of corners. It'll be only when they get to the first marshal post, I think, that they'll see that they're not racing. No, they definitely think they're still racing. Well, I've definitely got the yellow lights on the gantry, so we're definitely not racing. We'll see if the drivers have realised, if maybe they're still just driving fast for the hell of it. There you go. Right, they've seen it now in the second part of sector number 2. Well, there you go. The dress rehearsal for heat number 2 done and dusted there. With a great start from Elias Hagen yet again. He'll be so frustrated. He'll be like, I did that start absolutely perfectly. You've just taken it away from me. And now there's an opportunity for it to go wrong again for him. But again, that's the thing. A good racer can get themselves back in the zone immediately. Get fully focused. Forget that that start ever happened. It never happened. This is the one now. Let's focus on it. So there we go then. Hagen and Henriksson on the front row. Rolston and Kjelkam on row 2. Hafstad and Teig on row 3. Anderson and Lundberg on row 4. Gerleman and Varnanen on row 5. 19 drivers taking to the start. But who will see that checkered flag first? Let's get it underway then, drivers. Red lights go on. They're out. We're racing in seniors. Down to the first couple of corners again. And again, it's a perfect start from Elias Hagen. Oh my goodness, we're about 4 or 5 wide there in the middle of the pack. Up and over the curb goes the driver on the inside. Somehow, they all give each other enough room to make it through the first sector. More moves being made then down into the left-hander. A bit of argy-bargy there on the apex, but again, racing room given, which is brilliant to see. I think Kasper Henriksson has gone with Hagen on this first lap. And Lee Rolston still there in 3rd place. So top 4, top 7 actually have all stayed as they were. Oh, a bit of front-to-rear contact there in the mid-pack. The 406 and the 438, that's Gerleman into the back of Anderson. Gerleman's up 1 on this first lap so far, and he's looking to make more places. 459 piling the pressure on as well. That's Lundberg trying to get through on Nyberg as well. A little bit wide there, or a bit of contact. We're side by side off the exit up the hill. Just about chopping across and holding on to the place there. And more contact down to the left-hander. That was a lot of contact. Poor driver with the pink helmet has been shoved out wide there. I'll try and see how that is to go through. They're going to lose 5 places here. Oh my goodness. That was the 438 of Douglas Gerleman. Now, who was it that got through? I might say it was VT Varnanen. I don't know though. Let's move the lead. Change to the lead. Up and under. Go 2nd place, but he's going to lose out, baby. Door closes. Oh my goodness. Side by side off the corner. It's a run down to the first corner. The 456. Oh, broken rear bumper. Broken rear bumper for Elias Hagen. Elias Hagen's going to get a mechanical flag. Your race leader and your winner in Heat 1 is out of the race. Elias Hagen's rear bumper has fallen off from that bit of contact with Kasper Henriksson. Henriksson got through. And Henriksson still there in the lead then. So Kasper Henriksson now leads this race. Alina Lee Rolston is going to be in 2nd place with Timmy and Hastad in 3rd. Cornelia Constance Kjelkam back into 4th place, courtesy of that lost rear bumper. absolutely gutting for your race winner in heat number 1. I'm trying to see if he's pulled off of the circuit. Might have happened down at the first corner, I'm not so sure. But no, he is still there. He's still there in 7th place. So I don't know what's happened there to your previous race leader. He still seems to be in this race. The bumper is hanging off so much now on the number 411. It's totally ripped off from the right-hand side, and it is properly dragging in behind him. I'm pretty sure I saw him check over the shoulder, so I think he would have known that that's fallen off. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but if he did know, that was a little bit cheeky, and he knew he was always going to get a mechanical flag for that one. That one's not going to go unnoticed, sadly, Elias, and that's race over for your race winner in Heat 1. And you know what that means. This opens up the opportunity for another driver to take pole position in tomorrow's Super Heat. That sounded like something broken for Adrian Slatlam. His engine just sounds incredibly loud. I don't know if the exhaust has gone loose or... yeah, definitely. I thought maybe I was hearing things, but no, that is for sure a broken exhaust there for Slatlam. So 2 drivers then potentially out of this one already from mechanical failures. So Kasper Henriksson now leads this race. Now Kasper finished down in 8th place in heat number 1. If it stays as it is, Alina Lee Rolson looks to be good to take pole tomorrow. That engine is so loud, that exhaust, my goodness. Right, we'll see how that one plays out. Move down the inside. I see it out my window there, and you see it on your screen as well. Great move, but up and under they go. Brilliant battle between these two. That's Anderson trying to find a way through. Bit close on the exit there, but back through goes Cornelia Constance-Rock Hjelkrem. Brilliant re-overtake there from Cornelia. Really beautifully read out of the corner and just about holds on to 4th place. Great racing between those two, and they are bringing the 470 of Viti Vannanen back into play as well. Through the first sector they go then. Super close at the sharp end. I was saying, if it stays as it is, Alina Lee Rolson will probably take pole tomorrow. However, she's a racing driver. She's right on the back of the leader. She's going to want the win outright in this one. And Alina Lee Rolson really is right on that rear bumper of Kasper Henriksson. Through they go into sector number 3 yet again then. They've got to be careful as well. Timmy and Hustad is really not far away from these two at the front of the order as well. 470 now of Viti Vatanen has closed right up to the back of the 2 ahead. He still has the fastest lap in this race, does Viti Vatanen, a 44.252. And he's just popped in a 44.256 as well. Fantastic. Within 4 thousandths of his personal best time. Best lap of the race. And that was on the last lap as well. Consistently the fastest driver out there is Viti Vatanen. And he goes for the move. Up and under tries Max Anderson, and he will get it. You saw Viti there point forward, being like, no, let's work together. Don't we overtake me, we're going to lose so much time. But sadly, Max did not listen to him. Max goes straight back down the inside, retakes 5th place, and now they're properly squabbling over 5th. That's given a slight bit of breathing room to Cornelia ahead in 4th. She's got about a cart length now to breathe with. She checks over the shoulder. She sees that they're a bit further behind, and she thinks, right, this is my opportunity. She pops the head down, and she looks to press on, seeing if she can chase the top 3 down. It looked as though Timmy and Hastad was right on the back of those top 2, but it seems that gap has just extended ever so slightly across the last 2 laps. It was the personal best for both Kasper and Alina on the last lap of the race, though those two continuing to get faster and faster. Back they come into my eye line. Lots of moves still going on there. Down at the right-hander. Oh, so close in that next pack. Who have we got leading that one? It's the 485 of Oliver Hauger-Teig from 7th place. And that battle goes all the way down to 13th of Isaac Homburg. Great battling between those 7 drivers, that is. It's finally move been made then. Oh no, Viti Vatanen got Max Anderson, but Max Anderson re-overtook him yet again. As there you go, that's exactly what Kasper Henriksson needs. New fastest lap of the race, 44.200. It was only a quarter of a tenth quicker than Alina Lee-Rolson. Every little helps, but one small mistake and she'll be right there, right back in with a shout at the win in this race. But she needs to be a bit careful. Like I say, if she can keep this on the straight and narrow, I think she's got pole position lined up for tomorrow. You don't want to do anything too crazy. You lose yourself out of this race and suddenly it all goes wrong and you've got to restart everything from tomorrow. Well, there we go. I said before the race, Cornelia would be looking to turn a new leaf in this one and find a bit of extra pace. And she's done exactly that. There's the move, though, from Veeti Vatanen. Back down the inside goes Veeti, and this time he looks to have it done. Down into the right-hander, no answer there from Anderson. And Vatanen, Vananen, finally gets the move done. Sorry, Veeti. What a race this has been so far, though. What a way to end the first day here at the IAME Nordic Cup. Brilliant stuff from all the drivers. Such calm and considered racing here from the seniors, and you'll see them. One person goes through a move, immediately the other person is working out how to get it back done, getting that up and under, working out the next couple of corners they can get things sorted. You can just see the experience behind the wheel of these drivers out there on circuit. And still, I will say, the top six is it, only separated by just under 3 seconds. So we've already had nearly 9 minutes of this race, and the gaps have barely even evolved here at the sharp end of the order. We saw a few laps ago, Kasper Henriksen found that little bit of extra time. He was able to put that small buffer between himself and Alina Lee-Rolson, and that looks to have worked an absolute treat for Kasper Henriksen. He's managed the gap, he's kept Alina at arm's length, and he looks to be slowly and surely bringing this one home. And like I said, he was only, 8th place? Yeah, 8th place in heat number 1. So it's not going to be pole, even with a win, I think, for Kasper Henriksen. But he's going to put himself right up at the sharp end for the super heats tomorrow. Well, the wasp that has been on the same piece of glass all day is now attacking me, so apologies if I'm a bit distracted during these last couple of laps. 20 seconds left to go as they cross the line, so this will be the penultimate lap of the race, beginning for our race leader of Kasper Henriksen. Fastest lap now actually held, I believe, by Alina Lee-Rolson. It is, yeah, 44.005. I don't know why that's come up as green and not purple, but that is definitely the fastest lap of the race so far. Oh, no, it's not. That's why I tell a lie. My sincerest apologies. It's the 44 dead for for Cornelia. Sorry, Cornelia Constance Rohr-Kjelkrem. That's the fastest lap. She was only 5 thousandths off of that fastest lap of the race on the last lap. She's doing everything she can to chase down the leader, but she's only got 1,030 meters to try and do something about it. Through they go. Out of the first couple of corners, up and over the bridge. Check over the shoulder from Kasper Henriksen. He knows that she's close in behind. She's still looking feisty to try and steal this one away, but is she close enough? I'm not quite so sure. Down into the downhill right-hander they go. Final couple of opportunities to steal this one away. Maybe Alina knows, I just need to be comfortable here. This should get me pole. But everyone wants a win. What a race from Kasper Henriksen. He rounds the final corner and wins the second heat of the day in seniors. Brilliant racing out in our X30 seniors, and what a win for Kasper Henriksen from an 8th place in the first race of the day, up for a win in heat number 2. The last couple of drivers come across the line to see the checkered flag then, and that brings us to the end of the first day here at the IAME Nordic Cup in 2025. Well, here we go then. That's your full results there on the screen. Kasper Henriksen, your winner in qualifying Heat 2 in X30 Seniors. Alina Lee-Rolson, another really cool, calm and considered race from her. Really, really impressed with her driving so far today, and she looks to have set herself up well for tomorrow. Timian Hastad there finishes in 3rd place, and it was Veeti Vananen in 4th place. Up 6 positions. A couple of them were rather aggressive, but that is far above my pay grade, and I will let the stewards decide that one. Either way, he finished there in 4th place with 6 places gained. Cornelia Constance Rourke-Elkrem, a much better performance from her in that one. P5, 1 position lost there over the last couple of laps to VT Vannanen. Behind them was Max Anderson, then William Lundborg, Johan Nyberg, Joachim Matteson, Harold Høgby Matteson, Oliver Hagerud Teig, Douglas Gerdman, then Isaac Hofberg, Victor Gustafsson, and Michael Stamnes. I think that's the last of our finishes in that one. Yeah, it is. The last of our finishes. So 15 drivers making it home in that one. We lost 3 from proceedings during that race. Andreas Satlam, Lucas Vosser, and Elias Hagen, of course. So 2 mechanical failures, and then clearly another one that I missed there over the last couple of laps. But like I say, that brings us to a close for day number 1 here at the IAME Nordic Cup 2025 here at KNA Varna. What a day it has been. It's been an absolute pleasure to be the one shouting over the top of all of that racing. You guys were absolutely brilliant. Give yourself a pat on the back for that and bring more of that energy into tomorrow. I want to see more of that. My voice doesn't, but I do. So let's bring the heat and bring some racing action to treat not only the parents and mechanics and fans here at the circuit at KNA Varna, but obviously everyone watching at home on the live stream as well. Thank you all for joining us here at KNA Varna, and thank you all for joining us on the live stream as well. I hope you have enjoyed the action. Make sure you subscribe to the X Promotions YouTube channel, one, to not miss tomorrow's event, but also to not miss the future events live streamed on the YouTube channel. And like I say, what a brilliant day it's been. A huge thank you, one, to the KNA Varna circuit for being so fantastic and so hospitable, and also a big shout out to X Promotions for putting on such an awesome live stream, and everyone around the circuit, whatever job you had to do, whether that's being a marshal or doing photography or being a steward or whatever it is, you've all done a brilliant job, and what a fantastic day it's been to kick off the IAME Nordic Cup in 2025. Like I say, it's been an honour to be the one on the airwaves for you, and I'm so looking forward to doing it all again tomorrow. My name is John Ratcliffe. If you've enjoyed my commentary, I'd really appreciate it if you go and drop me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram. That is at Ratters Media. I'd really appreciate any of your support on my commentary and racing journey. Well, there you go then. Like I say, day 1 has come to an end. We'll be doing it all again tomorrow. Get ready, it's the Super Heats and the finals coming up tomorrow. I think we all need a bit of sleep after today's action, a bit of a chill and a rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.